The 10,023rd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Armenia, Australia, Austria, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Brazil, Brunei Darussalam, Burundi, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Egypt, Germany, Iceland, India, Indonesia, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Lebanon, Malaysia, Maldives, Mexico, Morocco, Namibia, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, Oman, Peru, the Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Spain, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, the Syrian Arab Republic, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Tunisia, Turkey, Uganda, the United Arab Emirates, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and Vietnam to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with the rules of procedure, I propose the Council invite the representatives of the observer state of Palestine to the United Nations to participate in the meeting in accordance with the provisional rules of procedure and previous practice in this regard. There being no objections, it is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov, Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process and United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite the following to participate in this meeting: His Excellency Mr. Kolisek, Chairman of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People; His Excellency Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, Head of the Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations; and His Excellency Mr. Maged Abdelaziz, Permanent Observer of the Permanent Observer Mission of the League of the Arab States to the United Nations. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, after 2 years of devastating war and unimaginable human suffering, we now have an opportunity to conclude a dark chapter in the history of Israeli-Palestinian conflict and set up a course for a more just and peaceful future. On the 9 October agreement, based on United States President Donald Trump's 20-point plan, secured a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza. It was the culmination of a remarkable diplomatic effort by United States, Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey. I commend all the mediators for achieving this critical breakthrough. Tragically, it has taken us too long to reach this moment. The unbearable trauma inflicted on Palestinians and Israelis will last generations. The situation throughout the occupied Palestinian territory remains dire, and the destruction in Gaza is beyond description, while Palestinian civilians, children, women, and men continue to suffer immeasurably from the effects of the war and deprivation. And as we speak, there are still remains of deceased hostages in Gaza, while their families wait in agony to give their loved ones a dignified burial. The agreement represents hope for a better future, but the dynamics are extremely fragile. A return to conflict must be avoided at all costs. The remaining deceased hostages must be released without any further delay. Humanitarian assistance must enter the street at scale to meet the enormous need of the population wherever they are. All parties must abide by their commitments under the deal, and agreements should be reached to implement the next phase. Mr. President, since the ceasefire took effect, the UN and its partners have rapidly scaled up humanitarian operations across Gaza. The magnitude of destruction and continued suffering of Palestinians we have witnessed in Gaza is staggering. Many families remain displaced and without access to the most basic services. The urgent needs are immense in health, shelter, water, sanitation, food, and livelihood. The UN and its humanitarian partners are working now to implement our 60-day response plan. The plan sets out concrete measures to streamline customs procedures, expand access routes, facilitate the entry of critical items, restore essential services, and ensure the safe movement of humanitarian personnel. As part of the broader humanitarian reset, the plan is grounded in humanitarian principles, prioritizes those in greatest need, and enhances accountability, drives greater efficiency, and safeguards the space for principled life-saving actions. Already, as tracked by the UN 2720 mechanism for Gaza, we've increased facilitation in the entry of humanitarian supply by Israeli authorities. The humanitarian partners have scaled up aid delivery with a 46% increase in aid tracked by the UN entering the street in the first week of the ceasefire. Crucial assistance in the areas of food, hygiene, shelter, and health is being delivered in greater quantities, bringing much needed relief to Gaza population. But this is not enough. Much more still needs to be done. To fully meet our targets and ensure an effective response requires more crossings and functional relief corridors, safe passage for aid workers and civilians, unrestricted entry of goods, sustained entry of fuel, and operational space for the UN and NGOs, including renewal of NGO registration, all in accordance with humanitarian principles. The UN is closely engaging in all relevant coordination mechanisms, and I welcome the efforts of the member states to facilitate a scaling up of assistance, including through the new Civil-Military Coordination Center. While the ceasefire is in effect, the ongoing violence in Gaza, continued but sporadic attacks and strikes by IDF and Palestinian armed groups, as well as apparent killings of Palestinians by Hamas and other armed actors, also undermines humanitarian efforts and threatens stability in the street. Restoring order will be a critical step in facilitating relief efforts and supporting Gaza's recovery. We must act quickly to build on the current ceasefire towards a comprehensive agreement, or there is a serious risk that insecurity and violence will persist and undermine the recovery and reconstruction effort. To support the UN's response in Gaza, a robust aid coordination mechanism and accelerated international support will be necessary. Reconstruction will require a collective effort and should be Palestinian-led. Working with Palestinian Authority, international partners, civil society, and the private sector, UN is prepared to mobilize and help coordinate these efforts in line with the ceasefire commitments and the New York Declaration and building on the Arab Plan for Recovery and Reconstruction. Mr. President, the Secretary General has welcomed the advisory opinion issued by the International Court of Justice on 22nd October, which found, inter alia, that Israel is required to fulfill its obligation under international law with respect to facilitating relief of the population of Gaza and to cooperate in good faith with the United Nations and its entities. Mr. President, while we are focused on supporting the ceasefire and scaling up our response in Gaza, we must not overlook the alarming situation in the West Bank. Tens of thousands of Palestinians remain displaced from their homes in the northern West Bank in the wake of the large-scale Israeli security forces operation and continued closures, particularly in and around the refugee camps. Palestinians must be allowed to return to their homes and local economies need to function. With the annual olive harvest underway, Palestinians are yet again subject to deplorable acts of settler violence while trying to access their land. The violence must stop and perpetrators must be held accountable. Meanwhile, the Palestinian economy and the Palestinian Authority fiscal situation continue to face severe challenges. According to the PA, Israel continues to withhold some $3 billion of Palestinian tax clearances revenues, creating an unsustainable fiscal situation and impacting the Palestinian Authority's ability to meet financial obligations and pay public sector salaries in full. Mr. President, we are at a momentous but precarious juncture. The United Nations is committed to seizing this opportunity, but the scope and scale of the challenges ahead will require the full support of this Council and of the international community. Political will, financial resources, and a genuine commitment to creating a better future for all is needed. President Trump's 20-point plan and the declaration signed at the Summit for Peace, agreement to end the war in Gaza in Sharm el-Sheikh, have finally managed to secure a viable path towards ending the war. The forthcoming Cairo Reconstruction Conference, co-hosted by Egypt, the Palestinian Authority, and the United Nations, will be an important venue to advance recovery and reconstruction for Gaza. At the same time, we must not lose sight of the political horizon. We can build on the momentum created by the President Trump's plan and consolidate through tireless mediation consolidated through tireless mediation efforts. The international community has affirmed in recent weeks its commitment to charting a course towards sustainably ending the broader Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The high-level international conference on peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the Global Alliance for the implementation of the two-state solution meeting on the margins of the UN General Assembly provide a pathway. The United Nations will continue to support all efforts to end the occupation and resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in line with international law and UN resolution, realizing a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, of which Gaza is an integral part, live side by side in peace and security within secure and recognized borders on the basis of the pre-1967 lines with Jerusalem as the capital of both states. Спасибо большое за внимание.
Я благодарю господина.
I thank Mr. Alakbarov for his briefing, and I'll give the floor to the representative of the Observer State of Palestine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me at the outset to congratulate you for assuming the presidency of the Council and to thank you for convening this open debate. Allow me also to thank the Deputy Special Coordinator for his briefing and relentless efforts. Mr. President, we knew that the ceasefire was the only way forward, the way to save lives, the way to stop the massacres, the way to ensure families can reunite, Palestinian families and Israeli families. A ceasefire to stop the bloodshed, to release hostages and prisoners, to end an organized famine, to bring the horrors to an end. And finally, a ceasefire is here. Some are saying it is imperfect, it is volatile, it is transgressed, it is fragile, but it is here. There are reasons for skepticism. Some will say a skepticism informed by history, by experience, by precedent, by past pain, ache, and agony. But our role is not to be bystanders while things fall apart, or to have doubts, criticism, or objections and wait for time to prove us right. Our role is to collectively work to ensure the ceasefire holds, prevailing over those rooting for its collapse or working to make it fall apart. And we appreciate on that context, the collective efforts to ensure this aim and the constant engagement of the mediators of Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, and of course the United States at the highest level, to preserve this delicate ceasefire to save lives that are too sacred. This is what the ceasefire is, an opportunity to save lives. What it will become relies on what all of us will do next. Mr. President, we do not forget those who awaited this day, but did not survive to witness it. Nor do we forget the survivors who welcome it, scarred and starved and in mourning. We do not forget the journalists who did not live long enough to announce the ceasefire. We do not forget the doctors and the humanitarians killed for trying to save lives. We do not forget 20,000 Palestinian children killed by Israel, or their parents who have to walk the earth under their crushing shadow. We do not forget the orphaned, the maimed, the amputated, the tortured, and those still buried under the rubble. We do not forget Hind or Dunya, Reem and Khalid, Anas and Yusuf and Jubran and Eve and Salam and Siwar and Selena, Mahmoud, Adam, and many, many others. I've said before, I'll say it again, the most unjust expectation, that one that falls only on Palestinians, is that they should move on, regardless of the lives lost, of the limbs lost, of the loved ones lost. To have entire families obliterated and move on, to lose everything, everything you love, everything you built, everything you are, and be expected to just move on. But vengeance and hatred lead nowhere. Violence is an impasse. More bloodshed cannot be the answer. Justice and peace are the only way forward. But will these millions of Palestinians have justice? Will they be able to finally live in peace in their ancestral land? There is no Israeli security at the expense of Palestinian lives and Palestinian rights. There's no coexistence with occupation and subjugation. There is freedom for Palestine and its people, and shared peace, shared security, shared prosperity for Palestinians, Israelis, the people of the region, and the world. And here let me quote a very important historical document, the US Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We cannot formulate it any better. We are endowed by the same Creator with these same unalienable rights. Peace cannot come from the denial of these rights. It comes from their fulfillment. We are not less worthy of freedom, not less entitled to security, not less able to contribute to shared prosperity. Enough dispossession, enough displacement, enough death, enough despair. In Gaza, but also in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, where tens of thousands have been displaced, many have been killed, and where many communities are under constant attack. What do we tell Afaf Abu Aliya, a 55-year-old woman, mother of 5, knocked unconscious with a club by an Israeli settler as she was harvesting olives in Tormos Aya, and beaten again while she lied unconscious on the ground? Israeli settlers' attacks have intensified. You have all condemned them without exception. But this condemnation does not protect our people from these repeated attacks. These extremist settlers, together with occupation forces, spread fear and violence in the hope to intimidate and displace and push annexation in all directions. Till when? People killed and maimed and arbitrarily detained, homes demolished, settlements built, land expropriated, communities uprooted. Till when? If after a century of conflict and dispossession and displacement and wars and occupation and colonization and blockade and walls, if after the 7th of October, if after genocide in Gaza, we are not yet convinced that it is time for peace, that we owe future generations peace, what will ever convince us? Mr. President, over the course of the last few weeks, the entire world rallied around clear objectives, following unbelievable outrage across the globe. From the Global Alliance, launched by Saudi Arabia, the EU, and Norway, to the Madrid Group, to the Hague Group, to those who recognize the state of Palestine, and among those around the table, the last among them to have joined France and the UK, that I want to acknowledge here, to Algeria and the members of this council, all working for an end to the horrors and moving towards peace. And the International Peace Conference, co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France, which demonstrated true leadership at its helm, and which endorsed the New York Declaration, a landmark document that charts a path forward to peace. The world mobilized for an independent and sovereign Palestinian state, for the two-state solution. They mobilized for peace. Palestine is committed to peace. It is committed to the full implementation of the New York Declaration, which charts a clear and irreversible path to freedom, peace, and regional integration. It will do its part, and it continues to commit to you here, once again, we will uphold our obligations. We are implementing our commitments, and we expect others to do their part and to uphold their obligations. Mr. President, we and many others around the world welcome the efforts of President Trump for peace and pledge to work with the US administration and with regional and international partners to move from a ceasefire to just and lasting peace. As was stated by the United States, it is for Palestinians to govern themselves. There is no substitute to Palestinian self-determination. There is a critical role for regional and international actors and mechanisms in support of Palestinian governance and independent statehood, and not as a substitute to them. We need to work together to ensure success. The task is monumental, but it is worth it. It requires collective and coordinated efforts. There were efforts and plans before, but maybe there was never before such momentum for peace, stemming from horrors the region witnessed the last 2 years. Just peace will change the face of the region and the fate of its peoples. The independence of the State of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution will pave the way for regional integration, a prospect many thought and still think impossible, but that is within grasp if we collectively decide to rid the region of wars and occupation and finally choose shared peace, shared security, and shared prosperity. It is time to end this conflict once and for all, so people never experience such pain and loss again, and all peoples can live in peace and security. These last few days, Mr. President, we saw families reunite, finally. Some with their loved ones still alive, able finally to embrace them, and some whose bodies were returned to be buried and to be mourned. There are still families waiting for their loved ones. We keep them in our minds. As the world tracked the release of 20 Israeli hostages, as it should, thousands of Palestinian prisoners were being released with undeniable evidence of the ill and degrading treatment they were subjected to. As the world followed the search for the bodies of 28 Israeli hostages, it must not forget that under the same rubble, you have the bodies of thousands upon thousands of bodies of Palestinians. This should be a moment to remind us all of our shared humanity, of the suffering future generation can and must be spared. This should not happen any longer. Regardless what camp you belong to, what cause you defend, what right you proclaim, no one should ever justify harming civilians, abducting them, torturing them, killing them. No one should ever justify holding remains, sometimes for years and decades, and depriving families from their ability to offer them dignified burial. Summary execution are never acceptable, regardless who commits them. No one should explain that there is any title or any right that can justify atrocities. No one, never, ever, under any circumstances. Mr. President, Gaza is an integral part of Palestine. Families in Gaza suffered more than enough. They have no homes to return to, no schools, no hospitals. Bombardments cannot continue taunting and haunting them. aid cannot continue to be weaponized, as was said by the International Court of Justice yesterday. The ceasefire must be upheld. There is no other choice. Reconstruction must proceed, and we support all efforts in this regard and look forward to the conference in Cairo towards that aim. And here allow me to thank the mediators for their relentless efforts that led to the Sharm el-Sheikh agreement. Egypt, which endured smearing campaigns and attacks. Qatar, whose territory was struck by Israel as it was mediating. Turkey, which joined these mediation efforts. And the United States. And let us speak plainly. The United States is a superpower. And as such, it has always a choice to fuel the fire or to help cease the fire. In this case, President Trump used all his weight to achieve a ceasefire agreement that saves lives and that releases the hostages. We all listened to the chants on Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. They know there would be no agreement without President Trump. And the region and the world mobilized around his effort as they understand that this is a chance for life, for freedom, and for peace. They understand he alone can save Israel from itself and from the temptation of brutal and indiscriminate force and annexation that has isolated it around the world. The 2 votes in the Knesset yesterday demonstrate that Israel has yet to renounce this path. Other policies and other measures and other statements as well. But we appreciate the clear message from the Trump administration against any push for annexation. We will work with President Trump, with regional and international partners, to transform a fragile and volatile ceasefire into just and lasting peace, with Palestinian agency and Palestinian liberation as our goal, with mutual recognition and peaceful coexistence as cornerstones. What we need is not a pause in the violence and injustice, but an end to them. Violence is an impasse. It must not be fueled nor tolerated. It must be stopped. And we will not relent in our rejection of violence against all civilians. Likewise, injustice must never be justified or shielded. It must be brought to an end. Palestine is committed to peace. We are the ones who need it most, and peace needs to be a shared objective to become a shared reality. We must seize this opportunity to end the suffering and work for freedom and peace, regardless of how great the challenges are. Help us demonstrate to our people that there is a peaceful path to freedom and to dignified life. The efforts to undermine the Palestinian Authority and its ability to perform its duties despite its full-fledged commitment to peace that has been put to test over the course of the last 2 years in unbelievable manners, aims at preventing our independence and our statehood. If there are requirements placed on the Palestinian Authority, it must be empowered to fulfill them. And Israel has also obligations that need to be monitored and implemented. We will not shy away from our obligations and from our commitments. We owe to our people to fulfill them, leading them to a path of liberation and peace. A new generation can wake up to a very different region where no one is killed, no one is abducted, no one is tortured, where cooperation and coexistence replace occupation and conflict, where shared security replaces perpetual war, where shared prosperity replaces pillage and devastation. Isn't that worth striving for? We owe it to those who were killed. We owe it to those who survived. We owe it to future generations. It is time for peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the State of Palestine for the statement, and now give the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to thank Deputy Special Coordinator for his briefing. Mr. President, today we gather at a historic moment for our region. Israel has achieved what many thought impossible. All of our living hostages are home. The remains of 15 fallen hostages have been recovered and given the dignity of a proper burial. Hamas has been forced to accept a deal it rejected from the very beginning, to return the hostages and to disarm. This achievement was not born of chance, but of a combination of courage and conviction. History will remember that in the wake of the worst massacre of our people since the Holocaust, that Israel kept its promise to defend our people, to bring our hostages home, and to eliminate future threats to our security. Despite the pressure of many members of this very council, despite the political theater, the condemnations, and the hypocrisy, Israel stood firm. We did not waver. We prevailed. But our struggle is not over. There can be no peace, no future, and no rebuilding of Gaza while terror still remains. 13 fallen hostages remain in Hamas's hands. We will bring them home and give them the dignity they deserve. The world must keep the pressure where it belongs, on Hamas, to return the hostages, to lay down its weapons, and to honor the peace plan it signed. Mr. President, we embraced the return of our hostages. Our nation has been swept by emotion, joy and relief, but also deep pain and grief. We have seen in the last few weeks mothers embracing sons, fathers reunited with their children, young couples holding each other again. In every home, in every community, Israel has felt the weight of what was lost and the miracle of return. Families reunited, lives once trapped in darkness have seen light again. But we cannot forget what they endured: starved, beaten, shackled, deprived of food, water, and light, forced to dig their own graves, humiliated, and yet they survived. They held onto their humanity even in the face of evil. As we welcome home the living, we also mourn the fallen who have now returned to us for proper burial. They remind the world that Hamas's cruelty knows no borders, no faith, no mercy. To the families of the fallen hostages and to all who still wait for the return of their loved ones from Gaza, we say, Israel has not forgotten them. We will do whatever it takes to bring them home, all of them. Mr. President, make no mistake, Hamas has already violated the ceasefire. They promised to return the bodies of our fallen within 72 hours. Yet still today, more than 300 hours after the ceasefire began, 13 fallen hostages remain in captivity. Hamas lied at the negotiating table, and they lied still to us, to the negotiators, and to the entire world. They know exactly, and we know that they know, where our fallen are. They simply refuse to act. This is not a matter of logistics. It is a calculated cruelty, psychological warfare designed to inflict pain and to buy time. Let me be clear. Our fallen hostages will be brought home by diplomacy, if possible, by other means, if necessary. It should come as no surprise that the same hands that refuse to return our dead are the ones that still pull the trigger. Just 9 days into the ceasefire, Hamas terrorists opened fire in an IDF-controlled area, killing 2 Israeli soldiers and seriously injuring many others. These are not allegations, they are facts. Yet, as Hamas violates the ceasefire, too many look away. There is no clear example than the outrageous and false moral equivalence drawn in recent weeks, and I'm sure we will hear it today. We have heard commentators, diplomats, even world leaders equate the release of innocent hostages with the release of convicted terrorists. They speak as if these two acts were the same, as if those civilians who were kidnapped at gunpoints from their homes and held in tunnels could ever be compared with those who planted bombs on buses and slaughtered innocent lives. To bring our people home, Israel made choices no country should ever have to make. We released those jailed for murder, terror, and kidnapping. Let me give you a few examples from those who were released. Imad Kawasme, he planted a bomb on a Beersheba bus and killed 16 innocent people. Muhammad Aref Sama, who helped murder 23 civilians in Jerusalem, and many more. Yet some still try to blur the line between victims and their attackers. Let me be clear, hostages are not criminals. There can be no moral equivalence, none. In Israel, families cried with joy as loved ones came home after years in darkness. In Gaza, crowds celebrated murderers returning from prison. That is the difference between a nation that values life and a terror movement that glorifies death. Israel acted not from weakness, but from strength, to save lives and to advance peace. But peace demands more than promises. It demands disarmament. Many of you are already picturing Gaza's future. You have seen the plans, the ideas, hotels rising on the coast, schools filled with children, parks and public squares. Now I could hand each of you a pair of virtual reality goggles and show you the videos and the ideas that are circulated around about the future of Gaza. But before we get lost in virtual reality, let's remove the goggles and look at what is really happening today. Because before classrooms open or a single home is built, one truth must be faced. Hamas must go. Hamas must disarm. All the plans, the pledges, the visions, the videos, they are all virtual reality until terror ends. Members of this council, let me show you what reality looks like today in Gaza. This image was taken in the Sabra neighborhood in Gaza City on the 15th of October, just after the ceasefire began. Hamas gunmen emerged from their tunnels, clean uniforms, full stomachs, armed and organized. Almost immediately, they turned their guns on their own people. They attacked men, women, and children, hunted rivals, and carried out public executions. No evidence, no trial, just terror. And from the UN, silence. No condemnation, no accountability, no emergency session. That silence is dangerous. It emboldens Hamas. They walk the same path as ISIS, with the same brutality and the same contempt for human life. How can there be a future for Gaza while its people still live under fear? That is why disarmament is not only a security demand, it is a moral duty. Mr. President, peace cannot coexist with terror. The peace plan before us is an opportunity. But opportunity alone is not enough. We must act now to ensure Hamas is disarmed, not only with statements, with action, with pressure, with resolve. Hamas still sits on a deadly stockpile, assault and sniper rifles, RPGs, rocket launchers, anti-tank missiles like the Cornet. Beneath Gaza, their factories hum, their tunnels run deep. Disarmament means more than words. It means those weapons surrendered, the tunnels sealed, the factories shut down. It means dismantling Hamas's entire war machine, every command post, every weapons line, every tunnel. True disarmament strips Hamas of power itself, its ability to plan, to arm, to strike. Members of this council, blueprints and promises of reconstruction will not stop bullets. Only real disarmament will. Now is the moment to turn words into pressure and hopefully pressure into peace. Last week, the Jewish people celebrated Simchat Torah, a holiday that marks the conclusion of the annual reading cycle of our Bible, the Torah, and the beginning of a new cycle. Every year we read the same chapters. As we open the first chapter, Bereshit, the book of Genesis, we return to the moment creation began, and I quote, "And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness." Before creation came order. Before life began, chaos had to hand. God separated light from darkness, bringing clarity, structure, and peace. So it must be now. Before Gaza can be rebuilt, terror must be removed. Before peace can begin, Hamas must lay down its weapons. Israel is ready to do its part and move forward. But peace cannot live alongside terror. Every day, Hamas refuses to disarm. They drag Gaza deeper into darkness. The time for excuses is over. Hamas must disarm now, fully and completely, so that light, not darkness, shape our future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Я благодарю.
I thank the representative of Israel for his statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as a representative of the Russian Federation. We thank Deputy UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Ramiz Alakbarov. We thank him for his comprehensive report on the situation in the region. For our signature event during our presidency, we chose an open debate on the situation in the Middle East. And they take place at a remarkable moment when diplomacy has finally taken center stage, and both Palestinians and Israelis have a glimmer of hope for a lasting and sustainable ceasefire. And this is precisely what Russia and other Security Council members have been advocating for over the past 2 years amid the unfolding tragedy in Gaza. Therefore, Russia welcomes the agreement between Israel and Hamas on the cessation of hostilities in the Gaza Strip, even though many important issues for the Middle East peace process were left outside the formula and were not reflected in the final document. The established cessation of fire was largely made possible thanks to the tireless efforts of Egyptian, Qatari, Turkish, and American mediators. And we highly value these diplomatic efforts, which went on even when it seemed that all chances for an agreement had disappeared. We note the special role played in this by U.S. President Donald Trump. His personal involvement and determination to end the bloodshed in Gaza provided the necessary momentum to reach agreements. Around the world, people who follow the news from Gaza with heavy hearts received with great relief the news of the release of the last hostages held in the sector, as well as their return home in exchange for this of nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. Among the returning Israelis was also our compatriot Donbass native Maxim Harkin, whose release, along with other captives, was regularly raised by Russian diplomats during relevant regional contacts. Colleagues, 2 years of hostilities have devastated and scarred the souls of both Palestinians and Israelis. The reprehensible and condemned terrorist attacks by Hamas on October 7th and the subsequent immoral collective punishment of the Palestinian people will remain in history books as egregious examples of hatred and inhumanity and will serve as a warning for future generations. We are once again reminded that violence and hatred always breed more violence and hatred, and the path to peace lies solely through dialogue and mutual concessions, including addressing the root causes of the conflict. It is crucial that the current and still fragile ceasefire does not have the fate of the January agreements, which collapsed amid mutual accusations of violations. Unfortunately, today we observe that the danger of a similar scenario exists. For example, Palestinians accuse Israelis of regularly violating the ceasefire, while Israel is dissatisfied with Hamas's delay in handing over the bodies of deceased hostages. We urge all parties to strictly adhere to the agreement. The hostilities, which claimed the lives of tens of thousands of peaceful Palestinians, must not resume under any circumstances. We are confident that the outcome of the October 13th Summit for Peace and Sharm el-Sheikh will contribute to this. It's important that the Declaration Summit at the summit emphasizes human rights protection, guarantees of safety and dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis, and the eradication of extremism and radicalism in all of its forms, including racism, without which no society can thrive. The international community should view the ongoing suppression of the rights of Russian-speaking populations in Ukraine by the Kiev regime through the same prism. Distinguished colleagues, we note that thanks to the ceasefire in Gaza, there has been some progress in humanitarian access. According to OCHA, food and medical supplies are being restored, and UN humanitarian agencies, including UNRWA, have begun creating temporary educational spaces for displaced children. And this positive momentum must be preserved and built upon to alleviate the suffering of Gazans and restore basic services. At the same time, we must point out that restrictions on humanitarian aid delivery still persist, and humanitarian routes are not operating at full capacity. It is therefore crucial to remove the remaining barriers and act in accordance with the OCHA's 60-day humanitarian response plan. We expect that the recent visit of UN Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs Tom Fletcher to Gaza and Ramallah will help establish effective operations not only in the Strip but also on the West Bank, where instability continues, including ongoing attacks on Palestinians, and this is something that OCHA is regularly reporting on. Distinguished colleagues, the ceasefire and cessation of hostilities in Gaza are an important, a long-awaited step, but still only the first stage towards a long-term resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Avoiding a recurrence of tragedy is only possible through the resumption of the political process based on the well-known international legal framework of the two-state solution, which provides for the creation of an independent Palestinian state within the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, coexisting peacefully and securely with Israel. This goal, repeatedly affirmed by the international community, must not be overshadowed by peacekeeping efforts, or even less so, ignored in the development of action plans and roadmaps. We must also not forget the illegal construction of Israeli settlements on Palestinian territory. These plans must be revised, and the settlements already built in violation of Security Council resolutions, including resolutions 446, 452, 465, and 2334, these settlements must be dismantled. We hope that the positive momentum in the Middle East peace process will have a most beneficial impact also on other parts of the region, including Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, and ultimately will lead to a general normalization of Arab-Israeli relations. We observe with cautious optimism the ongoing indirect negotiations between West Jerusalem and Damascus. The situation along the blue line remains relatively stable, where a year ago full-scale war was raging. The example of Gaza, where the overwhelming majority of hostages was released through negotiations, should demonstrate to Israel that abandoning brute force and buffer zones in favor of dialogue and genuine consideration of neighbors' interests can yield tangible results and better ensure the safety of its own citizens and do it better than any advanced weapon systems. Russia, which consistently maintains constructive relations of trust with all countries in the region without exception, is committed to continuing its contribution to peace in the Middle East, both in its national capacity and as a permanent member of the Security Council. We are ready to work with all parties who share the goal of achieving a just, long-term and sustainable peace throughout the Middle East based on the implementation of relevant Security Council resolutions concerning the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And I resume my function as President of the Security Council, and I now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his briefing. I'd also like to pay tribute to all United Nations personnel and humanitarian workers on the ground, working to deliver aid into Gaza, and to those civilians and hostages for whom the good news has tragically come too late. Mr. President, over the past few weeks, we have witnessed a rare moment in history. After more than 2 weeks of imaginable tragedy and loss, we have a long-needed ceasefire in Gaza. The guns have fallen silent, and in that silence, the first notes of hope can finally be heard. Denmark warmly welcomes the ceasefire and expresses profound gratitude to the United States, Egypt, Qatar, and to others who, in spite of numerous setbacks, have worked relentlessly to make this deal a reality. This ceasefire offers respite and relief. When the hostages and their families, who've lived in terror and despair, can finally begin to heal. When the skies above Gaza carry not the sound of warplanes, but the laughter of children. This is the promise that peace could hold. And yet, as this day finally dawns, we cannot forget the immense suffering that lies in its wake and the long road that lies ahead. Far too many will never wake up to see this peace. Those buried under the rubble, those who fell prey to terrorists, those ensnared by starvation, or those simply caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time. This peace is also for them. It is in their memory that we must sustain it. And we must not ignore that Hamas has taken the opportunity to reimpose its campaign of terror on Gaza's population. We continue to stress that Hamas must not be allowed to play a role in the future of Gaza. Mr. President, this ceasefire is not an ending. It is a beginning, fragile but full of opportunity. Now we must act with urgency. The road towards lasting peace will not be easy, but the Security Council must shoulder its responsibility. We must spare no effort, and we trust that this Council will urgently come together to establish a mandate for an international stabilization mission. Denmark welcomes the UN plan to alleviate the suffering of civilians. We stress that the UN and other humanitarian organizations must be fully enabled to deliver the humanitarian aid that millions so desperately need, in line with the agreement on the first phase. Every corridor must be opened, every convoy protected. Aid shipments must be swiftly allowed without undue impediments. Humanitarian and health workers must be protected. We take note of ICJ's advisory opinion yesterday, which clearly establishes that Israel must not obstruct the work of the United Nations and is obliged to accept and facilitate humanitarian aid delivered by UN organizations, including UNRWA. International and local NGOs should be able to work without unnecessary restrictions. In this regard, we repeat our call on the government of Israel to provide authorization for all international NGOs' aid shipments and to unblock essential humanitarian actors from operating. Denmark stands ready with $15 million in support of humanitarian and early recovery efforts which comes on top of the approximately 153 million humanitarian aid already allocated to the Palestinian people since 2023. Our goal is clear. We must stop the insidious spread of famine. We must ensure that the sick receive the care that they so desperately need. Denmark is also prepared to further support the early recovery as well as the reconstruction of Gaza. But reconstruction is not merely about concrete and steel. It's about dignity. It's about proving to a generation that peace is not a dream, not a privilege, but a right. In deeds, not words. Mr. President, this ceasefire must not be a pause before the next tragedy, but the first step towards a lasting peace. The full implementation of the peace agreement is vital. We're on the right track, but we're not there yet. We deplore that Hamas has not been able to surrender all the bodies of the seized hostages as agreed under the framework. And we deplore that Israel is leveraging humanitarian access and as a result has capped the flow of aid into Gaza. We must not let the opportunity that this peace presents slip between our fingers. We now hold in our hands a rare opportunity to turn this moment of respite into a foundation for a just and enduring peace based on the two-state solution, Israel and Palestine living side by side in security, dignity, and peace. This, a two-state solution, is not only a pressing issue, it is a prerequisite for long-term stability across the region. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his briefing. Mr. President, our meeting today takes place at a time of great promise and opportunity for the people of Palestine. This moment, however, must be managed carefully, fully anchored in international law, and with the protection and well-being of civilians a central priority. With that said, Guyana welcomes the peace plan achieved between Israel and Hamas for ending the hostilities in Gaza and for the release of hostages taken during the 7th October attack. We commend the tireless efforts of the mediators, the United States, together with Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, and all who have contributed to making this a reality. Mr. President, 2 years of Israel's war in Gaza has wreaked havoc on the Palestinian population. Gaza itself has suffered massive destruction, with some experts estimating that the recovery could take decades and cost billions of dollars. Then there are also costs to which figures can never be attached. These include time that orphan children have eternally lost with their parents, the months of agony that the relatives and friends of hostages have endured, hoping for their safe return, and the psychosocial impacts of the war that would be felt for generations to come. But the peace plan has brought renewed hope, and we all must work to ensure its success. On this note, Mr. President, Guyana is very concerned about the violations of the ceasefire. We urge the parties to abide by the commitments made and to prioritize peace in Gaza. Mr. President, the next phases of the peace plan are extremely critical. We must eschew all ideas that do not line up with international law, that undermine the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, and that dilute the two-state solution. At the recently convened high-level international conference on the two-state solution and the general debate for the 80th session, there was a clear international consensus that the two-state solution remains the only just, comprehensive, and viable path to resolution of the Palestinian question. Guyana therefore urges that the next phases of the peace plan take this into account. We are baffled that less than 2 weeks after the Gaza peace plan was approved, Israel's parliament voted to give preliminary approval to a bill which imposes Israel's sovereignty over the occupied West Bank. We call on Israel to abandon this effort, which, if implemented, will be a violation of international law and will undermine the two-state solution. The West Bank is a critical part of the future independent state of Palestine. Mr. President, the war in Gaza reached many lows in the conduct of international relations, and I specifically wish to highlight Israel's belligerent approach to international organizations operating in the occupied Palestinian territory to meet humanitarian needs. We welcome the advisory opinion issued by the International Court of Justice yesterday, which clarifies the obligation of Israel as an occupying power to work with United Nations agencies to facilitate humanitarian aid in Gaza. We particularly welcome the specific provisions of the opinion regarding UNRWA. We call on Israel to respect the court's advisory opinion and to choose the path of compliance with international law. This is especially critical now that a massive humanitarian effort is required to scale up humanitarian interventions in the immediate term and to advance reconstruction and recovery over the long term. Mr. President, the central role of the Security Council as the UN organ with the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security must be emphasized, particularly as we contemplate the next phases of the peace plan. This includes the establishment of the temporary international stabilization force. I conclude by reaffirming Guyana's commitment to all genuine efforts aimed at achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution to the Palestinian question. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for her statement and now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov, for your briefing. Colleagues, President Trump's 20-point plan for peace offers a historic opportunity. His diplomacy brought the ceasefire in Gaza with support from around the world. It brought home 20 living hostages who spent 738 days held captive in a living hell. It offers hope for the people of Gaza. It offers hope for the Middle East to turn the page on a millennia of violence and to usher in a new age of peace and prosperity. Under President Trump's leadership, the United States has ended 8 conflicts across the globe over the course of just 8 months. And with the help of our friends in Qatar and Egypt and Turkey and the region, this most recent success may prove to be the greatest opening of them all. This historic success is cause for celebration. It's cause for determination, but it cannot be cause for complacency. As President Trump has said, the job is not done. And in that vein, Hamas must immediately return the bodies of the 13 remaining hostages, including the bodies of American citizens Itai Khin and Omer Nutra, as promised under the agreement. Their families, colleagues, their families deserve dignity. And Hamas must likewise follow through on its commitment to disarm. The president is not playing games here. And simply put, Hamas is finished in Gaza and does not have a future there. And if they do not follow through, they are in violation of the ceasefire and will face consequences, severe consequences. The future of Gaza can be one of peace and prosperity. And we also note, as has been noted here today, the extremely disturbing and bloody executions of by Hamas of the people in the streets of Gaza, in broad daylight, on camera, for the world to see. This is further evidence that Hamas is unfit to rule the Gaza Strip, cannot be trusted with the safety of the people in Gaza for a moment longer. And likewise, frankly, many nations have condemned Israel, and those nations should be embarrassed for their silence and for their hypocrisy as Hamas slays its own people. And for the global community that has been protesting and demanding peace for the Palestinian people, for the people of Gaza, where is the outrage? Where is it over these executions we've seen in recent days? Hamas is not just attacking Israelis. It's not just terrorizing hostages underground. It's not just using bodies as psychological warfare on families. They are openly killing their own people for propaganda, in addition to the human shields that they've used over the past years. And candidly, shame on the world for its silence in the wake of these executions. Well, President Trump has not been silent. He has clearly said Hamas terrorists must immediately cease these killings or face their own elimination. So when Hamas complies with the deal, the rebuilding of Gaza will be a major regional and global event. The peace agreement has already resulted in a dramatic increase in the flow of humanitarian aid to the people there, and we will continue to work to deliver aid to scale and meet Gaza's humanitarian needs, rehabilitating its infrastructure, including its hospitals, its roads, its bakeries, its water, its electricity, its sewage systems. We will continue to work with our international partners, with the United Nations, with everyone around the world to scale up the response and deliver aid to the civilians in need. But unfortunately, in the midst of this important work, as President Trump, as Vice President Vance, as Secretary Rubio and the team work tirelessly to bring peace to the region, the ICJ just issued a nakedly political, but fortunately non-binding, advisory opinion, unfairly bashing Israel and giving UNRWA a free pass for its deep entanglement with Hamas's terrorism. Colleagues, President Trump's peace agreement heralds more than the end of the war in Gaza. With God's help, it will mark the beginning of a strong, stable, and prosperous region, united in rejecting the path of violence, hatred, and terror. But in support of that vision, more broadly, the international community must urge the Iranian regime to give up on its false hope of revolution and forego its ambitions on its neighbors, to stop meddling in the politics of other countries in the region and to instead engage in direct and good faith dialogue with the United States for the benefit of the Iranian people and the security of the region. Because of tough action on Iranian proxies, we are seeing historic opportunity in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, and across the region. And in this spirit, the United States supports and has supported the reimposition of UN snapback sanctions on the Iranian regime. The regime will continue to face consequences as long as it does not leave its path of destruction. Colleagues, we must continue to press Iran to do what's right for its people and what's best for international peace and regional security. With President Trump's plan, we are closer than ever to realizing the Middle East that generations have dreamt of, a region of peace, prosperity, harmony, opportunity, innovation, achievement. The more we are talking about infrastructure, about rail, about data centers, about AI, the less we will be talking about these historic animosities. And along those lines, we look forward to more countries in the region joining the Abraham Accords. We look forward to a future that can realize this dream. Thank you, colleagues.
I thank the representative of the United States for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his briefing today. Colleagues, for 2 years, the world has witnessed the terrible human cost of the Hamas terrorist attacks of 7 October and the disastrous conflict in Gaza that has claimed so many lives. We are now at an important moment of hope, thanks to President Trump's ceasefire deal. We have witnessed, with immense relief, released hostages being reunited with their families after an unimaginable ordeal. More humanitarian aid is now entering Gaza, and the ceasefire provides an opportunity for the Palestinian people to begin to build a better future, free from conflict. We commend President Trump and his team for their efforts in reaching this historic moment. We are grateful to Qatar, Turkey, and Egypt for the specific roles they have played. And we also recognise the contributions of many other countries from the region and beyond, including France and Saudi Arabia, for leading work on the New York Declaration, which have been instrumental in getting us to this point. There is much more work to be done. We call on both parties to uphold their commitments under the deal and avoid escalations that risk undermining it. We call on Hamas to cease violence. They must locate and hand over the final 13 hostages, fully sharing the information they have with the mediators and the ICRC to help locate their remains. We also call on Israel to ensure restrictions on aid are permanently lifted to allow the unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance at scale. This includes supporting the UN humanitarian effort, opening all crossings to both humanitarian and commercial goods, and ensuring international NGOs can operate without obstruction. As we have consistently stated, all parties must comply with their obligations under international law. The International Court of Justice delivered an important advisory opinion yesterday on Israel's obligations in this regard. We welcome its clear findings that Israel has an obligation under international humanitarian law to ensure the provision of aid in Gaza, and that UNRWA has a critical role in delivering the humanitarian response. We will continue to consider the full detail of the opinion carefully. President, we must now build on the momentum of the ceasefire. We need urgent work to develop transitional security arrangements, including an international stabilization force. And we need to support the reform program for the Palestinian Authority as it builds the Palestinian state. This should comprise Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, based on 1967 lines, with land swaps agreed as part of a negotiated, peaceful settlement. The United Kingdom is playing our part, for example, through humanitarian assistance, a deployment of staff to the US-led Civil Military Coordination Centre, and by working with Egypt and others to mobilise private sector investment for Gaza's reconstruction. Finally, while the eyes of the world are focused on Gaza, we must not forget what is happening in the West Bank. Once again, we condemn attacks by extremist, violent settlers on Palestinian farmers in the West Bank during the olive harvest. We call on Israel to take action to stop this violence, end settlement, expansion, and lift its financial restrictions which risk economic collapse in the West Bank. Colleagues, we are at a historic crossroads. The way forward will not be easy. It will require courageous leadership on all sides and steadfast support from those of us in this room. But if we seize the moment, we have a chance to end the cycle of violence and achieve lasting peace for Israelis, Palestinians, and the region. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you for convening this important and timely debate. We also thank Deputy Special Coordinator Ramiz Alakbarov for his comprehensive briefing. After the catastrophic consequences of the recent two-year war and the unimaginable humanitarian crisis in Gaza, marked by the killing of more than 68,000 innocent Palestinians, most of them women and children, along with widespread starvation, devastation, and displacement, hope has emerged with the signing of the peace agreement at the Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit. Pakistan welcomes the peace efforts led by President Trump and commends the crucial role played by the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, and the United States in facilitating the negotiations. We sincerely hope these efforts will yield sustainable results, including a permanent cessation of hostilities and a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace. Mr. President, the ceasefire, the release of hostages and Palestinian prisoners, and the restoration of humanitarian flows are welcome steps. Yet, the situation remains fragile. We condemn Israel's continuing attacks in Gaza, resulting in loss of numerous civilian lives. Such actions are contrary to the letter and spirit of the agreement signed in Sharm el-Sheikh. The peace efforts must not be derailed. Lasting stability cannot be achieved through continued occupation and oppression. Pakistan also condemns the Israeli Knesset's preliminary approval of two draft laws aimed at imposing Israeli sovereignty over the occupied West Bank and an illegal settlement, in blatant violation of the historical rights of the Palestinian people, international law, and relevant UN resolutions. Mr. President, Pakistan was a participant of the diplomatic efforts that began on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly's 80th session in New York last month, with a meeting of President Donald Trump with 8 Arab Islamic leaders. In a joint statement, Pakistan, together with the foreign ministers of those Arab and Islamic countries, Egypt, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Indonesia, and Turkey, welcomed the announcement by President Trump regarding his peace proposal. We reaffirmed our joint commitment to work with the US to end the war in Gaza through a comprehensive deal that ensures unrestricted delivery of sufficient humanitarian aid, prevents the displacement of Palestinians, the release of hostages, a security mechanism that guarantees the security of all sides, full Israeli withdrawal, reconstruction of Gaza, and a path for a just peace on the basis of the two-state solution, under which Gaza is fully integrated with the West Bank in a unified Palestinian state, in accordance with international law as key to achieving regional stability and security. Mr. President, the International Conference on the Two-State Solution, co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France, was an important endeavor to advance the long overdue realization of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and statehood. The conference and the peace efforts led by President Trump complement each other and should serve as a foundation for implementing the various commitments and realization of a sovereign Palestinian state. The following steps are essential. First, full implementation of the ceasefire, ensuring a permanent cessation of hostilities, Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, unrestricted humanitarian access, and a comprehensive reconstruction plan. Second, accountability for the grave atrocity crimes committed in Gaza. Third, an end to Israeli illegal actions in the West Bank, including forced displacements, illegal settlements, and annexations. The legal and historical status of Al-Haram al-Sharif and Al-Aqsa Mosque must be upheld. Fourth, the unhindered functioning of UNRWA, whose role is indispensable in providing life-saving assistance. As reaffirmed by the ICJ in its advisory opinion yesterday, Israel is under obligation to facilitate relief provided by the UN and its entities, particularly UNRWA. Lastly, the launch of a credible, time-bound political process consistent with international legitimacy and relevant UN resolutions to establish an independent, sovereign, and contiguous state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Mr. President, looking ahead, the roles of the UN, the Palestinian Authority, and the Palestinian people will be vital to ensuring legitimate governance, reconstruction, and institution building in Gaza. The role of the Security Council will also be critical and indispensable for the next phases of the peace plan, including for designing and mandating the deployment of an international stabilization force to fulfill the tasks envisaged for it in the peace plan. Pakistan will continue to work with all partners to advance these shared objectives and to help restore peace, justice, and dignity to the Palestinian people. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Panama. Thank you very much, President. Panama is grateful to the Russian Federation for convening and chairing this quarterly open debate on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. We also acknowledge the detailed report of Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov, Deputy Special Coordinator for the Peace Process of the Middle East, Resident Coordinator for Humanitarian Affairs of the United Nations. 748 days have elapsed since that cruel 7th of October 2023. The attacks perpetrated by Hamas on that day and the wave of violence have to date caused more than 1,900 deaths in Israel. In the weeks and months that followed, the military response in Gaza, unleashed by Israel, has left a devastating toll of over 68,000 Palestinians dead and approximately 170,000 wounded. Mr. President, Panama pays tribute to all people who have lost their lives in this war and the survivors who have the difficult task of rebuilding. Out of respect for their memory and sacrifice, the minimum that we must do is support and maintain the ceasefire achieved under the leadership of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, as well as with the help of Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey. We applaud this advance, even though it is fragile. But it's not an end in itself. It is a starting point to ease the suffering of the Palestinian population in Gaza, free the living hostages, and begin the dignified return of those deceased, and as well as opening the path for peace and human dignity. Panama urges Israel and Hamas to uphold and comply fully with what was agreed at the negotiating table. Peace will not come by itself. It is built with political will, with difficult decisions and concessions often, and with mechanisms and actions that generate trust. No political calculations justifies prolonging suffering, and choosing life must be chosen over any other priority and narrow interest. The savagery that we have seen in this war has no place in the future of Israelis and Palestinians. There is no national project or legitimate cause that is built on terror, hatred, or the dehumanization of the other. Silencing the guns must be converted into a commitment to humanity, opening corridors that are vital for humanitarian assistance, protecting those who distribute this assistance and save lives, allow families to reunite peacefully and in security, allow schools to return to being schools and hospitals to hospitals rather than war zones. On this path, the support and assistance of the United Nations system is essential to contribute to the reconstruction of Gaza. We reaffirm our wholehearted support to the work that is being done in spite of the limitations by UNRWA, OCHA, UNICEF, WHO, WFP, and other agencies, as well as the International Committee of the Red Cross and its partners, to guarantee the effectiveness of the flow of vital humanitarian assistance. Their work is neutral, impartial, and independent, and has no substitute. Mr. President, Panama reiterates its concern over the sustained worsening of the situation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Since October of 2023, almost 1,000 Palestinians have died, over 3,500 buildings have been destroyed, and over 3,000 people have been displaced. New and extended restrictions on access and movement isolate entire communities, while violence, vandalism, including sabotage of water supply infrastructure, seek to make everyday existence of thousands of people unlivable. This reality does not contribute to security. Quite to the contrary, it undermines any possibility of peace. It is not possible. We cannot allow the West Bank to become another theater of war, as happened in Gaza. This is why we request that the violence cease and that actions on the ground that overtly contradict international law and the resolutions of this Council cease. They only move further away the possibility of a sustainable political solution. Panama reiterates that there is no military solution to this conflict. Decades of war and death have not produced or will produce security and even less peace. Insisting on the military solution is insisting on failure. The only way forward is a serious, comprehensive, and sustained political process based on international law and the resolutions of this Council, with verifiable guarantees for both parties, and that as a result of the diplomatic negotiations will ensure that Israelis and Palestinians can live in security and dignity in two states with mutually recognizable and internationally agreed borders. Mr. President, a just, dignified, and sustainable peace between Israelis and Palestinians can have an immediate stabilizing impact on the entire region. In Lebanon, it would reduce the risk of clashes along the blue lines and facilitate the full implementation of resolutions 1559 and 1701, strengthening the authority of the Lebanese state and facilitating the work of UNIFIL, whose work we support. In Syria, it could ease cross-border tensions and improve conditions of the Syrian political process. We also acknowledge the effort and dedication of the Special Envoy Geert Pedersen for his 7 years dedicated to contribute to the construction of an inclusive political process in Syria. And in the Red Sea, it would contribute to diminishing the volatility that is affecting the freedom of navigation and supply chains for the benefit of the entire region, including the situation in Yemen. Preventing a further escalation of regional escalation requires complying with international law, respecting sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of all states, containing armed non-state actors, and sustaining mechanisms of verification and coordination on the ground. That is the regional dividend that we should strive for urgently. Panama will assist and support all serious initiatives that bolsters a just, dignified, and sustainable peace in conformity with international law and the resolutions of this Council. Thank you very much. I thank the representative of Panama for his statement, and I give the floor to Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his briefing. Slovenia welcomes the implementation of the first phase of the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict. We appreciate the efforts of Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, and the United States. Slovenia champions a strong role of this Council in supporting the implementation process. We would also like to commend the pivotal role of the ICRC. We are deeply concerned over the attempts to violate the ceasefire in Gaza, including violence and extrajudicial executions by Hamas, arms smuggling, delays in the opening of crossings, and an escalation after attacks near Rafah. We call on the parties to fully respect the ceasefire. While the yellow line internally dividing Gaza should remain as short-lived as possible, arrangements for disarmament of Hamas and the setting up of international stabilization forces should proceed swiftly. Slovenia also remains profoundly concerned about the situation in the West Bank, including the discussions regarding annexation of the West Bank and the continuation of the Iron Wall operation. We call for de-escalation. We are appalled by the violence and the high number of killings, injuries, infrastructure damages, and displacement, as well as settler attacks in the context of the olive harvest season. Colleagues, the ultimate goal of our efforts in the Middle East must be the two-state solution. In that sense, we strongly believe that visions provided by the President Trump's plan, the New York Declaration, and the Arab Plan for Reconstruction of Gaza should be complementary. We must ensure efforts of the international community are equally complementary. It is therefore important to strengthen the Palestinian Authority with the view of reforming and ensuring their governance in Gaza, as well as the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Each country sitting at this table today has its own set of experiences and knowledge. While Slovenia has been consistent in our support to Palestinian people, to Palestinian Authority, and to UNRWA, we are willing to step up also with lessons learned from recent history of our region. The United Nations has a vast experience of establishing international interim administration in territories recovering from conflict. Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina can serve as an inspiration for plans how to put up a civilian administration in Gaza, even if not directly coordinated by the United Nations. Mr. President, we welcome the 60-day humanitarian plan presented by the UN. Humanitarian needs in Gaza continue being tremendously high, and we continue calling for sustained, unimpeded, and at-scale aid and fuel delivery across the Strip. Safe operating space for humanitarian actors, including international NGOs, must include protection of aid workers operating on the ground, as well as the registration process based on humanitarian principles. We further call for restoration of infrastructure and opening of crossings to eliminate the persistent threat of famine, and for medical evacuations and returns. Medical needs in Gaza are enormous. Doctors and medical workers should be allowed to work unimpeded and without fear. We appeal to Israel to release from arbitrary detention the remaining medical staff from Gaza, including Dr. Abu Safia of Kamal Adwan Hospital. Gaza must also be free and safe space for journalists to work in. Mr. President, the road to healing is long and will likely be paved with fragile peace. It is our collective responsibility to nurture this fragile peace in becoming a just and lasting one. It must be firmly anchored in international law, which includes ensuring accountability of all parties for their actions. In this regard, Slovenia welcomes the work of the International Court of Justice in issuing the latest advisory opinion just yesterday. We underline that the advisory opinion, as an authoritative judicial decision with great legal weight and moral authority, must be studied carefully in order to give full effect to the interpretation of international law as provided by the court. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for your statement, and I give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, President. I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for the briefing. The conflict in Gaza dragged on for 2 years and caused unprecedented civilian casualties and a humanitarian catastrophe. Recently, the first phase of the ceasefire agreement has finally been reached. The fighting in Gaza ceased. The hostages and persons held captive were released and returned home, and humanitarian supplies entered Gaza. China welcomes this. The progress so far is only the first step in restoring lasting peace. The international community should step up its efforts, build greater consensus, and take more proactive actions. First, a lasting ceasefire must be achieved in Gaza. Once a ceasefire is realized, there must be no new hostilities. The current ceasefire should become the basis for a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire. Yet disturbingly, violations of the agreement are still taking place, leading to casualties of innocent civilians. The bloody conflict in Gaza has time and again warned us that dialogue and negotiation are the only way out of problems, while violence for violence will only lead to a vicious cycle. China calls upon all parties concerned to fully abide by the requirements of the ceasefire agreement, work to achieve a truly comprehensive and lasting ceasefire, and ensure that Gaza will regain security and stability. Second, the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza must be alleviated without delay. Under 2 years of siege and blockade, the people in Gaza have undergone unspeakable suffering. Despite some resumption of humanitarian assistance at present, many obstacles persist, and the urgent humanitarian needs are far from alleviated. Yesterday, the ICJ has issued its advisory opinion, making it clear that Israel has an obligation to cooperate with UNRWA and other agencies in delivering humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Israel must fulfill its obligations under international humanitarian law as the occupying power, open all border crossings, guarantee the large-scale entry of humanitarian supplies into Gaza and their safe and orderly distribution, and lift restrictions on aid operations by UNRWA and other humanitarian agencies. Third, the post-conflict arrangement for Gaza must be advanced in a proper manner. Gaza is the homeland of the Palestinian people, not a bargaining chip in international politics. Any arrangement on the future of Gaza must adhere to the consensus on Palestinians governing Palestine already reached by the international community and respect the will of the Palestinian people. After 2 years of indiscriminate bombings, Gaza is devastated and inhospitable. It is imperative to start reconstruction and restore livelihoods as soon as possible. We welcome efforts by Egypt and other countries of the region to promote Gaza's reconstruction. The international community should provide positive support and help for Gaza's reconstruction. Fourth, the political prospects of the two-state solution must be revitalized. Implementing the two-state solution is the only way out for the Palestinian question. It has no alternative and must not be denied. Only when an independent state of Palestine is established and when the legitimate national rights are realized will historical injustices and the root cause of violence be eliminated and will lasting peaceful coexistence between Palestine and Israel be achieved. Israel must stop its settlement activities in the West Bank and stop undermining the foundation for governance by the Palestinian Authority. The international community should pull efforts, jointly reject unilateral actions that jeopardize the basis of the two-state solution, and support Palestine's independent statehood and full membership at the UN at an early date. President, the Security Council bears the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, and should play a positive role in upholding peace and stability in Gaza. China stands ready to work with the international community in the tireless efforts to promote a comprehensive and lasting ceasefire, alleviate the humanitarian catastrophe, implement the two-state solution, and ultimately achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution to the question of Palestine. I thank you, President.
Я благодарю представителя Китая.
I thank China for your statement, and then I give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Alakbarov, Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, and Resident Humanitarian Coordinator for his comprehensive and sobering briefing. We are deeply indebted to the leadership and the tireless efforts of all United Nations and humanitarian personnel working under the most challenging circumstances in Gaza and the West Bank. Their unwavering courage, professionalism, and commitment have been a beacon of hope in the face of adversity. Mr. President, the agreed ceasefire brings much needed relief from active hostilities and silences the guns. But the profound suffering endured by affected communities continues. The devastation of the conflict is staggering. Over 65,000 lives have been lost, primarily women and children, while millions have been displaced. Basic infrastructure lies in ruins, and entire communities are traumatized by the violence and loss they have endured. Over 90% of homes in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. The extent of destruction to property and infrastructure is almost unimaginable, leaving most families without basic services or even a place to return to. It would take decades, if not more, to fully repair and inhabit again.
The situation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is equally alarming. This year has witnessed a significant increase in Israeli military operations, resulting in the loss of numerous Palestinian lives and injuries. Thousands of structures and essential infrastructures have been demolished, often justified as security operations. Tens of thousands have been displaced from their homes, with refugee camps like Jenin, Nur Shams, and Tulkarum bearing the brunt of devastating destruction. Simultaneously, there have been a notable rise in the settler violence, accompanied by further settlement expansion. These developments not only violate international law, but also diminish the prospect of the two-state solution. Mr. President, the road ahead is arduous and long, and the international community must rise to this challenge with urgency, unity, and a clear vision. In that context, I would like to propose the following. First, consolidating and safeguarding the ceasefire must remain a priority. Somalia commends the mediation efforts by the United States, Egypt, Turkey, and Qatar, which have been instrumental in achieving the current cessation of hostilities. This should not be only a matter of restraint. It requires robust international monitoring and accountability mechanism under UN auspices in order to support trust and adherence to the ceasefire. Second, humanitarian access must be ensured and expanded without a delay. We welcome the recent ICJ advisory opinion that Israel, as the occupying power, has obligation to uphold international humanitarian law. UN agencies, particularly UNRWA, WFP, and UNICEF, continue to face significant challenges, including delays at crossings, underfunding, and threat to their personnel. The unimpeded delivery of essential supplies such as food, medicine, and fuel to those in need should be treated as a legal and moral obligation, not as a concession. Third, a comprehensive reconstruction plan must be launched urgently. The unprecedented scale of destruction necessitates a coordinated and well-resourced approach led by the United Nations and supported by regional and international partners. Essential services, including water, electricity, healthcare, and education, must be restored promptly. Homes and livelihood must be rebuilt. The voices and needs of those most affected, particularly women and children, must guide our efforts, ensuring that dignity and hope are restored alongside physical infrastructure. Fourth and last point, there is a clear need to revitalize a credible political process. Somalia has taken note of the recent U.S. peace plan and encourages all parties to engage in a constructive, inclusive dialogue that respects international law and United Nations resolutions. Addressing fundamental issues such as the long-standing occupation and ongoing settlement activities and collective punishment remains essential for achieving a just and lasting peace. To conclude, Mr. President, we reaffirm our unwavering solidarity with the Palestinian people in their pursuit of freedom, dignity, and justice. This truce must not be a mere pause in violence, but the beginning of a sustained effort to heal, rebuild, and chart a course toward lasting security and hope for all. Somalia reiterates its steadfast support for the realization of an independent and sovereign state of Palestine with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital in accordance with international law and relevant United Nations resolutions. Our delegation stands ready to work with the international community to ensure that this opportunity is not lost and that peace in the occupied Palestinian territory and the wider regions becomes not just a possibility, but a reality. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Somalia for your statement, and I give the floor to Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank the Russian Federation Presidency for elevating this meeting into a signature event. Mr. President, I thank the Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov, for his important briefing. I welcome the participation of the representatives of the State of Palestine, the State of Israel, and other delegations in this meeting. At the outset, we note that while aspects of the regional situation in the Middle East show signs of improvement, conditions remain highly volatile. In Yemen, Houthi attacks on shipping and Israeli targets have prompted retaliatory strikes, heightening fears of a broader Red Sea and Gulf escalation. In Lebanon, a fragile truce faces pressure amid airstrikes and displacement, against a background of political and economic fragility. Nonetheless, recent steps to reinvigorate inter-Lebanese dialogue and sustain core governance functions warrant recognition and support. In Syria, continuing hostilities in the north, coupled with protracted economic distress and grave human rights concerns, continue to impede prospect for durable stabilization. Nevertheless, the vision outlined by President Ahmed al-Shara in his address to the General Assembly in September of a new Syria anchored in peace, prosperity, and development, and underpinned by commitments to reform, national dialogue, and justice, together with ongoing political engagement and localized understanding, merit support. The present circumstances offer openings for confidence building and progress towards peace that should be carefully nurtured. Mr. President, against this backdrop, as we reflect on the development in the past weeks regarding the conflict in the Gaza Strip, especially the signing of the ceasefire agreement, we remain optimistic that despite the uncertainties, sustainable peace is possible. The bold leadership and political commitment demonstrated by the international community are undoubtedly contributing to the transformation of the region, thus providing relief and hope to Israeli and Palestinian civilians. For 2 years, following the heinous attack of 7th October 2023, which killed approximately 1,200 people in Israel, violence and devastation engulfed the region. In Gaza, the cumulative toll has been catastrophic, with more than 67,000 Palestinians reportedly killed as of early October 2025, amid widespread destruction and acute humanitarian need. These figures underline the human cost of this conflict and the urgency of consolidating the fragile cessation of hostilities now in place. In recent days, we have seen resilience and a measure of hope. Starved and traumatized civilians have begun to move back towards areas they once called home, now mountains of rubble and despair, seeking to establish a semblance of life and dignity. United Nations updates report significant internal movement within Gaza since the truce took effect, underscoring the imperative to provide safe access, essential services, and protection for returning civilians. In light of the foregoing, and at this critical juncture, with the promising prospect of achieving a lasting ceasefire and peace, Sierra Leone would like to make the following 4 points. Firstly, we welcome the agreement between Israel and Hamas following indirect talks mediated by Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, and the United States, and note with relief the release of all 20 remaining living Israeli hostages, alongside the release of over 1,800 Palestinian detainees, in line with initial terms of the truce. We commend the tireless efforts of the mediators and the humanitarian actors, including the ICRC, in facilitating these outcomes. The current truce, though fragile, must be leveraged to faithfully implement Phase 1 of the agreement, upholding the cessation of hostilities, ensuring the full, safe, and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance, and enabling freedom of movement for civilians and humanitarian workers. We accordingly denounce the incident reported on 19th October 2025 that violated the ceasefire and resulted in additional civilian casualties. All parties must refrain from any provocation or violation that could derail progress or imperil civilians. Phase 2 negotiations should commence in good faith without delay, with clear timelines and monitoring to build confidence. Outstanding concerns must be addressed to consolidate calm across Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Secondly, humanitarian access and recovery must also be scaled up decisively. Unrestricted entry of aid through all viable crossings, restoration of essential services, protection of medical evacuations, including to the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and support for education, shelter, and livelihood are urgent priorities. In this regard, we welcome the International Court of Justice advisory opinion issued on 22nd October, stating that Israel has a legal obligation to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza, specifically by facilitating the work of UN agencies, including UNRWA. UN entities and partners, notable UNRWA, required unimpeded operational space and adequate, predictable resources. The ban on UNRWA must be lifted and educational materials permitted so that UNRWA and the Palestinian Authority can reopen schools and temporary learning spaces for all school-aged children. A priority should be the reopening of the medical corridor to the West Bank and East Jerusalem, with guarantees of return for treated patients and caregivers. The ceasefire must evolve into a pathway that guarantees healing, reconciliation, trust, justice, and reconstruction. In this regard, we call upon relevant actors, including UN member states, regional organizations, and the international financial institutions to mobilize momentum and resources for the reconstruction of Gaza. Thirdly, Sierra Leone reiterates that a just and lasting peace is only achievable through a two-state solution, with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. The International Court of Justice advisory opinion, including of 19th July 2024, provides important legal contours relevant to ending the conflict and ensuring respect for international law. The New York Declaration on the Peaceful Settlement of the Question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, overwhelmingly endorsed by the General Assembly on 12 September 2025, offers a political framework to advance that vision. We further take note of the recent political initiatives, including President Trump's comprehensive peace plan and the Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit, and other proposals as input for future dialogue, while underscoring that the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and statehood must remain central to all engagement. Peace in Gaza must be matched by stability in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, where tensions have heightened since 21st January 2025 due to Israel's Operation Iron Wall, with a focus on counterterrorism measures. This operation, coupled with settler violence, demolitions, and seizures of Palestinian-owned properties, together with severe movement and access restrictions, have hampered civilians and impeded humanitarian work. These dynamics must be addressed to prevent further deterioration and to maintain the viability of a negotiated two-state solution. We are concerned by reports that the bill applying Israel's domestic law to the occupied West Bank, an act equal to formal annexation of Palestinian territory, has received preliminary approval in the Knesset. While this may be the first of 4 required readings before it becomes law, such a step undermines efforts to build confidence, sustain the ceasefire, and preserve a credible path towards a just and lasting peace. For the avoidance of doubt, the occupation remains illegal under international law, and any measure that seeks to alter the demographic, legal, or territorial status of occupied Palestinian territory are equally without legal validity and constitute a clear violation of international law and relevant UN resolutions. Fourthly and finally, decisions about Palestine must include Palestinians, their institutions, leadership, and civil society in ways that ensure ownership, legitimacy, and consent. No durable settlement can be achieved without the full and meaningful participation of the Palestinian people in shaping their future. In closing, Mr. President, this Council should continue to support the parties and the mediators to ensure the full implementation of all phases of the agreement, uphold international law, and advance accountability for violations against civilians. A detailed briefing to the Council on the agreement's implementation will assist in sustaining focus and ensuring compliance. Sierra Leone will continue to support efforts in the Council to sustain the present calm, relieve humanitarian suffering, and help lay the groundwork for comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for his statement. Now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his comprehensive briefing. Mr. President, the Republic of Korea welcomes the release of hostages in Gaza, as well as the implementation of the ceasefire earlier this month, and commend the enormous efforts by mediating countries, the US, Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey. We also appreciate the efforts made by President Trump to promote peace in the Middle East, as shown in the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and the Trump Declaration for Enduring Peace Prosperity. 10 days ago, the entire world witnessed what political will can bring about. All 20 living hostages who have been brutally held by Hamas for 2 years were finally reunited with their beloved ones, including those who briefed the Security Council in this chamber. The hard-won ceasefire could also bring a long-awaited respite to Palestinians in Gaza. Many of them could finally return to where their homes once stood, as elevated levels of humanitarian aid began to flow based on UN system. The Republic of Korea strongly believes that this achievement must serve as the starting point to rebuild peace and stability in the region. We urge the parties to this conflict in Gaza to strictly abide by the agreement and faithfully engage in the negotiations to achieve the second phase of the ceasefire. Reiterating our clear condemnation of the terrorist attack by Hamas 2 years ago, we reaffirm our belief that, in accordance with the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict, as well as the New York Declaration, Hamas must not serve any role in future governance of Gaza and must lay down its weapons. We also urge Hamas to exert all efforts to locate and return the bodies of the deceased hostages. And also Israel must also comply with its commitment, including complete suspension of all military operations, full entry of humanitarian aid through all available routes, and withdrawal to agreed lines. At the same time, the humanitarian work of UN agencies, including UNRWA, must be ensured as detailed in the recent ICJ advisory opinion. In this regard, the Republic of Korea expresses its grave concern over the incident on Sunday relating to the deadly airstrikes by IDF in Rafah, responding to attacks against it, and also gravely concerned about the public execution carried out by Hamas in Gaza. We again call on both parties to abide by a ceasefire agreement. To this end, as a member of the Security Council, the Republic of Korea would like to express its willingness to actively participate in any Council discussions to support the ceasefire and relevant arrangement, including the deployment of the International Stabilization Force based on the comprehensive plan. Mr. President, for the last 2 years, we witnessed a dangerous circle of escalation and violence sweeping across the region. Thus, we must seize this important moment to end the vicious circle of regional strife and open a path toward genuine peace and security. We believe that the two-state solution is the only possible way to ensure peace, stability, and dignity for all in the Middle East. In this respect, we stressed our firm position that establishment of settlement in occupied Palestinian territory has no legal validity and constitutes constitutes a flagrant violation under the international law. We call on Israel to cease all settlement activities and demolition of the Palestinian homes, and to take measures to punish the unjustifiable violence by settlers, including those targeting Palestinians participating in annual West Bank olive harvest. The Palestinian Authority should also do more to carry out its reform, and Israel must fulfill its obligation with regard to its relation with PA, including the transfer of the tax revenues. Mr. President, the horrific terrorist attack by Hamas in October 2023 ended up only deepening the unfathomable suffering of Palestinians and compounding the agony of both Israeli and Palestinians. The mass military response by Israel over the last 2 years, according to OCHA, is resulted to killing of more than 68,000 people in Gaza, including more than 20,000 children and more than 10,000 women, also show that military solution can never achieve sustainable peace. So we hope that through this catastrophic experience, all actors in the region can finally realize the indispensable value of coexistence and peace. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for a statement, and now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, I wish to thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his thoughtful and informative briefing. 2 years after enduring relentless bombardment, carnage, starvation, and the threat of ethnic cleansing and genocide, the Palestinian people in Gaza are beginning at last, to glimpse a moment of relief. It is a fragile moment, yet it carries within it a seed of hope. Hope for a life lived in dignity. Hope for a future built on justice. Hope for the realization of their legitimate right to statehood. In this regard, we welcome the tireless effort of the mediators, the United States, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, whose dedication helped bring about the ceasefire, release of the hostages, and exchange of Palestinian prisoners. We express our support for their continuing effort to preserve ceasefire and to ensure that humanitarian assistance reach every corner of Gaza without delay, without obstruction. We call on all parties to honor their commitments to maintain the ceasefire and to guarantee unhindered humanitarian access with the participation of credible humanitarian actors, including UNRWA, that is pivotal for the UN action. In this regard, we recall also the obligation of Israel, the occupying power, as reaffirmed in the advisory opinion issued yesterday by the International Court of Justice. Gazans need respite. They need time to heal. They need to rebuild their homes. They need to reopen their schools. They need to restore the rhythm of ordinary life. There, the scale of destruction is beyond imagination. The social and human toll is immense. Hundreds of thousands displaced, families shattered, children without classrooms, and unemployment at unprecedented levels. The reconstruction of Gaza must therefore become a collective mission. It requires the full mobilization of the international community, guided by solidarity, compassion, and vision of justice. Algeria will take its share in this endeavor, but rebuilding Gaza must not end with bricks and concrete. It must open a political horizon, a path leading toward a just and lasting peace, embodied in the establishment of an independent, sovereign state of Palestine. Palestinian cannot continue to be overlooked or simply ignored. Mr. President, while attention is rightfully focused on Gaza, we cannot overlook the alarming development in the West Bank. Yesterday's vote in the Israeli Knesset to advance bill aimed at annexing the West Bank exposes once again, the colonial nature of the occupation. It represents a blatant attempt to legitimize settlements in flagrant violation of international law and also of relevant Security Council resolution. We strongly condemn these actions and call upon the international community, and in particularly this Council, to uphold its responsibility to safeguard the prospect for a just and viable two-state solution. Continuing settlement expansion, settler violence, and annexation measures are gravely endangering peace efforts and undermining the very basis of a future Palestinian state. These acts stand in defiance of international law and against the resolve of the global community, which are clearly reaffirmed its support for Palestinian statehood through an ever-growing wave of recognition. Mr. President, what is now required is the launch of a serious, credible, and time-bound peace process, one that leads without ambiguity, without delay, to the realization of the state of Palestine, returning to the status quo before October 7 is not acceptable. Returning to the blockade is not acceptable. Returning to the denial of Palestinian rights is not acceptable. Impunity and disregard for international law are not acceptable. Justice, freedom, peace, and dignity for the Palestinian people are not only necessary, they are inevitable. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for his statement, and I'll give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov, for your briefing. At long last, a ceasefire is now in place in Gaza, and the hostages are now free. Under President Trump's leadership and with tremendous international engagement, the participation of the Greek Prime Minister in the Peace Summit in Egypt demonstrates Greece's important commitment in the day after developments. A positive momentum now exists in Gaza. The world's gaze is now upon the full implementation of the peace plan. We call on all parties to fulfill their commitments, allowing for the establishment of a lasting ceasefire and the return of the remains of the hostages. This should pave the way to a comprehensive political process. The international community should ensure the Palestinians have full ownership in all aspects of the agreement, be it recovery, reconstruction, and governance. Meanwhile, the UN and its humanitarian partners must continue to scale up their operations on the ground, as outlined in their 60-day plan. Additional food parcels are being distributed and additional bakeries are now functional. However, far greater volumes are needed. We therefore call for the full, safe, and unimpeded flow of humanitarian aid and supplies into Gaza, as well as the restoration of full access to potable water and electricity for the civilian population. In this regard, we look forward to the reopening of the Rafah border crossing, which can greatly facilitate the inflow of humanitarian aid at scale across the Strip. The role of the UN and its agencies remains crucial and irreplaceable, as confirmed by the advisory opinion of the ICJ issued yesterday. Notably, the role of UNRWA, toward which Greece has consistently contributed and has recently increased its contribution as it advances along the implementation of the Colonna recommendations. Similarly, we support initiatives such as the Cyprus-led Almathea Maritime Humanitarian Corridor. They can effectively contribute to the direct delivery of humanitarian aid complementing land routes. Greece stands ready to contribute to the reconstruction of Gaza and the flow of humanitarian aid, as was stated by our foreign minister during his meeting with his Palestinian counterpart in Athens. At the same time, incidents over the past weekend have demonstrated that the ceasefire is fragile. Diplomacy has delivered. It is now up to the parties to uphold their obligations and demonstrate caution and restraint. The envisaged US-led International Stabilization Force provides for a promising prospect in support of peace. As the custodian of international peace and security, this Council is the appropriate body to mandate this force. Greece will engage constructively in relevant consultations on the next steps. President, the time has come to forge a path towards lasting peace and security based on the two-state solution. The international community reaffirmed its overwhelming support for the two-state solution at the high-level conference co-chaired by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia last month. Our sight is now fixed on the activation of the peace plan's second phase, one which can establish sustainable peace and prosperity in the region. We rejoiced at the sight of freed Israeli hostages embracing their loved ones. We now expect Hamas to comply fully with the terms of the agreement and proceed with the immediate return of all the deceased adhering to the terms. Under the peace plan, Hamas is given a chance to decommission the weapons and leave Gaza. The recent appalling footage of brutal public executions committed by Hamas, as well as the skirmishes against rival factions in Gaza, make the issue of Hamas disarmament most imperative. It can have no role, direct or indirect, in the governance of Gaza. A viable alternative to its devastating rule in Gaza is sorely needed. A reformed and empowered Palestinian Authority, which Greece fully supports, is an indispensable and credible partner for peace. President, despite these developments, we cannot deviate our attention from the West Bank. According to the UN Human Rights Office, there is a clear increase of severe attacks by armed extremist settlers in the West Bank, 2 weeks into the start of the 2025 harvest. Settlement expansion and settler violence, including against Christian communities, are causes for grave concern. We thus reiterate our call for the preservation of the status quo of the holy sites in the old city of Jerusalem. We further stress that announcements on the construction of additional settlements which undermine the two-state solution must be reversed. In conclusion, President, the Middle East, a region vibrant in its diversity and rich in its history, seems to be turning a new page. This Council needs to uphold its role and responsibility in seeing that regional peace is established, so that the peoples of the region may finally enjoy a future of stability, dignity, and hope. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, first of all, I would like to thank the Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov. I thank him for his briefing, and we welcome the presence of the representative of Israel, Palestine, Senegal, and Kazakhstan here with us. The past month was marked by both the painful memory of the second anniversary of the October 7th terrorist attacks with devastating effects they brought in its wake, and by the hope that was sparked by the signing of historic peace agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh. This agreement, which was made possible through the tireless efforts of the United States, Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, is a crucial step towards peace. It opens the prospect of a permanent ceasefire, the release of all hostages, and immediate and unhindered humanitarian access. It creates the conditions for peace and for the implementation of the two-state solution. Both parties must now seize this historic opportunity, and France calls on them to fully implement the commitments that they undertook, with two requirements here. Hamas must promptly, without delay, return the remains of Israeli hostages in Gaza and stop its armed action, starting with the summary executions that France has strongly denounced. Israel must immediately allow and scaled-up entry of humanitarian aid through the United Nations and international NGOs. We call on Israel to comply with its obligations as they were reiterated by the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion issued on the 22nd of October. Mr. President, in order to transform the ceasefire into lasting peace, our Council has to shoulder its responsibilities. Our efforts must focus on implementing the second phase of the American Plan and the New York Declaration, which was massively endorsed by the General Assembly. There are 5 priorities here that should guide our action. First, restoring security and public order through the deployment in Gaza of an international stabilization force mandated by the Security Council at the invitation of the Palestinian Authority with appropriate regional and international support. Regular Palestinian security and police forces must be trained and supported, and Hamas disarmed. Second point, humanitarian assistance and reconstruction. Humanitarian aid must be allowed through all crossing points, coordinated by the United Nations, its agencies, the ICRC and the AOGOs, and must be done in full compliance with international humanitarian law. France here emphasizes the irreplaceable role played by UNRWA, and we support the mobilization efforts made by Egypt for the purpose of rebuilding and reconstruction. Third, reformed governance in Gaza. Our lodestar here must remain the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and statehood. The Palestinian state must include Gaza and the West Bank and must be under the authority of the reformed Palestinian Authority, and Hamas can play no role in this. Fourth point, the connection between the West Bank and Gaza. We are concerned by the acceleration of settlement activities, settler violence, and the threats of partial or total annexation of the West Bank, including the preliminary approval of bills on that in the Knesset. We reject any plans for annexation, which are blatant violations of international law and a serious threat to the two-state solution. Fifth point, intensifying our efforts to stabilize the region as a whole. In Lebanon, the authorities have made historic and courageous decision to establish the state's monopoly on weapons. They must be implemented with the support of the international community, and we expect that Israel withdraw from occupied positions and ceases all strikes on Lebanese territory. Serious integration into its regional environment will contribute to Middle East stability. We welcome the rapprochement with Lebanon. This is a new chapter based on mutual respect, and we call on Israel again to immediate cessation of incursions into Syria and to withdraw from the area occupied. Mr. President, it's up to the Security Council to seize this historic opportunity, as we're called upon by their charter to make it a starting point for a different future for the people of the region, a future of peace, security, progress for all. I thank you. I thank the representative of France for his statement. Before continuing with the meeting, I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Kolisek, Chair of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je vous félicite.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Mr. Alakbarov for his statement. We are at a turning point now. After immense suffering, the world came together to a summit for peace in Sharm el-Sheikh, and it was the beginning of a healing process for reconstruction for the people, Palestinian people. We welcome the efforts made by Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, and the United States to facilitate this agreement. However, since the signature of the agreement, 87 Palestinians died and 230 wounded in Gaza. The committee reiterates its call for rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian access to Gaza, with the central role played by UNRWA and the restoration of basic services such as health, water, and sanitation. We also call on Israel to fully uphold its legal obligations under international law, humanitarian law, and the Convention on the Privileges and Immunities of the United Nations. And we underscore the importance of the advisory opinion issued on the 22nd of October by the ICJ, that it has to be abided by scrupulously. The suffering of the Palestinian population in Gaza must end now. It's time for them to look into the future with hope. The blockade of Gaza must be lifted immediately. We call on the committee to fully support the ceasefire, to ensure there's accountability and create the conditions for recovery in reconstruction. The Security Council has a fundamental role to play here in deploying of a peace mission with a mandate to protect the civilians, guarantee of ceasefire, withdrawal of the Israeli army from Gaza Strip, and humanitarian access. During this time, violence seems to be increasing and settlement activities continue. They need to be ended. As is asked by the ICJ and as we have in the Security Council resolution ES 1024. It's time for lasting peace in the occupied Palestinian territory, including the West Bank. The international community has expressed its position at the high-level international conference for the peaceful settlement of the questions of Palestine, co-chaired by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The New York Declaration, which was the outcome of that conference, is a roadmap to preserve the two-state solution and to guarantee the continuity of a Palestinian state. 159 countries recognize the state of Palestine, and it's a broad international consensus. The committee stands strong and clear in support of Palestinian people in their pathway towards self-determination, a realization of an independent state of Palestine with East Jerusalem as its capital. We have to make sure that conditions are put together so the Palestinians and Israelis can live side by side in peace, security, and prosperity. Now it's time to look forward to a new beginning with hope for the Palestinians and everyone in the Middle East. And we must, at the same time, recognize the 2 years strain on our collective conscience, and we must say so loudly and clearly. I thank you. I thank Mr. Sek for his statement, and I'll give the floor to the representative of Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to commend the Russian Federation for its leadership of the Council during this critical month. I also thank Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov for his valuable briefing. For the first time in 2 years, we see genuine hope for peace in Gaza and the wider region. Kazakhstan joins the international community in welcoming this historic agreement that has secured the release of all hostages and holds the promise of a lasting ceasefire based on the peace proposal of President Donald Trump. This breakthrough was made possible by the much appreciated tireless mediation and coordinated diplomacy of the United States, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. Kazakhstan welcomes the constructive outcome of the last week's high-level summit in Sharm el-Sheikh with its collective commitment to fully implement the ceasefire agreement through comprehensive political negotiations, resulting in a sustainable solution in the Middle East. President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev of Kazakhstan has expressed its strong support for this plan towards a permanent ceasefire and a credible political process, paving the way for lasting peace, stability, and dignity for both Palestinians and Israelis. We also welcome the successful conclusion of the high-level conference on the two-state solution and the adoption of New York Declaration under the able leadership of France and Saudi Arabia. Kazakhstan supports diplomatic initiatives aimed at regional reconciliation in the Middle East, including the Arab Peace Initiative, the Abraham Accords, and others. We reaffirm the vision of two independent and sovereign states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security within the pre-1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as the capital of the state of Palestine. Mr. President, we acknowledge the vital contribution of the United Nations under the leadership of the Secretary General in facilitating the implementation of the agreement and supporting the recovery and reconstruction of Gaza. We support the statement of Secretary General on ICJ's advisory opinion. The humanitarian situation in Gaza remains grave, and sustained efforts are needed to ensure unimpeded access to aid and other services. Kazakhstan underscores the indispensable role of the United Nations and its agencies, particularly UNRWA and OCHA, in supporting the Palestinian people and rebuilding communities shattered by war. We also believe that peace in Gaza must become a catalyst for human security and broader regional stability in the context of other protracted crises in Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen. Finally, Kazakhstan reaffirms its readiness to continue constructively to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East in full accordance with the UN Charter. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kazakhstan for your statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First, we'd like to thank the Russian Federation for its commendable efforts in presiding over the Council this month, and we thank the briefings that we heard today on the situation in the Middle East. Mr. President, the negative consequences of conflicts in the Middle East have affected the security and stability of many peoples in the region who have legitimately questioned the prospects for resolving these chronic crises in the region, and for decades. They have wondered about the fate and the rights of current and future generations. Here, we must spare no effort in formulating solutions that are irreversible to these conflicts. At the heart of these efforts is the Security Council, which is the sole body capable of implementation and enforcement, and the UN, which is able to support such implementation. Egypt is working on implementing what it calls for because it believes that we all stem from one root, which is humanity. Egypt, with its long history, has been a pioneer in openness to different peoples and cultures. Egypt firmly believes in peace as a strategic option, a peace that Egypt made with the sacrifices of its people, a peace imposed by its will and preserved by its strength, because Egypt believes that the power of logic is superior to the logic of power, and that the world has room for everyone. The peace of the strong is based on truth, on justice, balance, and equality, and on respecting and accepting the rights of others. Egypt, Mr. President, is the one that broke the terrible psychological barrier between Arabs and Israel through a courageous initiative launched by the late President Anwar al-Sadat when he made his historic visit to Jerusalem in November 1977, extending his hand to peace and overcoming barriers that have shackled the region for decades. This expressed the essence of the Egyptian doctrine that peace is the best option for preserving dignity and for achieving security for all, and that true courage does not lie in fighting wars. Rather, it lies in making and building peace on the foundations of justice and coexistence. Egypt today hosted at an important crossroads in the history of our region. It hosted the Peace Summit in Sharm el-Sheikh on the 13th of October to end the war in Gaza. This is a decisive, historic step towards turning the page on a painful and unwinnable war, and to start a new page where the collective will of the international community comes together to achieve peace and stability in the Middle East. Egypt expresses its sincere thanks and appreciation to the United States of America under the leadership of President Trump and his plan, that we appreciate, and his wise plan to put an end to the war in Gaza and open the prospects for achieving peace and stability. Egypt thanks all the parties that took part in the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, and it praises the strenuous efforts of our brothers in the state of Qatar and the Republic of Turkey, which contributed towards reaching an agreement to end the war. Egypt affirms its intention to continue its intensive efforts to support the implementation of this agreement to end the war. We warn of very serious consequences of non-compliance, strict non-compliance to what was agreed upon in the Sharm el-Sheikh summit. We call upon all parties to fulfill their commitments related to the ceasefire arrangements and the unhindered access of humanitarian aid in quantities that meet the needs of our Palestinian brethren. We call for intensifying efforts to start early recovery work and reconstruction in Gaza. Egypt will host the International Conference on Early Recovery, Reconstruction and Development in Gaza in November, in coordination with the United Nations and regional and international partners. This conference aims to mobilize the necessary support to finance the reconstruction process and provide the elements of a decent life to our brotherly Palestinian people. The past decades have shown that continued occupation and the lack of political horizons have only caused more wars. Therefore, Egypt strongly condemns the Israeli Knesset ratification of two bills aimed at imposing so-called Israeli sovereignty on the occupied West Bank and illegal Israeli colonial settlements. This is a flagrant violation of international law and international legitimacy resolutions that have condemned for decades all Israeli actions aimed at changing the demographic composition and the legal character of the occupied Palestinian territories occupied since 1967, including East Jerusalem. This has been confirmed by the ICJ's advisory opinion of July 2024, which ruled that the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories is illegal and that all Israeli practices, including the construction of settlements and the annexation of territories in the occupied West Bank, are null and void. The ICJ demanded that Israel end its illegal presence in all Palestinian territories. We also welcome the ICJ's advisory opinion issued yesterday on Israel's obligations in the occupied Palestinian territories, which affirmed that international law prohibits the occupying power from forcibly displacing the Palestinian people from their land or starving them or using food as a weapon of war. This ICJ ruling obliges Israel to provide aid, humanitarian relief materials, and all necessities of life, and not to impede and rather facilitate the work of all United Nations bodies in the occupied Palestinian territories, foremost amongst which is the UNRWA. This is in line with the United Nations' permanent responsibility for the Palestinian cause. Egypt reaffirms the necessity of granting the brotherly Palestinian people all their inalienable rights, foremost of which is their right to self-determination and the establishment of their independent state on the 4 June 1967 lines, with East Jerusalem as its capital, based on relevant international terms of reference. Egypt also commends the positive outcomes of the New York Conference on the Two-State Solution, co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France. We expressed our appreciation for the growing international momentum to support recognition of the state of Palestine, to live in security and in peace side by side with the state of Israel, and in a manner that maintains the security of the two peoples and creates a new reality for the peoples of the region that can be accepted and coexisted with. Mr. President, achieving peace throughout the region requires Israel's withdrawal from all occupied Arab territories, including the occupied Syrian Golan. It requires the implementation of the relevant Security Council resolutions. Egypt condemns the repeated Israeli incursions and aggressions on Syrian territory, as well as the daily violations of the declaration of the state of hostilities in Lebanon, and the accompanying repeated air and ground violations and the occupation of border posts, and the establishment of buffer zones inside Lebanese territories. This constitutes a clear violation of Resolution 1701 and a violation of Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Egypt stands in solidarity with the Syrian Arab Republic and Lebanon in their legitimate right to protect their sovereignty, security, and independence. In closing, my delegation reiterates Egypt's support for the full implementation of the Sharm el-Sheikh Agreement, and we look forward to that. And I'd like to quote President Trump's words at the Sharm el-Sheikh Summit and at the Knesset, where he said, and I quote, "This is not just the end of a war, but the beginning of a new era of faith and hope. Together, we have shown that peace is not just a hope that we dream of, but a reality, and this is the day that people across the region and the world have worked, struggled, aspired for, and prayed for." I would also like to quote President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi's words at the Sharm el-Sheikh Summit, and I quote, "Peace is not made by governments alone, but by people, when they are sure that yesterday's opponents can become tomorrow's partners. We foresee a bright future for our region, whose cities are built with hope, instead of burying the memories of their owners under the rubble. We have a unique historic opportunity that may be the last one to reach a Middle East free of everything that threatens its stability and progress, a Middle East where all peoples can enjoy peace and a dignified life within secure borders and respected rights. And based on this wise vision of our leaders and with the support and contribution of the international community, Mr. President, peace will be achieved and all peoples in the region will enjoy security and stability. I apologize for speaking at length, and I thank you, sir.
I thank the representative of Egypt for your statement. I once again want to remind all speakers about the need to limit their statements to 3 minutes. And I really insist that they stick to the 3-minute rule. I don't want to use the prerogatives of the president and to interrupt them. I now give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank Russia for convening this meeting and the briefers for their valuable insights. Indonesia welcomes the recent ceasefire agreement in Gaza as a ray of hope after unimaginable loss. Yet, this is only a first step of a long road ahead. And the compass is clear: the realization of the two-state solution and the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people. Mr. President, Tens of thousands of Palestinians are streaming back into northern Gaza, but they return to an unrecognizable land. 92% of residential buildings in Gaza have been destroyed, 125 hospitals and clinics are now in ruin, and over 86% of cropland was damaged. The task of this council is therefore a profound one. Ensuring that the ceasefire is fully observed, allowing the rebuilding of Gaza and restoring the dignity of all civilians. That all parties fully implement the peace agreement with the ultimate objective of lasting peace in Palestine based on the two-state solution. Against this backdrop, allow me to highlight 3 points. First, permanent ceasefire must be maintained as a prerequisite for sustained recovery. It must be respected to ensure unhindered, at-scale, and safe flow of humanitarian assistance throughout Gaza. The UN-led humanitarian efforts must be protected without obstacles. The role of UNRWA remains indispensable. Its mandate and funding must be supported, as its work sustains millions of lives every day. In this vein, Indonesia welcomes the ICJ advisory opinion released just yesterday on Israel's obligations regarding the presence of the UN and other entities in the OPT. Second, genuine peace must be fostered. The Security Council, as the cornerstone of multilateralism for the maintenance of international peace and security, must contribute and play its role. This council must also work to secure that peace will end the occupation and fulfill the Palestinian rights to self-determination. Indonesia stands ready to contribute 20,000 personnel on the ground to credible peace monitoring missions once it is decided by the Council. We believe that peace must be protected by presence, not just promises. This will be our contribution to provide necessary security space for comprehensive peace plan negotiation. We urge the Security Council to lead and work toward this endeavor. Third, the last point, the future of Palestine belongs to the Palestinian. We must invest in Palestine's readiness to govern its future state and to lead its own destiny. For our part, Indonesia has continuously supported the Palestinian people. The Security Council must support this by ensuring that the question of Palestine remains high on its agenda towards the realization of two-state solution based on UN resolutions and internationally agreed parameters. Mr. President, as we celebrate the UN 80th anniversary, the question of Palestine remains the definitive test of whether this organization can fulfill its promise to the Palestinian. It is time for us to bring peace to the Palestinians. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Indonesia for your statement, and I now give the floor to the Philippines.
Mr. President, the Philippines welcomes the agreement to secure a ceasefire deal and hostage release in Gaza based on the 20-point peace plan put forward by President Trump. We also commend the diplomatic efforts of the United States, Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey in brokering this landmark deal through intensive diplomacy. We hope that the agreement will be implemented completely and expeditiously to stop the fighting in Gaza, scale up the delivery of sustained humanitarian relief, and advance recovery and reconstruction efforts in Gaza. This is long overdue. The people of Gaza desperately need free and unimpeded access to life-saving humanitarian aid, to food, water, and medicine. In this regard, we join the Secretary General's call for all stakeholders to seize this momentous opportunity to establish a credible political path forward towards ending the occupation, recognizing the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people, leading to a two-state solution to enable Israelis and Palestinians to live in peace and security. The adoption of the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution should complement international efforts towards achieving a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. The Philippines joins member states in thanking France and Saudi Arabia for their commendable leadership in organizing the international conference that produced the New York Declaration. Mr. President, we recognize that the resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is key to the region's peace and stability. In this regard, the Philippines reiterates its support for international and regional diplomatic efforts to achieve a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East. The Philippines also reiterates its consistent support for the two-state solution as the most viable and long-term solution to the Palestine-Israeli conflict. Lasting peace can only be achieved when Palestinians and Israelis can live side by side in their own sovereign, independent states, in dignity, harmony, and prosperity, where their rights, aspirations, and security are fully respected and upheld. Dialogue and negotiations based on trust and mutual understanding between Palestine and Israel are vital. We therefore support steps that would expand the space for meaningful dialogues and negotiations and resolve the conflict by peaceful means and in accordance with international law. Beyond Gaza, the wider Middle East continues to grapple with overlapping crises that threaten regional stability, from tensions in the Gulf to the humanitarian situation in Yemen. The Philippines calls on all parties to exercise restraint and engage in constructive dialogue to prevent further escalation. We continue to support diplomatic efforts that promote de-escalation, regional cooperation, and respect for international law. As a trusted partner, innovative pathfinder, and committed peacemaker, the Philippines is ready to play an active role in supporting all efforts among concerned parties and the United Nations to end conflicts and maintain international peace and security. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Philippines for your statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Jordan.
I thank you, Mr. President. And I'd first like to congratulate you on your assumption of the presidency of the Security Council for this month. Mr. President, this important session is being held at a pivotal stage in the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, following the agreement reached to end Israel's brutal war on Gaza, which has lasted for more than 2 years, and during which Israel killed more than 68,000 Palestinians and destroyed all the elements of life and denied humanitarian aid and targeted systematically journalists and humanitarian workers as well as UN staff. In light of the above, allow me to emphasize the following 5 points. First, Jordan welcomes the signing of the Gaza Agreement document during the recent Sharm el-Sheikh summit. We appreciate the decisive role played by His Excellency the President of the United States in reaching a ceasefire agreement and his commitment to ending the war, ensuring the flow of aid, and preventing displacement, as well as pushing for reconstruction efforts and preventing the annexation of the West Bank to promote peace in the region. We cannot but express our deep appreciation for the tireless efforts made by our brothers in Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey in reaching this agreement. Second, Jordan affirms the centrality of full commitment to the ceasefire agreement in Gaza and the need for concerted efforts to be made to complete the first phase of the agreement, including arrangements for the cessation of military operations, the exchange of prisoners, and the full withdrawal of the Israeli occupation army, as well as ensuring the sustainable entry of humanitarian aid to the residents of the Gaza Strip in order to move over to the second phase of the agreement, so as to launch a real political horizon to achieve comprehensive peace, a peace that is built on the basis of the two-state solution and in accordance with the resolutions of international legitimacy and the Arab Peace Initiative. Third, Jordan emphasizes the importance of addressing the catastrophic consequences of the Israeli aggression on Gaza. Here, we renew Jordan's readiness to continue to play its active humanitarian role in delivering aid to our brethren in Gaza, as soon as the Israeli restrictions are removed, restrictions that are contrary to international humanitarian law, humanitarian principles, and the precautionary measures ordered by the International Court of Justice. Mr. President, we stress the centrality of UNRWA and its indispensable duty in providing basic services to approximately 5.5 million refugees in all its areas of operation and in accordance with its United Nations mandate, especially in Gaza and the occupied territories today. Here, We appreciate and we welcome the ICJ's advisory opinion issued yesterday, which confirmed that Israel is obliged to ensure full respect for the inviolability and immunity of United Nations headquarters, including UNRWA, and to ensure full respect for the privileges and immunities of staff working at the United Nations as well. And this opinion also confirmed UNRWA's central and indispensable role. Fourth, Jordan condemns the Israeli Knesset's ratification of 2 draft bills aimed at imposing so-called Israeli sovereignty on the occupied West Bank and the illegal Israeli colonial settlements. This is a flagrant violation of international law and the resolutions of your esteemed Council, Special Resolution 2334. Jordan reiterates its condemnation of the continued illegal Israeli occupation, which the ICJ has ruled must end immediately. We condemn the continuation of Israel's illegal acts and practices in the occupied Palestinian territory, foremost of which is the continued expansion of settlements, the demolition of houses, the confiscation of land, and the terror that is spread by settlers, not to mention the ongoing Israeli violations of the legal and historic status quo in Al-Quds al-Sharif. And here, Jordan, and based on the Hashemite custodianship, Jordan will continue to defend and protect Islamic and Christian holy sites in Al-Quds al-Sharif. In closing, fifth, and in closing, we affirm that the Kingdom of Jordan will continue to work with our brethren and our regional international partners and your esteemed Council to launch a serious and effective path towards achieving a just and comprehensive peace that is based on a two-state solution, and in order to ensure that the rights of the Palestinian people are fully upheld and met, and that their independent and sovereign state on the lines of the 4th of June 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, is established. And it is a right and is the only means to achieve security and stability in the region. And here we stress the importance of your esteemed Council in achieving this and in accordance with your responsibilities as the body in charge of the maintenance of international peace and security according to the Charter. I thank you.
I represent the representative of Jordan for your statement, and I give the floor to Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, the latest developments in the Middle East give rise to a long-awaited sense of hope. Hope that many had already lost. Hope for the hostages and their families, that some of their wounds will heal someday after being held under inhumane and intolerable conditions by Hamas. Hope for the civilians in Gaza enduring unbearable suffering, many of them displaced multiple times and their livelihoods destroyed. And hope for all people in the Middle East that a different region and a different logic is possible. A region in which Israelis and Palestinians alike can live in 2 democratic states in peace, safety, prosperity, dignity, and the full enjoyment of their human rights. Austria therefore commends the leadership of the United States, as well as the contributions by Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, and others to end this horrible war and bring the hostages home. Austria stands ready to do its part for the implementation of the agreement and to forge a way forward towards peace. Let me highlight 3 points for the way forward. First, the deal must be implemented swiftly and fully. We express our sincere hope and expectation that all parties uphold their commitments in good faith and without delay. Life-saving humanitarian aid must reach every person in need in Gaza immediately and at scale. We welcome the efforts by the United Nations to deliver humanitarian aid as quickly as possible. The UN must be able to carry out their work without restrictions and impediments. Hamas must do everything to return the remains of all deceased hostages without any delay. Austria supports the envisioned stabilization mission for Gaza. The Security Council has an essential role to play and should provide the legal and political framework necessary to make this mission credible and effective. Second, Gaza needs our support in the medium term. The reconstruction will require massive and concerted efforts from many partners. Austria stands ready to contribute to these efforts, together with our European partners, partners from the region and beyond. But let me also be clear, Hamas has no place in Gaza's future governance. It must disarm and relinquish control once and for all. Austria, also via the European Union, will continue to support the Palestinian Authority to help address its most pressing needs, but also to build institutional capacities and implement its necessary reform agenda for the PA to take over the governance of Gaza in the medium term. A reformed and strong Palestinian Authority is also in the interest of Israel. UNRWA will continue to be a stabilizing factor in the region, not least through the delivery of educational and health services until a comprehensive political arrangement has been reached. Austria will continue to support UNRWA during this period and calls on the agency at the same time to continue on its path for reforms in line with the recommendations of the Colonna report. And finally, on the long-term perspective for a two-stage solution, the only sustainable objective is a negotiated two-state solution in which two independent states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side in peace and security. The New York Declaration, drafted by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and endorsed by the General Assembly by over 140 votes, including Austria, provides an important framework for this long-term vision. Austria supports the Palestinian people's right to self-determination and the establishment of a democratic, viable and contiguous Palestinian state, with Gaza as an integral part of this state. Unilateral actions that undermine this perspective, including the continued expansion of settlements in the West Bank, are violations of international law and must stop. Excellencies, Mr. President, Austria's commitment to peace, international law and human dignity is unwavering. The international community has a duty to enable, to support and to hold all sides accountable. You can count on Austria to continue standing on the side of peace, justice and humanity. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Austria for your statement, and I now give the floor to the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Mr. President, since this is the first time I will take the floor this month, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations to the Russian Federation for assuming the presidency of Security Council this month and commend you. Mr. President, the Israeli occupying regime has become a manifest and serious threat to regional and international peace and security. For over 2 years, the people in Gaza has endured an unprecedented and all-out war of extermination by this regime. During this time, Israel has engaged in systematic, indiscriminate, and disproportionate bombardment of innocent people. More than 68,000 innocent Palestinians have been killed. Thousands remain missing, and over 20,000 children have lost their lives. The entire infrastructure have been obliterated. Hospitals, schools, and water systems have been reduced to rubble. In fact, Gaza has been transformed into a landscape of devastation, a living testament of unbridled impunity. With the end of military operation in Gaza, the world is only beginning to grasp the full extent of the devastation left behind. Mr. President, Israeli aggression and criminal acts are not confined to Gaza. Islamic Republic of Iran has also been a direct target of Israeli aggression. Between 13 to 24 June, Israel launched unprovoked and large-scale attack against residential area, hospitals, and peaceful nuclear facilities under full IAEA safeguards. As a result of this indiscriminate and unlawful attack, 1,100 innocent civilians, including 132 women and 45 children, have lost their lives, and more than 5,700 others have been injured. Mr. President, the Islamic Republic of Iran supports every credible initiative aimed at ending the genocide in Gaza, ensuring the complete withdrawal of the occupying forces, establishing a permanent ceasefire, facilitating the unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid, and restoring the inalienable and fundamental right of the Palestinian people. The ending war against people in Gaza, however vital, does not absolve member states and competent international bodies of their shared legal, moral, and humanitarian obligation to ensure justice and accountability. The perpetrated and masterminds of war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity must be prosecuted, and the decades-long culture of impunity surrounding the Israeli regime must finally end. In conclusion, Mr. President, I categorically reject the unfounded allegation made by the United States representative. Iran's foreign policy is firmly rooted in the UN Charter and international law, respecting sovereignty, territorial integrity, non-interference, and good neighborliness. It is, in fact, the unlawful military presence and destabilizing action of the United States that have fueled the conflict and instability in our region. Iran has consistently shown its readiness for fair, genuine dialogue. Furthermore, the false narrative of Iranian proxies is a deliberate distraction from the true source of regional instability, the United States, and its unconditional support for its proxy in the region, the Israeli regime, enabling its ongoing aggression, atrocities, and occupation. By repeatedly obstructing the Security Council Charter mandate, Washington has rendered itself complicit in these crimes and bears direct legal and moral responsibility for their continuation. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for your statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. However, given the time, I intend, with the current concurrence of the members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 3 p.m. The meeting is suspended.
The 10,023rd meeting of the Security Council is resumed. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3. Now give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for convening this meeting. We align ourselves with the statements of the Arab Group, the Islamic Group, and the non-aligned movement. We thank Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov, Acting Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, for his briefing this morning. Madam President, we meet today following the Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit that took place on October 13th. His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar, attended this signing ceremony of the agreement to end the war in Gaza, along with His Excellency President Donald Trump, President of the United States of America, and His Excellency President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, and His Excellency President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. With the entry into force of the first phase of the agreement, the State of Qatar reaffirms that the success of this phase is a collective responsibility to ensure the implementation of the ceasefire agreement. This would lead to completely ending the war and achieving peace and security in the region, in full compliance with the principles of the Charter and international law. Over the past 2 years, the State of Qatar has continued its mediation efforts that it started along with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America, despite challenges and obstacles, to reach an agreement that will put an end to the bloodshed and human suffering in the Gaza Strip. Over the past period, it was this mediation that allowed for reaching humanitarian truces that contributed to alleviating the suffering through the delivery of humanitarian aid to the brotherly Palestinian people and to release the prisoners and hostages. The State of Qatar remains committed to its approach as a mediator and to playing a leading role as a peacemaker. Qatar's wise leadership is dedicating its efforts to resolving conflicts through diplomatic means. In furtherance of this approach, the State of Qatar is making all efforts to alleviate the suffering and enable the displaced to return to their homes. We started our reconstruction efforts through the work of the Qatar Committee on Reconstruction. to remove the rubble and enhance the movement of civilians. The State of Qatar also built a land bridge through Jordanian and Egyptian territory to deliver humanitarian aid, including tents, food, and health supplies to more than 436,000 affected people in the Gaza Strip. Madam President, the State of Qatar welcomes once again the adoption by the General Assembly of the New York Declaration on the implementation of the two-state solution and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. We appreciate the leadership role of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic in this regard. We welcome the positions of states that recognized the State of Palestine and confirmed the right of the State of Palestine to become a full-fledged member of the United Nations. For the peace settlement and the two-state solution to succeed, it is necessary to reject measures that undermine this solution, including the expansion of settlements in the West Bank, settler violence, and the seizure of Palestinian land. The Gaza Strip is an integral part of the Palestinian territories and a unified Palestinian state. The State of Qatar condemns in the strongest terms the approval by the Israeli Knesset of two bills aimed at imposing Israeli sovereignty over the occupied West Bank. In defiance of international law and international resolutions, we urge the international community, in particular the Security Council, to shoulder its legal and moral responsibilities and to take urgent action to oblige the Israeli occupation authorities to stop their expansionist plans and settlement policy in the occupied Palestinian territories. The State of Qatar also condemns plans to build a settlement that would separate East Jerusalem from the West Bank, which is a flagrant violation of international resolutions, especially Resolution 2334. The State of Qatar also condemns the statements referring to the so-called vision of Greater Israel. Such statements reflect an approach that calls for fueling crises and violating the sovereignty of states and international law. Madam President, the State of Qatar reaffirms its support to the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and national unity of the Syrian Arab Republic. We support the realization of the aspirations of the Syrian people to stability and development. We condemn the Israeli aggression against Syria, which is a serious violation of international law. The State of Qatar also reiterates its firm position in support of the Lebanese Republic and the efforts of the Lebanese government. The Israeli occupation forces position in support of the Lebanese Republic and the efforts of the Lebanese government. The Israeli occupation forces must withdraw from all Lebanese territories. We call on all parties to strictly abide by the ceasefire agreement. In conclusion, the State of Qatar is committed to the approach that it has been pursuing with sincerity and credibility to peacefully settle disputes through dialogue and mediation. We support all initiatives aimed at strengthening peace and security in the region and the world. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the
representative of Qatar for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of New Zealand.
Thank you, President. New Zealand welcomes the announcement of the first phase of a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. We commend the leadership of all of those who contributed to making this possible, including the United States, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. There cannot be a return to fighting. We urge the parties to abide by the ceasefire and fully implement what has been agreed. This includes the return to Israel of all remaining deceased hostages and full, unhindered humanitarian access into Gaza. While the fighting has stopped, the humanitarian catastrophe has not. Malnutrition levels remain alarmingly high, particularly among children. People continue to face acute shortages of clean water and basic health care. Humanitarian organisations must be allowed access throughout Gaza to reach those most in need. We urge Israel to amend the recent registration systems to ensure NGOs can continue their essential work. President, while we welcome this critical first step, we recognise there is much work ahead. We call on the parties to continue to negotiate in good faith and demonstrate the courage and leadership that led to agreement on Phase 1. Hamas must demilitarize and accept that it cannot have a role in the future governance of Gaza. Israel must continue its phased withdrawal. The international community must stand ready to support the realization of peace. New Zealand welcomes the emerging discussions on international support to stability and reconstruction. As the world's attention turns to post-conflict stabilization and reconstruction in Gaza, we remain deeply concerned, however, that developments in the West Bank take us further from a two-state solution. Violence in the West Bank threatens to drag Israel and Palestine into another cycle of violence. Any such acts must be condemned. We call on Israel to halt the settlements and to allow the unimpeded flow of tax revenue to the Palestinian Authority. New Zealand respects the recent findings of the ICJ and expects Israel to comply fully with the findings and with international law. President, as we look to the future, we recognise the commitments made by President Abbas to strengthen governance, transparency and the rule of law, including the commitment to hold elections within 12 months of a ceasefire in Gaza, and to continue to undertake comprehensive governance reforms. We urge everyone to work to assist the Palestinian Authority to turn these commitments into a practical reality. New Zealand will continue to support the Palestinian Authority in these efforts. It is our hope that these commitments and recent achievements can lay the foundation for a return to political negotiations towards a two-state solution. We urge all parties to show leadership and seize the opportunity so that Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace, security and dignity. Thank you.
I thank the representative of New Zealand for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Madam President, Brazil welcomes the announcement of an agreement between Israel and Hamas for a new ceasefire in Gaza, with the implementation of the first phase of a plan to end the conflict in the Strip after 2 long years. We recognize the key role played by the United States and value the mediation efforts by Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey. We strongly hope that this ceasefire will bring tangible relief to the civilian population. The agreement must halt the Israeli attacks that have caused more than 68,000 deaths, many of them women and children, and the forced displacement of nearly 2 million Palestinians. They also caused unprecedented destruction of Gaza's civilian infrastructure and the highest ever recorded number of deaths of humanitarian personnel. Brazil underscores the irreplaceable role of UNRWA and the importance of guaranteeing full, immediate, safe, and unhindered access for humanitarian assistance at scale, including for UN personnel. As an occupying power, Israel must fulfill its obligations under international humanitarian law, as stated in the ICJ advisory opinion of October the 22nd. We urge the parties to fully comply with the agreement and to engage in good faith negotiations toward the complete withdrawal of Israeli forces from the occupied Palestinian territory and the restoration of Palestinian governance over its territory. The inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination must be realized. These measures are essential to enable the urgent recovery and reconstruction of Gaza. The international community must step in to support this effort under Palestinian coordination and supervision. This process must be Palestinian-owned and Palestinian-led. We remain gravely concerned by the continuous expansion of Israeli settlements in the West Bank, in violation of international law and in defiance of the 2024 advisory opinion of the ICJ, which found Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory to be unlawful and concluded that the country must immediately cease any new settlement activities. A just, lasting, and comprehensive peace in the Middle East can only be achieved through the two-state solution, with an independent and viable state of Palestine living side by side with Israel in peace and security within the 1967 borders, which includes the Gaza Strip and the West Bank with East Jerusalem as its capital. All violations of international and humanitarian law committed in Gaza cannot go unaccounted for. Ensuring justice is imperative to prevent such crimes from happening again in Gaza and elsewhere. An international stabilization force eventually deployed in Palestine must have a carefully crafted mandate and be duly authorized by this Council. Such a mission should sustain the ceasefire, facilitate reconstruction, and help create the conditions for a lasting political settlement. Any such force should act in full respect of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the parties concerned, in accordance with international law and the relevant UN resolutions. Madam President, Brazil acknowledges the participation of Syria in the general debate this year. We recognize the efforts of the Syrian government to ensure an inclusive and peaceful political transition, which must count with the full respect for the independence, sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of the country, in accordance with Resolution 2254 of this Council. Brazil condemns the Israeli occupation of the demilitarized zone in Syria in violation of the 1974 disengagement agreement and deplores the continued Israeli attacks against Syria as it prepares for reconstruction and reconciliation. We welcome the lifting of unilateral sanctions against Syria, which should have a positive impact on the country's economy and enable its urgent reconstruction efforts. Brazil welcomes the Security Council's renewal of the mandate of UNIFIL and reiterates its support for the mission's essential role in preserving stability in southern Lebanon. With strong human ties to Lebanon and having led the UNIFIL Maritime Task Force from 2011 to 2021, Brazil remains committed to the mission's objectives. The full implementation of Resolution 1701 continues to be hindered by the Israeli occupation of Lebanese territory and repeated violations of the ceasefire agreed in November 2024 and of Lebanon's sovereignty. Finally, Brazil expresses grave concern over reports of the detention of additional UN staff in Yemen. We call for their immediate release and reiterate that protecting UN personnel is a fundamental obligation under international law. Madam President, peace, stability, and respect for human dignity must prevail across the entire region. In a world marked by conflict and tension, we hope the Middle East can finally find a political path to peace and the long-standing conflict between Israel and Palestine. Let the people of Palestine finally know peace, and let this peace extend throughout the region. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Brazil for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Oman.
Madam President, I'm honored to speak on behalf of the Arab Group at this important meeting, which comes at a critical moment in the history of our region. The world today stands before a new reality that is unfolding following the launch of the peace plan and the implementation of the Sharm el-Sheikh agreement. The ensuing political and humanitarian indicators restored hope in the possibility of turning the page on the pain and suffering that the Palestinian people have endured over decades of occupation, turning the page on the violence and the deprivation of Palestinians of their most basic rights. The Arab Group congratulates the Russian Federation on its wise presidency of the Council this month. We thank the Russian Federation for holding this meeting at a time when the world needs a reasonable and responsible voice to remind us of the provisions of international law and of the collective responsibility of the Security Council to maintain peace, justice, and to protect mankind from the hell of war and occupation. Madam President, over the past 2 years, Gaza has paid a heavy price that goes beyond anything anyone could bear. Tens of thousands of lives were lost. Entire cities were razed to the ground. Millions are living in the rubble, hungry and displaced. What we've witnessed is not merely a military conflict. It is a horrific humanitarian tragedy and a flagrant violation of international humanitarian law. Palestinians have been suffering from a suffocating siege, undergoing collective punishment. Civilians have been deprived of food, medicine, and electricity, deprived even of their dignity. We welcome the ceasefire agreement reached on October 13, 2025 in Sharm el-Sheikh. The comprehensive and durable consolidation of this agreement is a collective responsibility. The calm on the ground must be translated into concrete steps to prevent the recurrence of this tragedy and to ensure the protection of civilians. In this context, the Arab Group fully supports the efforts made by the Brotherly Arab Republic of Egypt and the Brotherly State of Qatar, in addition to international efforts which have led to this historic agreement. It is now necessary to launch an effective international oversight mechanism under the auspices of the United Nations to ensure the full compliance with the ceasefire agreement and to ensure the unfettered flow of humanitarian aid. The Arab Group also renews its full support to UNRWA, which is a lifeline for millions of Palestinian refugees. We strongly condemn all attempts to undermine its mandate or undermine its noble humanitarian role. UNRWA is not an ordinary institution, but rather it embodies the historic commitment of the international community to a question that has not been settled yet, a question that is imprescriptible. We welcome the decisions of the ICJ, most recently the advisory opinion dated the 22nd of October on the obligations of Israel in and around the occupied Palestinian territory. It reaffirmed that Israel is obliged, according to international humanitarian law, to ensure that residents of the occupied Palestinian territory, including Gaza Strip, to ensure that they receive the humanitarian aid that they need, and to ensure implementing all rescue plans, including through the United Nations and the United Nations Agency, especially UNRWA. Madam President, the last few weeks have brought real signs of hope to the political landscape. The adoption of the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement and the implementation of the two-state solution by the United Nations General Assembly has been a turning point on the international path towards ending the occupation. It proved that there is still global consensus on the fact that there is no peace without an independent Palestinian state established along the borders of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. The Arab Group welcomes the outcomes of the Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit and the recognition of the state of Palestine by a number of countries during the New York conference last September. This is a milestone in restoring international legitimacy. It confirms that the recognition of Palestine is not a political favor. It is an inherent right that has been recognized by international law and confirmed by the free people around the world. The new peace plan, which derived from the outcomes of Sharm el-Sheikh and the New York Declaration, is a historic opportunity that we should not waste. It is the first plan that enjoys broad Arab, Islamic, and international support, and it is based on clear principles: ending the occupation, allowing the Palestinian National Authority to extend its sovereignty over all the territories in accordance with the principle of one state, one government, one law, with the government having the monopoly over weapons. Comprehensive reconstruction of the Gaza Strip within the Arab Islamic Reconstruction Plan, which would open the door to a new phase of recovery, development, and peace. The Arab Group believes that this plan is not a temporary settlement, but rather an opportunity to reshape the future of the entire region based on the rule of law, justice, and coexistence. Madam President, the Security Council, the body established for the maintenance of international peace and security, should not stand idly by as a people is suffering and deprived of its right to life and dignity. It is time for the Council to shoulder its moral and legal responsibilities. It must effectively translate the international consensus into practical steps, starting with granting the State of Palestine full membership to the United Nations, to ending the occupation and enabling the Palestinian people to exercise their inalienable rights. The Arab Group also calls on the Council to strictly ensure the implementation of its relevant resolutions, most notably 2334 of 2016, 2712 and 2720 of 2023, resolutions 2728 and 2735 of 2024. to ensure the cessation of all settlement activities, to lift the siege and protect Islamic and Christian holy sites in Al-Quds al-Sharif, and to prevent all illegal unilateral measures, including those aimed at altering the legal and historical status of these holy sites and the Arab, Islamic, and Christian identity of the city of Jerusalem. In a related context, the Arab group stresses that achieving comprehensive and just peace in the Middle East requires the withdrawal of Israel from all occupied Arab territories, including the occupied Syrian Golan, and the implementation of relevant Security Council resolutions, in particular Resolutions 242 of 1967 and 338 of 1973 and 494 of 1981 that affirm that land cannot be seized by force, as provided for in the Charter of the United Nations and the principles of international law. The decision of Israel to impose its laws and jurisdiction over the occupied Syrian Golan is null and void and has no legal effect. The group also condemns the repeated Israeli attacks against Syrian territories, which are a flagrant violation of international law and the United Nations Charter. The Arab group condemns the daily violations by Israel of the agreement of the cessation of hostilities since its entry into force on the 27th of November 2024 by committing thousands of air and ground violations against the sovereignty of Lebanon and launching airstrikes that left hundreds dead or injured. We also condemn the occupation by Israel of 5 border posts in southern Lebanon, in addition to the establishment of so-called buffer zones within Lebanese territories, which prevents the full deployment of the Lebanese army south of the Litani River. It also prevents the return of civilians to their home, and it restricts the freedom of movement of UNIFIL forces and preventing them from accessing border posts. It is also a flagrant violation of Lebanon's sovereignty and the Resolution 1709, and a violation of the agreement of the cessation of hostilities. The Arab group calls on the Security Council to shoulder its responsibilities and compel Israel to withdraw from all occupied Lebanese territories fully and unconditionally. All Lebanese prisoners must also be released by Israel. Madam President, it is time for the Palestinian people to hear the echo of justice in this chamber. It's time for the promises of the international community to be translated into tangible action that would restore this people's right to freedom and sovereignty. The long pain should be transformed into a new beginning for a just and lasting peace. Peace, if not based on justice, is a fragile peace, and justice that is delayed becomes fuel for anger and despair. This is why the Arab group affirms that the path to regional and international security begins with Palestine. The establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital is not only a political demand, it is a prerequisite for achieving prosperity in the Middle East and the world. In conclusion, the Arab group calls on this esteemed council to rise to this historic moment and to demonstrate the political courage required to take the long-awaited decisions. Today, it is not only about the fate of a people under occupation, the sincerity of our commitment to the principles and values of the United Nations are being tested, values that were born out of human suffering. Let us live up to this responsibility. Let's make this meeting a real turning point towards ending the occupation, establishing a just and comprehensive peace for the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people deserves to live on its own land, free, safe in its independent state, with East Jerusalem as its capital. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Oman for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Kyrgyzstan.
Madam President, let me also thank the Russian presidency for convening this crucial open debate on the situation in the Middle East, including Palestine. We also thank Deputy Special Coordinator Ramiz Alakbarov and the chair of the committee, Kolisek, for their briefings. We welcome the recent ceasefire. This is an important step forward, ending this long-standing conflict. As the President Sadr Japarov mentioned, the Kyrgyz Republic supports the ongoing process to resolve the situation in Gaza and reaffirms its commitment to the principles of international law and its support for peace initiative in the Middle East. The peace initiative of US President Donald Trump, as well as the diplomatic efforts of Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, deserve the full support of the international community. Madam President, Kyrgyzstan supports a two-state solution. This must be based on international law and relevant UN resolutions. Palestinians have the right to live in a free and independent state. We call on all parties to respect international humanitarian law. Civilian lives must be protected. Humanitarian aid must reach those who need it without obstacles. Gaza is facing a deep humanitarian crisis. Infrastructure is destroyed. Medical supplies, food, and clean water are urgently needed. Let me propose the following steps. The Council should call for the urgent opening of humanitarian corridors. Aid must be delivered without delay or conditions. The Council should call for the resumption of direct negotiations under the mediation of the UN and other partners. Peace talks must be inclusive, credible, and time-bound. The Council should consider measures to monitor the ceasefire and help prevent future escalations. We unequivocally condemned all acts of violence against civilians, regardless of the perpetrator, as such actions are indefensible and undermine prospects for peace. Durable peace cannot be achieved through coercion, but must be rooted in justice, dialogue, mutual respect, and recognition of legitimate aspirations. Kyrgyzstan stands ready to support confidence-building measures between the parties and commends all those who have contributed to the current ceasefire. The peoples of the region have endured profound suffering for far too long. In line with our commitment to multilateralism, Kyrgyzstan believes this Council bears a solemn duty to act decisively, impartially, and promptly to advance a just and lasting solution. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kyrgyzstan for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Madam President. There is a long-awaited window for peace in some parts of the Middle East. In Syria, the first parliamentary election took place since the fall of the Assad regime. In Lebanon, the government is on the path to regaining sovereignty over its whole territory through the Lebanese armed forces. And in Gaza, finally, a ceasefire is in place and all living hostages have been reunited with their loved ones. Japan welcomes the first phase agreement achieved under the leadership of President Trump. We also appreciate the tireless efforts of the mediators, including Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, whose perseverance made this breakthrough possible. Yet the situation is fragile. The return of the bodies of deceased hostages has been delayed, and parties exchanged fires, causing fatalities earlier this week. We strongly urge both parties to refrain from further fighting. Since the brutal acts of terror by Hamas on October 7, 2 years ago, we have witnessed bottomless suffering and sorrow. Twice before, the ceasefire agreements were broken, each time unleashing new waves of death, destruction, and despair. We must not allow this nightmare to resume. Japan reiterates its call on all sides to fully implement President Trump's comprehensive plan, sustaining the ceasefire, returning the bodies of all deceased hostages, disarmament of Hamas, and full-scale humanitarian assistance. In this regard, the role of the UN and its agencies, including UNRWA, is indispensable. Madam President, now is the time to restore dignity to the people of Gaza, to rebuild their homes, their schools, and their well-being, to give back to the children of Gaza the safety, the health, and the education they deserve. Japan will continue to stand at the forefront of international efforts to improve the humanitarian situation and to advance the early recovery and reconstruction of Gaza. We are ready to actively contribute to the implementation of the 20-point Gaza peace plan. Madam President, the ultimate goal remains a two-state solution where Israel and Palestine coexist side by side in peace and stability. We strongly oppose the expansion of settlements and any annexation in the West Bank. Such actions erode the foundation of peace and must cease immediately. Japan remains steadfast in supporting the state building for Palestine. Without dedicated and ethical public servants, no nation can truly function. This is why, for over 27 years, Japan has trained more than 7,000 Palestine officials, nurturing a new generation committed to integrity. Strengthening the financial foundation is equally essential. Together with many partners, Japan has joined the Emergency Coalition for the Financial Sustainability of the Palestinian Authority. We will do our part to preserve the PA's ability to provide the essential services. To conclude, let us ensure the current ceasefire becomes not a pause before another tragedy, but the first chapter of a new future, one built on hope and humanity. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Japan for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of India.
Madam President, India thanks Russia for convening the open debate on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. I also thank the briefer for her remarks. Today's open debate comes in the backdrop of the Gaza Peace Summit at Sharm el-Sheikh on 13th October 2025. India participated in the summit, and we welcome the signing of the landmark peace agreement. It is India's hope that the positive diplomatic momentum that has been generated would lead to lasting peace in the region. At this juncture, India would also like to place on record its appreciation for the United States and especially President Donald Trump for playing an instrumental role in forging the agreement. Further, India also commends the role of Egypt and Qatar towards achieving this end. India remains firm in the view that dialogue and diplomacy and the two-state solution are the means to achieve peace. The landmark initiative of the US has generated diplomatic momentum towards peace, and all parties must adhere to their obligations in this regard. We also remain firmly opposed to any unilateral moves by parties concerned. Now is the time for all parties to support ongoing peace efforts rather than to derail them. India's position is firmly rooted in its consistent stance on the developments in 7th October 2023, as well as the overall Palestinian question. India has clearly condemned terrorism, stressed that there must be an end to destruction, despair, and suffering of civilians, and sought the immediate release of all hostages. It held that humanitarian assistance, particularly food, fuel, and other necessities, must flow into Gaza in an unimpeded manner, and emphasize the need for a ceasefire. India envisions the peace agreement as an enabler and a catalyst in this regard. The short-term gains of the recent diplomatic outcomes must pave the way for medium to long-term political commitments and practical action on the ground towards the realization of a two-state solution. As India underscores its unwavering support to the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, national independence, and sovereignty, the high-level conference on the implementation of the two-state solution in the UN on 22nd September 2025 underlined the way forward. The two-state solution is the only pragmatic path. Since India's recognition of the state of Palestine in 1988, India has consistently advocated certain critical parameters: a sovereign, independent, viable state of Palestine, living side by side in peace and security with Israel within secure and recognized borders. Another central element is economic prospects and viability of a Palestinian state. Aid is essential in the short term for rehabilitation and reconstruction. Palestinian people cannot rebuild their land. Active on this front, the total support by India to the Palestinian people is to the tune of over $170 million, which includes projects worth $40 million in various stages of implementation. Our commitment manifests in various forms depending upon the needs and priorities of the Palestinian people. We have implemented human-centric projects bilaterally and also partnered with the United Nations and the Palestinian Authority in this regard. Over the last 2 years alone, India has provided relief assistance of nearly 135 metric tons of medicines and supplies. Looking ahead, these initiatives must be coupled with the creation of economic frameworks and mechanisms that are conducive for social development, investment, and employment. Madam President, peace and calm on the Palestinian front have implications for the wider region. India stands for lasting peace in the entire Middle East. Therefore, it is important for the agreement to hold and the ceasefire to sustain, and for the parties to honor their respective commitments. Talks must continue, and there must be abiding faith in the efficacy of dialogue and diplomacy. On ongoing developments in Syria, humanitarian challenges are an important dimension, and it is important to address these on priority. India's commitment in this regard is also manifested in its supply of recently as July this year. Politically, India continues to stress a Syrian-led and Syrian-owned political process. While taking positive note of progressive normalization of Syria's relations with its Arab neighbors, India also pledges its support to the regional efforts towards finding a long-term solution in Syria. Indian troops in Andaf remain steadfast in executing their mandate even during extreme challenges experienced in Abja in December 2024. India is the third largest contributor of peacekeepers of this mission. At a broader level, peacekeepers serve a very critical function of the UN, and they cannot become casualties of conflicts and escalations. India remains hopeful that the Lebanese armed forces would be equipped to discharge the entire spectrum of its responsibilities once the UNIFIL sunset clause becomes operational towards the end of 2026. The humanitarian situation in Yemen is an area of concern. Humanitarian assistance must be above politics. It must reach all civilians, irrespective of affiliations and power structures. Immediate cessation of hostilities would catalyze these efforts. Safety and security of Indian nationals in Yemen are a priority for us. Madam President, it's India's earnest desire to realize the vision of a stable and peaceful Middle East. Our views are guided by certain basic principles. All human beings have the right to lead normal lives. Deprivation and indignity cannot be a part of daily life, and civilians must not die due to conflict. India stands fully ready to contribute to this endeavor. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of India for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to deliver the statement on behalf of the group of the member states belonging to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in our capacity as the chair of the group. Madam President, distinguished members of the Council, at the outset, I'd like to express our sincere appreciation to the Russian Federation for convening this quarterly open debate and for the comprehensive briefings provided to the Security Council on the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The just concluded high-level week of the 18th session of the UN General Assembly witnessed a series of promising events and encouraging outcomes in relation to the peaceful resolution of the Palestinian question, including an end to the Israeli military aggression and unprecedented humanitarian disaster and devastation it has caused in Gaza. First, the successful adoption of the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the two-state solution, following its overwhelming endorsement at the UN General Assembly on the 12th of September this year, underscored the well-known global support for the existence and independence of the State of Palestine along the borders of 1967. In this regard, we congratulate President Emmanuel Macron of France and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Al Saud for the co-chairs of the high-level international conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, on the extensive efforts exerted to convene the conference and advance its urgent and crucial objectives. Second, the official declarations of the recognition of the State of Palestine by the presidents and heads of state of 11 UN member states during the high-level international conference on Palestine held on 22nd September has undoubtedly set the stage for the formal recognition of the State of Palestine. We reiterate the earlier commendation by several OIC member states of this timely recognition of the State of Palestine and the long-standing call by our group for the admission of the State of Palestine to full UN membership. Third, we welcome the efforts of US President Trump and the signing earlier this month of a ceasefire agreement for Gaza, which has brought desperately needed relief to the Palestinian civilian population in Gaza in the face of mass displacement, starvation, and famine, and has opened a new vista in the global démarches for a durable peace in the Middle East. We welcome the implementation of the ceasefire and the subsequent release of hostages and prisoners. We also commend the convening of the Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit under the co-chairmanship of President Trump of the USA, the President Abdel Fattah of Egypt, aimed at bringing about an end to the war in Gaza, the promotion of a just and lasting stability in Palestine and the Middle East at large, and we welcome President Trump's declaration for enduring peace and prosperity signed by Egypt, Qatar, my country, and the USA. In this regard, we express appreciation for the mediation efforts by the State of Qatar, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the Republic of Turkey, and the United States of America, which led to the signing of the Gaza ceasefire agreement during the summit. Madam President, against this backdrop of the foregoing positive developments, the OIC Group looks forward to a favorable outcome of the Council's debate today. Accordingly, we call on the Council to support and sustain the current momentum towards the restoration of a durable peace in Gaza and the entire occupied Palestinian territory, including concrete efforts to bring an end to Israel's illegal occupation. We call on this distinguished Council to take adequate measures towards contributing to the successful implementation of the ceasefire and subsequent phases with a view to ensuring the restoration of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people in accordance with international law and the declared wishes and decades-long consensus of the international community. In this regard, we call on the Council to consider the ex-ante UNGA resolution ES10/24 of 18 September 2024, the ICJ advisory opinion of 19 of July 2024, and the New York Declaration on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution adopted on 30th of July this year as positive evidences of the universal endorsement of the peaceful settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on the basis of international law, the foundation of any just and peaceful solution. Certainly, these legal texts represent a declaration of support for the Palestinian people's natural, historical, and legal right of self-determination and the independence of their state with Al-Quds Al-Sharif as its capital. In this regard, we call for the timely action of the Council on the admission of Palestine as a full-fledged member of the United Nations. We are inspired by the commitments endorsed by the overwhelming members of the UN General Assembly in the New York Declaration to hereby call on the Security Council to support a collective action. We call for the timely action of the Council on the admission of Palestine as a full-fledged member of the United Nations. We are inspired by the commitments endorsed by the overwhelming members of the UN General Assembly in the New York Declaration to hereby call on the Security Council to support a collective action to end the war in Gaza and to achieve a just, peaceful and lasting settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This includes the recognition of the grave implications of the high human and material toll of the Middle East conflict for regional and international peace and security. We also echo the provision of the New York Declaration that only a political solution can deliver peace or security, not war, terror, or forced displacement. Furthermore, we endorse the salient commitments in the New York Declaration on the imperative of entrusting the Palestinian Authority solely with all matters relating to governance, law enforcement, and security access to all Palestinian territory, along with international support, while we welcome the one state, one government, one law, one gun policy of the Palestinian Authority. To this end, we reaffirm the recent resolution of the OIC Council of Foreign Ministers in its extraordinary conference held in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia on the 25th of August 2025, which rejected any calls, plans and policies aimed at displacing the Palestinian people, whether inside or outside Palestine, including the Gaza Strip, or changing the demographic composition thereof. We welcome the establishment of the Emergency Alliance for the Financial Sustainability of the Palestinian Authority, which aims to stabilize the financial situation of the Palestinian Authority and assure its ability to govern, provide for essential services, and maintain security. Accordingly, we seek the urgent implementation of the Arab OIC reconstruction plan to allow early recovery and reconstruction in the Gaza Strip, and we encourage all states, regional and international partners to participate in the Gaza Recovery and Reconstruction Conference to be held in Cairo. Madam President, in expressing our firm support for the unfolding positive and encouraging signals towards alleviation of the unbearable suffering borne by the Palestinian people and a successful implementation of the ceasefire agreement in its all phases, we urge the esteemed Council members to take cognizance of the very huge cost of the two-year war in Gaza in human and material terms. This is represented in the colossal loss of over 68,000 mostly civilian casualties, including hundreds or thousands of more wounded and the forced displacement of nearly the entire population, over 2 million people. In addition, the loss of over 1,700 medical and humanitarian personnel, as well as about 370 UNRWA staff and 270 journalists, has demonstrated the nature of the humanitarian tragedy attendant on the war in Gaza and elsewhere in the occupied Palestinian territory. This disastrous and unlawful situation demands our continuing urgent attention and all efforts to alleviate it and ensure a just and lasting solution. We thus reaffirm our sincere hope that the recent peace plan will usher in the much desired peace in Palestine and in the entire Middle East region. OIC stresses that establishing peace in the Middle East requires Israel's withdrawal from all occupied Arab territories, including the occupied Syrian Arab Golan, and the implementation of the relevant UN resolutions, most notably Security Council resolutions 242 of 1967 and 333 of 1973 and 497 of 1981, which reaffirmed that the acquisition of territory by force is admissible in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and the principles of international law, and that the Israeli decision to impose its laws, jurisdiction, and administration in the occupied Syrian Golan is null and void and without international legal effect. The OIC group condemns the Israeli incursions on the Syrian territory since 8 of December 2024 in a flagrant violation of international law, UN Charter, and 1974 disengagement agreement, and calls on the Security Council to exert pressure on Israel to fully withdraw from all Syrian territories. The OIC group also condemns the repeated Israeli attacks against the Syrian Arab Republic, as they constitute a clear aggression against a sovereign state and a flagrant violation of the provisions of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. The OIC group condemns the daily Israeli violations of the cessation of hostilities announcement since its entry into force of November 27, 2024, by committing thousands of aerial and territorial violations against Lebanon and launching raids claiming the lives and wounding hundreds of victims. We also condemn the continued Israeli occupation of 5 border positions in southern Lebanon, in addition to the establishment of so-called buffer zones within the Lebanese territory, which prevents the full deployment of the Lebanese army south of the Litani River and the return of civilians to their lands, and restricts the freedom of movement of UNIFIL peacekeepers and deny their access to some of their border positions, which constitutes a flagrant violation of Lebanon's sovereignty and Resolution 1701 of 2006 and a blatant breach of the cessation of hostilities announcement. We call on the Security Council to assume its responsibilities and to enjoin Israel to withdraw from all Lebanese occupied territories immediately, fully, and unconditionally, and to release all Lebanese held captives by Israel. Madam President, now I'd like to make the following statement in my national capacity, if I may. Turkey welcomes the establishment of a ceasefire in Gaza and calls for the full and immediate implementation of the ceasefire agreement. Our foremost priority as the international community must be to preserve this long overdue and hard-achieved ceasefire at all costs. It is imperative to prevent ceasefire violations and settler violence in the West Bank. Attacks and destabilizing policies towards Lebanon, Syria, and the broader region must stop. As underscored in the Trump Declaration for Enduring Peace and Prosperity, the Middle East cannot endure a persistent cycle of prolonged warfare. Disputes must be solved through diplomatic engagement and negotiation, not through force. Our second priority must be to ensure the unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance to Gaza and to initiate reconstruction efforts without further delay in close coordination with the United Nations and its relevant agencies, including UNRWA. In this regard, Turkey dispatched its humanitarian aid ship carrying food to El Arish on 14th of October. We will continue to provide substantial humanitarian assistance to Gaza in the period ahead and stand ready to contribute to reconstruction efforts in close cooperation with the international community. We welcome the ICJ advisory opinion that was announced yesterday on Israel's obligation regarding the occupied Palestinian territory, which reaffirms Israel's non-compliance with international law. Turkey contributed to the proceedings through written and oral submissions and will continue to support efforts towards the effective implementation of international law and the restoration of justice. Third, it's essential to define and operationalize the arrangements for the day after as underlined in the ceasefire agreement, including an international stabilization force and the creation of a credible political horizon in coordination with the Palestinian Authority and the Palestinian people. Madam President, lasting peace in the Middle East can only be achieved through a political solution based on the two-state vision and pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as the capital of an independent, sovereign, and geographically contiguous state of Palestine. We welcome the recent recognitions of the State of Palestine announced during the high-level international conference on the two-state solution held on the 22nd September. We hope that this development, together with the momentum generated by the ceasefire negotiations, will contribute to the realization of the two-state solution in the period ahead. Turkey reaffirms its commitment to actively contribute and extend its support throughout the implementation phases of the ceasefire agreement. We will continue to support and mobilize all efforts towards the attainment of a lasting peace in the Middle East. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Turkey for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Lebanon.
Thank you, Madam President, for holding this meeting. I would also like to thank the Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process for his valuable briefing. Madam President, since its formation, the Lebanese government has worked on extending the authority of the state. It has deployed the Lebanese army all along its territory and in UNIFIL's area of operation in the south. Lebanon remains determined to cooperate closely with UNIFIL and to guarantee the safety and security of its personnel and to facilitate its orderly and regular withdrawal. At the same time, Lebanon reaffirms the importance of having a new international mechanism in the south to replace UNIFIL. It is now well known that the Lebanese army has indeed deployed over 85% of the area in the south. What is preventing its full deployment is the Israeli occupation of some areas under weak pretenses, only meant to undermine the credibility of the Lebanese government towards its people and undermine its tireless efforts to replace Lebanon on the path of stability at all levels. Allow me to strongly denounce the repeated Israeli attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure in Lebanon and against UNIFIL. These attacks have been ongoing since November 27 of last year. They've even become more frequent and brutal during the past period. Although Lebanon remains fully committed to the cessation of hostilities, therefore, we renew our call on this August Council and the United States and France as the guarantors of the cessation of hostilities to honor their obligations and responsibilities in this regard. Madam President, despite the severity of Israeli attacks, Lebanon has responded positively to the American mediation to reach a sustainable stability and a comprehensive political solution based on dialogue and negotiations, and not through military and bloody messages to bring pressure to bear on Lebanon. The form and dimensions of this dialogue will be determined by the Lebanese government in due time, and it will depend on the cessation of attacks and the withdrawal from occupied territory and the release of detainees. Madam President, we recall that this government has decided that the state will have monopoly over weapons and has started to implement this decision pursuant to the Ta'if Accord and relevant international resolutions. This decision is irreversible. The Army has started tireless efforts in this regard. It is highly important to provide the necessary support to the Army and armed forces so that they can carry out these tasks all over the territory and in Palestinian camps, and to control and monitor borders with Syria, which is positively engaging with Lebanon, and this will surely strengthen the relationship between the two countries on the basis of mutual respect, the non-interference in international affairs, bilateral cooperation, and this will contribute to achieving stability in both countries. Madam President, social stability is an integral part of security stability. One sustains the other. Therefore, we do hope that friendly countries will accompany the efforts of the Lebanese government and support its reconstruction efforts and strengthen the pillars of stability. We would like to thank all countries that stood beside Lebanon. We especially thank the French President for his tireless efforts to hold 2 conferences to support the security institutions and the reconstruction efforts before the end of this year. We also look forward to the visit of His Holiness the Pope Leo XIV to Lebanon towards the end of next month in his first international visit as a message of peace and hope. Madam President, Lebanon welcomes the recognition of the State of Palestine by a large number of countries. Without a doubt, this is a brave step that should be commended. It will surely contribute to making progress in achieving the 2-state solution that is long awaited. We do hope that this will be an opportunity to review positions and to work towards a just and comprehensive peace. We also value the mediation efforts to guarantee a first-phase agreement between Hamas and Israel. We do hope that this agreement will be a step forward towards ending the humanitarian suffering of the Palestinian people. In conclusion, the international community must continue to bring pressure to bear on Israel to respond to the calls to end its aggressive policy in Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria, and provide a positive environment to work on reaching a just and comprehensive peace that achieves stability in the Middle East. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Lebanon for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Germany.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for convening this timely open debate. After the heinous terrorist attacks by Hamas on October 7th and the subsequent war, the peace plan put forward by President Trump finally represents a beacon of hope. Germany welcomes the ceasefire and the release of the hostages, and we call for the return to Israel of the remaining deceased hostages that are still in Gaza. We would further express our sincere gratitude to the United States, as well as to Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey for their important roles in reaching this agreement. Now it has to be implemented in full and without delay. The work on phase 2 of the plan has only just begun, and Germany stands ready, Madam President, to actively contribute to this endeavor. In this regard, I would like to make 3 points. First, the suffering of the people in Gaza must end. There must be an immediate and substantial increase in humanitarian assistance. Since October 7th, we have provided $436 million in humanitarian aid, making Germany one of the largest bilateral donors. And this includes, I may add, $34 million recently dedicated to the support of the into Gaza, with the UN and its agencies, including UNRWA, playing a central role, as with the UN and its agencies, including UNRWA, playing a central role, as do, I may add, international humanitarian NGOs who need to be able to continue their vital work. In this regard, we have taken note of the advisory opinion rendered yesterday by the ICJ, stating Israel's obligations in relation to the presence and activities of the UN and others in the occupied Palestinian territories. At the same time, we are working with our partners to give the people of Gaza the opportunity to build a better future. The stabilization and the reconstruction of Gaza will be critical, and we believe there's no time to be lost. Therefore, Germany, together with Egypt and other partners, aim to convene in the coming weeks a reconstruction conference for Gaza. Second, we believe Hamas can have no role in Gaza's future, and Hamas must never again be a threat to Israel. Germany will actively support and participate in building a stable governance and security environment for the transition process, including through a role in the Board of Peace. We have already deployed personnel to the US-led Civil Military Coordination Center to support the establishment of an international stabilization force. To give this mission broad legitimacy, a Security Council resolution and close involvement of regional states will be crucial. Germany is also ready to contribute to the training of Palestinian security forces bilaterally and through EU missions. Third and finally, sustainable peace can only be achieved within the framework of a two-state solution, which realizes the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people. A strong and reformed Palestinian Authority is essential to making that two-state solution a reality. Germany is the largest bilateral donor to the Palestinian Authority, with an ongoing portfolio exceeding $1 billion, and we will continue to support the PA, including in its reform process. Madam President, the adoption of the New York Declaration only a few weeks ago, endorsed by a broad majority of UN member states, including Germany, has brought new momentum to the two-state solution. We will work very closely with our partners to maintain this momentum so that finally Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace, dignity, and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Poland.
Madam President, Poland aligns itself with the broad statement to be delivered by the European Union. I would also like to thank Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov for his comprehensive briefing. Distinguished colleagues, Poland welcomes the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas, brokered by the United States in coordination with the coalition of the Arab nations. We commend Egypt for its pivotal role in securing the truce and express sincere gratitude to all parties for showing their commitment to peace. We also recognize the French Republic, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and other international partners for convening the high-level international conference on this two-state solution. Poland proudly voted in favor of the resolution endorsing the conference's final declaration, which reflects a growing international consensus and renewed diplomatic determination to address the Israeli-Palestinian conflict with urgency. While the ceasefire brings some relief, we remain deeply concerned about the fragility of the situation. The recent violence reminds us that the peace is far from assured. This agreement, though significant, is delicate and demands vigilant implementation. Since the escalation began, Poland has actively engaged within the UN framework to advocate for the protection of civilians in Gaza. Today, we again call on all parties to exercise utmost restraint. No further loss of innocent lives can be tolerated. The future of the Palestinian people must rest on international law. We reaffirm our strong support for the two-state solution, the only viable path toward lasting peace and normalization. This requires addressing Israelis' legitimate security concerns and ensuring full Palestinian statehood. In this regard, Poland believes Hamas must have no role, political, economic, or security-related. Distinguished colleagues, we are also deeply concerned by the developments in the West Bank. The rapid expansion of the illegal settlements and ongoing violence against Palestinians are unacceptable and must end. We trust renewed international engagement will reinvigorate the broader political process. Implementing the second phase of the ceasefire will be complex, but remains on our only path to sustainable, just peace. Poland is committed to supporting these efforts fully. Distinguished colleagues, the humanitarian situation in Gaza remains catastrophic. There is an urgent need to resume unimpeded delivery of life-saving aid and to ensure the swift, safe return of UN agencies. Multilateral cooperation and coordination with the UN remain central to the humanitarian response. Poland stands ready to increase its national contribution. We have recently allocated an additional $2.7 million in humanitarian assistance across Lebanon, Palestine, Syria to address the needs of refugee populations. However, our ability to help depends on one critical condition: safety. Humanitarian workers must be allowed to operate under secure conditions. We therefore stress the urgent need to uphold international humanitarian law and protect civilians and aid personnel at all times. And I thank you.
I thank the representative of Poland for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Tunisia.
Mrs. President, let me express our appreciation to the Russian Federation for convening this really open debate. Actually, everything has already been said and repeated before this Council regarding the situation in Palestine. For now more than 75 years, this Council has been paralyzed and unable to restore the outrageously stolen rights of an entire people. All the international propaganda that has been organized and by all means possible disseminated for hatred, racism, reckless escalation, and on endless criminal rush forward in total disregard of international law, exclusively relying on military force. And on the other side, an overwhelming majority of civilian victims, women, the elderly, children, and infants, killed by the world's most sophisticated weapons continuously supplied. We know in Tunisia, for having suffered and fought against colonization, like so many countries around the world, that the colonizer will always be defeated in the end. And modern history has shown us that the end of those who commit genocides is to face international justice. Mrs. President, to conclude, Tunisia reiterates its unconditional, their inalienable and imprescriptible rights, and to establish their independent and fully sovereign state over the entire Palestinian territory, with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Tunisia for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Canada.
Madam President.
Madam President, Canada remains firmly committed to the goal of enduring peace in the Middle East based on a two-state solution. It is critical that this goal be advanced with concrete and immediate measures, not only for Israelis and Palestinians, but also for the entire region.
Canada welcomes and fully endorses the recently established ceasefire between Israel and Hamas as a first phase of a comprehensive peace plan. We express deep appreciations to the United States, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey. Their tireless diplomatic effort has been instrumental in securing the release of all surviving hostages who have been reunited with their families over more than 2 years, after more than 2 years of captivity, and for facilitating the increased humanitarian aid into Gaza, where it will respond to urgent needs of civilians. The parties must fully uphold their commitments under the agreement, including by increasing the flow of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, while continuing all efforts to secure the release of the remains of hostages.
Canada continues to condemn in the strongest terms Hamas's horrific terrorist attacks perpetrated on 7 October 2023, which claimed the lives of nearly 1,200 people, including Canadian citizens.
Canada remains deeply concerned by the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, where most of the population has been internally displaced multiple times and where famine is occurring. We continue to advocate for the unimpeded and large-scale delivery of humanitarian assistance into and throughout the Gaza Strip. Since October 2023, Canada has pledged over $400 million in humanitarian and development assistance to address the ongoing crisis in Gaza, and we are committed to supporting the scale-up of humanitarian assistance, stabilization efforts, and recovery after 2 years of devastating conflict. We look forward to engaging with international partners on these issues at the proposed international conference on early recovery and reconstruction in Egypt. amidst the crisis in Gaza, we must not lose sight of alarming developments in the West Bank, where settlement, expansion, and extremist settler violence persist. Canada firmly opposes the expansions of settlements, including the E1 settlement project. Settlements not only undermine prospects for a two-state solution, but they are illegal under international law. Canada also condemns extremist settler violence and all acts of terrorism perpetrated against all civilians.
As part of a global initiative aimed at preserving the two-state solution and empowering those who aspire to achieve a peaceful coexistence and the disarmament of Hamas, Canada formally recognized the State of Palestine on 21 September 2025. While we acknowledge that recognition alone cannot resolve all challenges, nor does it replace the need for negotiations on final status issues, recognition reflects Canada's long-standing support for the right to self-determination and human rights of the Palestinian people.
The Palestinian Authority has committed to significant reform, including to holding in general elections, to ensuring that Hamas has no future role in governance, and to demilitarizing the future Palestinian state. Canada remains closely engaged with the Palestinian Authority as it implements these reforms, each of which is critical to advancing the goal of peace, security, and dignity for Palestinians and Israelis alike.
Achievement of a lasting peace in the Middle East requires sustained engagement on the part of the international community, and we stand ready to do our part. Thank you. I thank the representative of Canada for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Switzerland. Madam President, I wish to thank you for having convened this meeting. Switzerland applauds the progress made in implementation of Phase 1 of the 20-point plan of the United States. We applaud this important work done by mediator countries, the release of hostages, and the entry into force of the ceasefire. These are significant steps forward. I, however, wish not to miss this opportunity to focus and mention all of those people who do not have an opportunity to who had not had an opportunity to see the ceasefire on both sides. They will remain etched in our memory. Switzerland calls upon all parties to conscientiously comply with commitments made as well as international law, specifically IHL and human rights. This includes the lasting cessation of hostilities, prompt and unimpeded humanitarian access, as well as the release of the remains of hostages, respect for international humanitarian law, including the obligation to authorize and facilitate humanitarian action, is an obligation. Under no circumstances can this be made conditional on the conduct of any of the parties. Increasing humanitarian assistance was agreed upon, and yet restrictions persist. There's a need for all crossing points to be opened for sufficient levels of assistance to reach without delay the Gaza Strip and for this to be distributed in accordance with humanitarian principles. Moreover, we stress that, as is recalled in Resolution 2730, international law requires safety and security to provide for humanitarian and UN personnel, including local personnel. As was recalled by the ICJ in the advisory opinion, Israel, in accordance with international humanitarian law, human rights, and as a member of the United Nations, has an obligation to cooperate with UN agencies and with UNRWA in particular, and an obligation to facilitate their humanitarian operations in occupied territory. The immediate lasting lifting of all restrictions should also include those vis-a-vis civil society, including non-governmental organizations and media outlets. Progress has been achieved in the ceasefire, and this is vital. However, this is but a first step. Switzerland encourages all parties to leverage the current momentum and to join the international community's efforts in order to end the cycle of violence in the region in a lasting way. There is a need to move towards a lasting peace based on the two-state solution in order to guarantee for both the Palestinian people to have the right to self-determination and for Israel's right to security to be upheld. This must be done in accordance with international law and UN resolutions. And in this regard, the UN needs to play a key role. Madam President, Switzerland stands ready to contribute to the implementation, for example, in the humanitarian arena where we are facilitating dialogue. In that vein, we are also helping to enhance Palestinian institutions. In this context, we particularly applaud efforts geared towards stabilizing the Palestinian Authority and supporting its return to Gaza, including through the emergency coalition for financial viability and reform agenda. Let us take this opportunity. Let us together and constructively work towards a lasting peace in the Middle East. Thank you. I thank the representative of Switzerland for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Madam President, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has the honor to take the floor on behalf of the group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the United Nations. Madam President, we meet today in the aftermath of 2 years of the tragedy in Gaza, 2 years of relentless devastation and unimaginable human suffering and mass breaches of international law. The number of victims of this crisis is unbelievable. 68,000 innocent Palestinians, most of them women and children, have been killed as a result of this latest stage of an Israeli military operation that has extended now for decades. Entire families have been erased, and what once were neighborhoods, hospitals, schools or shelters are now ruins. This is not merely a humanitarian crisis, it is a moral disaster, a deep stain on the conscience of all humanity. While we welcome the seized, starved and besieged Palestinian population in Gaza, we urge all efforts to sustain the ceasefire, to extend it beyond Gaza to the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, and to bring an end, once and for all, to these crimes against the Palestinian people and the illegal occupation. What is unfolding today in Palestine is the oldest struggle for a people's dignity, a struggle for justice, freedom, and self-determination. The United Nations is a historic debt in this regard. It was this very organization that 8 decades ago pledged in its founding charter to uphold the principles of equality, justice, peace, and self-determination for all peoples. Nevertheless, through its inaction and forced paralysis, and due to the continuing veto of the United States of America, this Security Council is unable to uphold its charter mandate and now risks eroding the credibility and the very purpose of the United Nations itself. Madam President, our group of friends condemns in the most robust possible terms the continued violations by Israel, the occupying power, against the Palestinian people and the entire region. The deliberate targeting of civilians, hospitals, schools, humanitarian workers and UN premises constitutes grave breaches of international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law, and the perpetrators must be held accountable. We reiterate our call for this ceasefire to be respected and to become permanent, and for the full withdrawal of all Israeli occupying forces from the Gaza Strip and from the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. This illegal occupation must be brought to an end. Humanitarian access must be unimpeded. The UN must continue to play its leading role in this regard, particularly through the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, whose mandate must be protected and strengthened. We welcome the release of hostages and detainees, including the thousands of Palestinians, among them children, arbitrarily held in Israeli prisons. We also condemn the actions committed on the 1st of October this year by Israel against which sought only to deliver life-saving aid to the besieged population of Gaza. This heinous act is yet another manifestation of Israel's impunity, an impunity perpetrated by the recurrent use of the veto, which continues to shield the occupying power from accountability. Equally alarming are Israel's recent pronouncements regarding the entrenchment of its military control over Gaza and its continued illegal settlement expansion and annexation measures across the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. These actions flagrantly violate Security Council Resolution 2334, also the Fourth Geneva Convention, and threatens to extinguish the remaining prospects for a just, comprehensive and lasting solution to the question of Palestine in all its aspects. The group welcomes the historic momentum generated during the past high-level week of the General Assembly held in September, when several countries announced their decision to recognize the State of Palestine. This wave of recognition embodies the moral and political will of the international community to rectify a long-standing injustice and to affirm the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and statehood. We further call on all states that have not yet done so to recognize the state of the United Nations as an indispensable step towards justice and peace. In this same context, we condemn the refusal of the U.S. government to issue visas for the high-level Palestinian delegation, of multilateralism and the principle of sovereign equality of states. The United States, as host country, must comply fully with its obligations. Moreover, we express our serious concern at the continued attempts by Israel, the occupying power, to ignite and explode the Middle East region, as demonstrated by repeated gross violations of international law, coupled with its continued provocations and attacks against countries in the region. This is why we reject all threats of force and territorial integrity of the countries of the region, including the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we emphasize that such actions have the potential to further escalate tensions on the ground, thus endangering regional and international peace, security and stability as a whole. Madam President, the group of Friends in Defense of the UN Charter reaffirms its unwavering solidarity with the Palestinian people and its firm support for their just struggle for freedom and independence, for a sovereign and viable state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as its capital, guaranteeing the right of return of the Palestinian refugees in accordance with international law, relevant UN resolutions, and on the basis of the two-state solution. Humanity cannot accept that injustice becomes destiny. We must not resign ourselves to perpetual war, to colonialism and its modern forms, including occupation and sieges, nor to racism, apartheid, or imperial domination. The peoples of the world look to this Security Council to uphold the promise of peace and not to manage its denial. Let us act, therefore, decisively and without delay. Let us choose peace through justice, not through force. Let us opt for impunity. Let us opt for dignity and not despair. Only by defending the cause of Palestine can we defend the United Nations itself and preserve the hope of a more just and peaceful world, in line with the promise made 80 years ago when signing the founding charter of this organization. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela for his statement, and I give the floor now to His Excellency, Mr. Stavros Lambrinidis, head of the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations.
President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states, the candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Liechtenstein, Andorra, and San Marino, align themselves with this statement. A few weeks ago, we witnessed a rare moment of hope in the Middle East. An important step was made on the path to peace. The European Union welcomes the ongoing implementation of the first phase of the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict, put forward by President Trump, as well as the outcome of the 13 October 25 Sharm el-Sheikh Summit for Peace. The European Union calls on all parties to engage constructively and fully implement the agreement without delay, allowing for a permanent end to hostilities. The EU welcomes the release of living hostages and calls for the release of deceased and return of all the remaining bodies. The EU also calls for unimpeded access and sustained distribution of humanitarian aid into and throughout Gaza, including through the reopening of all crossing points. We reiterate that Hamas can have no role in Gaza's future and must never again be a threat to Israel. The European Union will continue to contribute to peace efforts and to actively engage with partners on the next steps. It will support the rapid, safe and unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid through all routes available by land, air and sea, including the additive Cyprus Maritime Corridor, in coordination with international partners, notably the United Nations and its agencies, and in accordance with international law. The EU stresses the essential role of the UN and its agencies, including UNRWA, which provides crucial support to the civilian population both in Gaza and the wider region. The EU stands ready to contribute to Gaza's stabilization, recovery and reconstruction, including the full use of the EU CSDP missions UBAM Rafah and uphold COPS. The EU is ready to deploy its mission UBAM Rafah as soon as the crossing will be opened. uphold COPS already advises and monitors the Palestinian civilian security sector, including the Palestinian civil police, to the maximum of its capacity. This support remains essential for stability in the West Bank and also for preparing the Palestinian Authority's plans for its role in Gaza. The European Union will more broadly continue to support the Palestinian Authority, including in its ongoing reform and in view of its return to Gaza, and also through the Palestinian Donor Group. The European Union calls on Israel to release withheld clearance revenues necessary to ensure the proper functioning of the Palestinian Authority and the delivery of essential services to the population. The European Union strongly condemns the further escalation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, following increased settler violence, the expansion of illegal settlements, Israel's military operation, and terrorist attacks against Israel. It calls on Israel to reverse the E1 settlement plan that further undermines the two-state solution. The EU recalls the high-level conference on the two-state solution, co-led by France and Saudi Arabia. We reiterate our commitment to international law and to a comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the two-state solution, as many others have in this room today, in accordance with relevant UN Security Council resolutions, where two democratic states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side in peace within secure and recognized borders. The Global Alliance, as a political and implementation platform, is one of the mechanisms to translate into action the broad international consensus enshrined in the New York Declaration endorsed by 142 countries. Let me briefly turn to Syria. The European Union continues to stand with the Syrian people and is committed to supporting efforts for a peaceful and inclusive Syrian-led and Syrian-owned transition. The EU continues to call on the transitional authorities to ensure an inclusive political transition that fulfills the aspirations of all Syrians from all ethnic and religious backgrounds without discrimination. We remain committed to supporting the socioeconomic recovery of Syria and the reconstruction of the country. We urge all external actors, without exception, to fully respect Syria's unity, independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity, and condemn any unilateral foreign military actions, presence and attempts to undermine Syria's stability and prospects for a peaceful transition. The fight against Daesh and other terrorist groups, which continue to pose a threat to Syria and the entire international community, also remains a priority. The EU welcomes the agreement reached between the transitional authorities and the Syrian Democratic Forces and calls on the parties to work on a swift, comprehensive and peaceful implementation. The EU welcomes the roadmap announced by Syria, Jordan and the United States to address the crisis in the governorate of Suwaida and encourages the swift implementation of the agreement and continued dialogue among all parties. We call on the transitional authorities to continue and further enhance cooperation and engagement with all UN bodies and agencies and all humanitarian actors, and to grant them access to all areas in Syria. Finally, in Lebanon, the European Union welcomes the efforts of the Lebanese authorities to stabilize the country, restore the monopoly of the state over the holding of weapons, and undertake critical political and financial reforms. We reiterate a call on all parties to fully implement the 26 November 24 ceasefire agreement and UN Security Council Resolution 1701. We reaffirm our strong support for Lebanon's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and highlight the essential stabilizing role of UNIFIL in southern Lebanon. We are seriously concerned by the continued violations by Israeli defense forces of the ceasefire agreement, in particular the targeting of UNIFIL personnel, civilians, and civilian infrastructure. In closing, the EU stands ready to further step up its support to Lebanon in strengthening national institutions, including the Lebanese Armed Forces and the Lebanese Security Forces. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Lambrinidis for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Norway.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me first join others in welcoming the agreement on the first phase of the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict. We would like to pay tribute to the US and to President Donald Trump for this breakthrough, as well as to the Qatari, Egyptian, and Turkish mediators who helped make it happen. The ceasefire agreement brings real hope of an end to the suffering in Gaza. All living Israeli hostages have been reunited with their families and loved ones. Many Palestinian prisoners have been released from Israeli prisons. It is vital that all parties now respect and honor the agreement and that the humanitarian aid can reach the many who need it. Hamas must be demobilized. Israeli forces must withdraw from Gaza. However, the path to lasting peace is still long. Israel's occupation must end, both in Gaza and in the West Bank. All processes regarding the future of Palestine must be led by Palestinians, and the Palestinian government must be enabled to govern all of Palestine, including Gaza. Only a two-state solution can provide the foundation for lasting peace, security, and dignified lives for people in both Israel and Palestine. We are committed to taking forward the work of the Global Alliance in follow-up to the New York Declaration. As chair of the International Donor Group for Palestine, Norway stands ready to contribute. Madam President, Norway especially commends the 20-point plan for putting the UN and the Red Crescent at the core of the humanitarian response, and for stating clearly that the entry of aid will proceed without interference from the two parties. This is in line with the strong message from the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion yesterday. Israel has an obligation to facilitate life-saving humanitarian aid and basic services delivered by the UN, international organizations, and states to Palestinians living under occupation in Palestine. Despite the ceasefire agreement, Israel continues restricting the access of goods into Gaza. It is therefore highly valuable that the ICJ now has specified the international legal obligations Israel must adhere to. The ICJ has further reaffirmed that no state can place itself above its obligations under international law. This is essential both for Palestinians and for all other populations living in situations of war and conflict. Respect for international law is a prerequisite both for a rules-based international order and for a peaceful world. And this is the world that Norway will continue to fight for. And I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Norway for her statement, and I give the floor now to the Colombia.
Thank you, Madam President. For the first time in 2 years, this meeting is taking place in an atmosphere of cautious hope. We recognize the progress achieved through the recent agreements and the implementation of the first phase, the ceasefire, the entry of humanitarian aid, and the release of hostages. These are developments that encourage continued support for the essential rights of the Palestinian people. We welcome the mediation efforts that have made this outcome possible, which must be respected and verified internationally. We are concerned about the incidents of violence in recent weeks and call for the protection of the ceasefire. The truce must mark the beginning of a real, credible, and lasting political process led by the Palestinian people. The only just and sustainable way out of the violence in the region is the two-state solution. With a free, sovereign, and viable Palestinian state within the pre-1967 borders. Colombia underscores the central role of the United Nations in promoting, facilitating, and verifying efforts for a just peace and in implementing the relevant resolutions. Madam President, Colombia recognizes that there are grounds for believing in progress, but we do not forget what has occurred, a genocide that has shaken the foundations of international law. We also would raise the alarm about the situation in the West Bank and the orders of the International Court of Justice. We welcome the advisory opinion issued this week by the International Court of Justice and highlight the essential role of UNRWA in providing vital assistance, protecting the civilian population, and defending human dignity. In this context, Colombia calls for maintaining the ceasefire with international verification, ensuring unrestricted entry of humanitarian aid and the full resumption of UNRWA operations and those of humanitarian agencies working under the principles of neutrality, humanity, and impartiality. We call for rebuilding of Gaza under the leadership and autonomy of the Palestinian people, with international solidarity and guaranteeing the return of all Palestinian refugees. We call for an ending of the occupation and advancing the withdrawal of Israeli forces from all occupied Palestinian territories. We call for the allowing of immediate access for international press to the Gaza Strip. We need to ensure accountability. And we need to implement the New York Declaration with a credible political process and clear timelines towards a free, sovereign, and viable Palestinian state. Today, we are moved by the cautious hope inspired by the first gestures of peace, but equally we are driven by the conviction that justice and respect for international law are the only guarantees of non-repetition. Thank you very much. I thank the representative of Colombia for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Australia.
Thank you, President. This debate comes at an historic time for the Middle East. Australia welcomes the Israel-Hamas ceasefire and the agreement to President Trump's peace plan. For the first time in years of immense suffering, both Israelis and Palestinians can have real hope for an enduring peace. We commend the leadership of President Trump and applaud the United States and the other mediators in Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey for their enduring efforts and critical role in bringing about this deal. Australia has been steadfast in calling for the release of the hostages so cruelly taken by Hamas on 7 October 2023, and we join so many others in this room and around the world in feeling relief at the release of the living hostages. We continue to call for the dignified return of hostage remains in line with the agreement. This historic agreement has given us a strong starting point, but there remain challenges ahead. Australia urges all parties to uphold the terms of the ceasefire and work towards implementing the plan in full. Regional and international support will be essential to safeguarding this fragile peace. Every effort must now be made to end the suffering and starvation in Gaza. Innocent civilians have suffered for too long. We urge Israel to comply with its obligations under international law and the binding orders of the International Court of Justice. This includes ensuring the unimpeded flow of aid at scale in full cooperation with the United Nations and the protection of humanitarian and United Nations personnel. President, Australia recognised the state of Palestine in September as part of a coordinated international effort to inject new momentum for a two-state solution. A two-state solution has always been the only path to enduring peace and security for both the Israeli and Palestinian people. We remain unequivocal in our condemnation of Hamas and our belief that it can have no role in Palestine's future. Together with our partners, Australia will continue to do what we can to contribute to a just and enduring peace for both Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Australia for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Morocco.
Madam President, at the outset, I would like to express our congratulations to the Russian Federation for assuming the presidency of the Security Council. We commend your leadership of the Council's deliberations. I take this opportunity to express our support to your presidency. I thank Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov, Acting Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, for his valuable briefing. Madam President, in line with the commitment of His Majesty the King, Chair of the Al-Quds Committee, and as he's concerned over the situation in the Palestinian territories, we call for more mobilization by the international community to get out of this crisis and to achieve durable and lasting peace. In this context, the Kingdom of Morocco welcomes the declaration by the President of the United States, His Excellency President Trump, that a ceasefire agreement was reached in Gaza. The Kingdom of Morocco expresses its appreciation to the tireless efforts and the personal engagement of His Excellency Mr. Trump. They led to this very hopeful outcome. We value the tireless efforts by all mediators. The Kingdom calls upon all parties to fully implement this agreement that would allow the releasing of the hostages and prisoners and would allow for the entry of humanitarian aid promptly and at scale, and would allow for the beginning of reconstruction in order to find a lasting and durable and just solution to the Palestinian question. Madam President, the Kingdom of Morocco, whose king chairs Al-Quds Committee, the Kingdom of Morocco stresses our commitment to the two-state solution as a foundation to ensure lasting peace in the region by establishing a sovereign state of Palestine along the lines of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem, Al-Quds Sharif, as its capital and Gaza is an integral part, living side by side by Israel in peace and security. The Kingdom of Morocco reiterates its readiness to contribute effectively in all tracks that has been agreed upon to ensure the rights of the brotherly Palestinian people and to ensure the stability in the Middle East. Madam President, these developments that we welcome require engagement to open the horizons for negotiations leading to a political settlement according to a time frame to ensure the realization of the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. At the same time, it is important to also integrate the economic dimension in the peace process. This is a vital factor to achieve stability and development. It is also necessary to enhance support provided to the Palestinian Authority under the leadership of President Abbas to strengthen Palestinian institutions and to respond to the aspirations of the Palestinian people to security and dignity. The upcoming phase require financial and political support to UNRWA, support that would allow it to undertake its vital tasks and providing humanitarian support to Palestinians. Madam President, in conclusion,
The Kingdom of Morocco reiterates its commitment to defend the holy sites, especially the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which has a special status for His Majesty the King as chair of Al-Quds Committee. This commitment is manifested in the programs, initiatives, and projects that the Bayt al-Mal agency is implementing. It is the executive wing of the Al-Quds Committee. It maintains the historical and legal status of Al-Quds and defends its identity. It's protecting the aspirations of the Palestinian people and its right to establish its independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital along the lines of the 4th of June 1967. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the for the statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Peru.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to begin by thanking Russia for convening this important debate, which allows us to have an exchange of views on the sensitive situation for the Palestinian people, as well as discuss the importance of implementing a two-state solution, providing security guarantees that will make it possible for the parties to become flexible in their positions. The ongoing and systematic violence and the humanitarian situation in Gaza and the West Bank continues to be a serious concern for the international community. This is why Peru welcomed the ceasefire achieved on the 13th of the current month, thanks to the valuable work of mediation carried out by the United States with the support of Qatar, Turkey, and the United Nations, as well as other international actors. This is a significant progress in a process to achieve peace in the Gaza Strip. In this situation, we call upon the parties involved to respect the ceasefire as a guarantee that they will fulfill the first stage of the U.S. plan to move on to a broader stage of negotiations that will lead to the reconstruction agreed. We welcome the initial measures adopted to alleviate the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip and the commitment expressed by the United Nations Secretary General to increase food assistance and medical and housing assistance and infrastructure assistance by UN agencies, given the serious situation that the population has been facing now for more than 2 years when the conflict began. We fully believe that this goal should be supported in the border posts to allow for the entry of humanitarian aid. It's essential that UNRWA be able to continue to provide aid, particularly under the current circumstances. We also underscore that the establishment of international mechanisms to monitor the ceasefire is fundamental, and this should be based on joint coordinated agreement to not take place. Madam President, we are committed to the search for peace in the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The government of Peru reiterates its support for the initiatives aimed at achieving a long-term political solution based on the existence of two states, Palestine and Israel, living peacefully within internationally secure, recognized borders in accordance with international law and pertinent resolutions of the UN Security Council. Efforts to persuade the parties to continue to be flexible in their positions and to address transparently their differences is work that must continue. We must continue to look for points of convergence with peace in mind and with the support of the international community as a whole. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Peru for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Portugal.
Madam President, Portugal aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and would like to add the following remarks in its national capacity. Portugal welcomes the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict, endorsed earlier this month in the Peace Summit of Sharm el-Sheikh, as well as its outcome. We commend the Arab states and the mediators, the United States, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, for their peace endeavors. we call on all parties to proceed with the implementation of the plan. The international community cannot miss this opportunity to uphold a complete and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, the release of all hostages remains, and the swift, full and unimpeded resumption of humanitarian aid consistent with international humanitarian law. The Palestinian Authority must be involved in any peace and administration plans regarding Gaza. Likewise, the United Nations and all its agencies, including UNRWA, need to maintain their role as referred by yesterday's ICJ advisory opinion. Portugal will continue to support all efforts destined to relieve suffering in Gaza. This new chance for peace must create the conditions that will allow for further development and implementation of the two-state solution, for which the New York Declaration was an important step, creating political conditions and momentum thanks to French and Saudi leadership, as well as the work of the Global Alliance. For its part, Portugal formally recognized the State of Palestine on September 21st. This decision reflects our long-standing position on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and seeks to promote a just and lasting peace in the Middle East based on the two-state solution. We remain, however, gravely concerned with the grievous humanitarian situation in Gaza and developments in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and its holy sites. Both realities threaten the prospect of a peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, and as such, peace in the Middle East. Madam President, for peace in the region, the Syrian and Lebanese peoples also deserve respect for their country's territorial integrity, unity, and sovereignty. We call on all parties to work constructively toward the stabilization of Syria with full respect for the rights of every community, and reaffirm our support for the full implementation of the terms of the November 2024 ceasefire agreement in Lebanon and Security Council Resolution 1701. Madam President, Portugal remains committed to the rule of law and an international system with the United Nations at its center. We will stick to our consistent positions on every front, and we will continue to strive for a just and peaceful solution to the Palestinian question anchored on the relevant resolutions of the United Nations. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Portugal for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Thailand.
Thank you, Madam President. Thailand commends the Russian Federation in convening this important open debate. While recent developments have renewed hope, the humanitarian situation remains dire and demands greater collective efforts. At this critical moment, Madam President, we would like to highlight 4 key points. First, Thailand reaffirms our unwavering support for a peaceful resolution based on the two-state solution, whereby the states of Israel and Palestine coexist side by side in peace, security, and mutual recognition in accordance with international law and relevant UN resolutions. Second, we welcome the agreement reached by Israel and Hamas on the first phase of the peace plan proposed by the United States and support all ongoing diplomatic efforts aimed at rebuilding Gaza. All parties must build on this positive momentum and turn commitments into concrete actions to end the suffering of innocent civilians and return peace and stability to the Middle East. Third, we underscore the urgent need to protect civilians and to guarantee the immediate, safe, and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance to all those in need. The prolonged humanitarian crisis in Gaza must end. The vital role of UNRWA in delivering life-saving assistance and essential services remains irreplaceable. The international community must maintain its support to ensure the agency's work continues without interruption. Fourth, Thailand calls on all concerned parties to fully implement and adhere to the agreed terms. Although not a party to the conflict, Thailand has been affected by the ongoing situation. We hope that the remains of the last Thai hostage can be returned to their family as soon as possible. Madam President, Thailand will continue to follow developments in Gaza closely and support all efforts that transform our collective resolve into progress towards the future of lasting peace, stability, and security for both Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you very much for your very kind attention.
I thank the representative of Thailand for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Bangladesh.
Madam President, we thank the Russian Federation's presidency for convening this quarterly open debate. Bangladesh aligns itself with the statement delivered by the OIC. Madam President, Bangladesh welcomes the ceasefire agreement signed earlier this month and the subsequent Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit, which we hope would pave the way for an overdue relief for the oppressed Palestinian people. We urge all parties to uphold their commitments under the agreement to safeguard civilians, facilitate unhindered humanitarian access, and begin the reconstruction works immediately for the people of Gaza. Madam President, we commend the recent recognitions of Palestine, including by some P5 members, during the high-level conference on the two-state solution. As a proponent of culture of peace, we envision a Middle East where peace and stability prevail for the people of the region. In alignment with the New York Declaration, Bangladesh calls for the establishment of clear benchmarks and timelines across political, financial, security, humanitarian, and economic dimensions to support the Palestinian people. Madam President, we highlight the following key priorities to fully leverage the ceasefire and ensure lasting peace. First, to ensure full, immediate, and sustained humanitarian access through UNRWA and to restore basic services including fuel, food, medical supplies, and commercial flows. Second, to mobilize new resources through an effective and sustainable reconstruction plan for Gaza, such as the Arab Islamic Reconstruction Plan. Third, to cease all Israeli military operations, settlement expansions, resource appropriation and exploitation in Gaza and West Bank, and also in the occupied Syrian Golan and Lebanon, in line with the international law and relevant UN resolutions. Finally, to renew international commitment to achieving an independent and sovereign state of Palestine, we urge the Council to take immediate actions to recommend the admission of Palestine as a full member of the UN. Madam President, we once again in this Council urge all to stop all forms of armed hostilities and violent repression against the Palestinian people and the other nations in the Middle East and bring the perpetrators to justice. Bangladesh reaffirms that the only viable solution to the crisis is the establishment of an independent, sovereign, and economically viable state of Palestine with pre-67 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Bangladesh for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Malaysia.
President, Malaysia thanks the Russian Federation for convening this meeting and aligns itself with the statements of NAM and the OIC. President, Malaysia welcomes the ceasefire agreement reached on 8 October 2025 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. We acknowledge the key roles of the United States, Egypt, Turkey, Qatar, and other partners in facilitating the negotiation. We urge all parties to fully adhere to the terms of the ceasefire. Now, efforts must be intensified towards ending the hostilities permanently. We also welcome the unambiguous advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice delivered yesterday on 22nd October. It is clear that Israel is obligated to agree to and facilitate relief programs by United Nations and its entities, particularly UNRWA. Israel must allow, facilitate, and protect humanitarian access into and throughout Gaza. The supply of essential and life-saving items like food, medicines, shelter, water, and fuel, among others, must be unimpeded and at scale. We reiterate our steadfast support for all UN agencies, particularly UNRWA. UNRWA plays an indispensable and irreplaceable role in providing essential services to the Palestinian people. The blockade against UNRWA must be immediately and fully lifted. President, Malaysia congratulates the 11 member states that announced their recognition of the State of Palestine during the recent high-level week of the 80th General Assembly. The overwhelming support for the State of Palestine sends a clear message that it is also time for its full membership into the United Nations. Malaysia also welcomes the adoption of the New York Declaration at the UN General Assembly on 12 September 2025. We look forward to its implementation as a pathway toward realizing a sovereign and independent state of Palestine based on pre-1967 borders and East Jerusalem as its capital. We maintain that the right to self-determination is enshrined in the UN Charter and international law. The right of Palestinians to statehood is non-negotiable and must not be treated as a concession or attached with preconditions. President, the grave violations committed by Israel must not be forgotten. Israel must be held accountable for the war crimes, crimes against humanity, and acts of genocide it has committed. Israel must not be above the law. The impunity it long enjoys must stop. Peace and justice can only be achieved through upholding the rule of law. The Security Council must fulfill its charter-mandated responsibility to uphold international peace and security. It is up to the Council to find the courage to do so. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malaysia for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Vietnam.
Madam President, Vietnam thanks Russia for convening this open debate and the briefer for his valued insights. We welcome the announcement and implementation of Phase 1 of the Gaza ceasefire agreement and commend the diplomatic and mediation efforts of the United States, Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, which helped make this arrangement possible. We call on all parties concerned to strictly abide by the ceasefire, exercise maximum restraint, and refrain from any provocations or actions that may jeopardize this long-awaited and hard-won achievement. As continued negotiations are underway to secure a permanent ceasefire, the United Nations, including the Security Council, must maintain an active and leading role in fostering compliance with international law and relevant UN resolutions, as well as the provisional measures and advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice. Equally important is guaranteeing the safe, sustained, and unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance to the civilian population in Gaza. As the displaced Gazans are returning to their homes, their access to life-saving aid must not be obstructed. In this regard, Vietnam reaffirms its strong support for UNRWA's vital role in coordinating and delivering humanitarian assistance in Gaza and beyond, and calls on all parties to facilitate its life-saving work. Madam President, Vietnam remains steadfast in advocating the Palestinian people's legitimate right to self-determination and full UN membership. We reiterate our unwavering support for the two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders and international law, ensuring a sovereign state of Palestine, coexisting in peace and security with Israel. In this connection, we welcome the successful conclusion of the high-level international conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution, co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia, and the adoption of the New York Declaration. We also welcome all constructive initiatives aimed at consolidating the ceasefire, addressing the root causes of the conflict, and creating conditions conducive to a just and lasting peace in Gaza and the wider Middle East. Finally, Vietnam supports and stands ready to make active contributions to international efforts to rebuild Gaza on the basis of respect for national sovereignty, international law, and the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Vietnam for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Timor-Leste.
Madam President, distinguished members of the Security Council, Excellencies, thank you for giving me the floor. The current ceasefire between Israel and Hamas offers a fragile but indispensable opening, an opportunity to transform a temporary truce into a verifiable and durable pathway toward peace. It is, however, a narrow window that demands unity, discipline, and tangible action from the international community. First, the immediate priority must be to stabilize the ceasefire, protect civilians, and scale humanitarian relief across Gaza. Timor-Leste welcomes the ceasefire facilitated by the United States and supported by Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, a testament to the value of sustained multilateral diplomacy. However, without a robust implementation mechanisms, calm will remain elusive. We therefore recommend the establishment of an independent multinational monitoring mechanisms operating under United Nations oversight with real-time reporting and rapid deconfliction channels to prevent reprisals and miscommunication. Such a mechanism would enhance transparency and confidence between parties, reducing the fog of accusation that too often reignites violence. Parallel to monitoring, humanitarian operations must be dramatically scaled up. UN agencies and partners must be guaranteed safe, sustained access to all affected areas. We support the call by the Under-Secretary General Tom Fletcher for the establishment of unrestricted humanitarian corridors and the provision of renewed, predictable funding for UNRWA, which remains a vital lifeline for millions. The International Court of Justice recent guidance on humanitarian access underscores the legal duty of this Council to ensure unimpeded assistance to civilians in need. Second, humanitarian relief must be coupled with a sequenced political and security transition that respects Palestinian legitimacy and addresses Israel's security concern. Drawing from Timor-Leste's own post-conflict reconstruction, we know that sustainable peace depends on credible institutions, accountable security forces, and inclusive governance. A phased transition plan could combine a temporary technocratic administration in Gaza for municipal and service functions with an internationally supervised disarmament, demobilization and reintegration, or DDR, process tailored to local realities. We propose the consideration of an international stabilization force with a narrowly defined mandate, clear rules of engagement, and an agreed exit strategy. Such a force, composed of willing and regionally acceptable contributors, could focus on maintaining civil order, explosive ordnance disposals, and the training of vetted Palestinian police and security units. Disarmament must be verifiable and incentivized, offering alternative livelihoods, reconstruction contracts, and pathways for ex-combatants to integrate into lawful community roles. Security sector reform and the creation of a professional, representative Palestinian police service will be critical to replacing armed groups' control with legitimate civilian authority. Third, Madam President, reconstruction, financing, and institutional support must be linked to transparent, measurable benchmarks. Large-scale disbursements should flow through independent oversight structures to prevent corruption and ensure that aid restores essential infrastructure, including water, power, hospitals, and schools, and supports small and medium-sized enterprises, particularly those providing employment for youth and former combatants. We call on regional partners, including Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, Jordan, and global actors such as the United States and the European Union to coordinate mediation and reconstruction efforts under a single accountable framework led by United Nations. Broadening the guarantor based beyond any single mediator will enhance legitimacy, burden sharing, and long-term confidence. Madam President, Timor-Leste reiterates its steadfast support for a two-state solution, which it considers the only viable foundation for lasting peace and mutual security. We reaffirm our endorsement of the Arab Peace Initiative and the General Assembly's recognition of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. International law remains non-negotiable. The Fourth Geneva Convention prohibits the acquisition of territory by force, and all violations, wherever they occur, must be subject to impartial investigation and accountability. Ultimately, peace must be founded on justice and dignity. Reconstruction without rights will not bring reconciliation. Timor-Leste, as a nation that emerged from conflict through international solidarity and the rule of law, stands ready to contribute its experience in dialogue, reconciliation, and institution building to support a credible peace process. Suppose the international community sustains unity, resources, and principled diplomacy. In that case, the present ceasefire can mark not merely a pause in violence, but the fragile beginning of a just and enduring peace, where the children of Gaza and Jerusalem can inherit stability, not despair. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Timor-Leste for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Madam President, I thank the Russian Federation for presiding over today's meeting, and I am grateful to Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov for his sobering briefing. Madam President, for the last 2 years, we have witnessed untold suffering and destruction in the Gaza Strip. But now diplomacy has finally opened the door for the prospect of peace. The United Arab Emirates strongly welcomes the outcomes of the Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit, the implementation of the ceasefire, and the release and return of hostages and detainees, both living and deceased, to their loved ones. We applaud President Trump's leadership and commend the steadfast efforts of the United States, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey in facilitating the arrangement to this historic agreement. It is a powerful demonstration of what can be achieved when the international community comes together to break the cycle of violence and chart a path toward peace in the region. The international community must now sustain pressure on Israel and Hamas to fulfill their obligations under the agreement. The Council's endorsement of this peace plan is critical. We have a collective responsibility to help end this war and to facilitate the achievement of a just and lasting settlement. Madam President, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is seeing a surge of aid going into the Strip. A rapid scale-up of humanitarian aid is now needed to reach all those in need. The UAE will continue to mobilize its resources and expertise to deliver aid to the Palestinian people, especially women and children, while supporting our international partners in their vital work. As part of the UAE's efforts to scale up our humanitarian response in Gaza, 2 Emirati ships carrying urgently needed supplies are scheduled to arrive next week. This includes a ship sent in partnership with World Central Kitchen, one of the key organizations providing a vital lifeline for Gazans. The Entry and Distribution Advisory Opinion. We call upon Israel and Hamas to abide by their obligations under international law. Madam President, the situation in the West Bank is rapidly deteriorating in the shadow of Gaza. Israeli extremist settlers continue to terrorize Palestinian communities at unprecedented levels as the expansion of illegal settlements runs rampant and in blatant violation of international law. Meanwhile, some Israeli ministers continue to call for the annexation of Palestinian land. The UAE strongly condemns the Israeli Knesset's approval in a preliminary reading of 2 bills intended to impose Israeli sovereignty over the occupied West Bank and to legalize control over a settlement. This step constitutes a dangerous escalation and undermines efforts to achieve the 2-state solution. Madam President, with a ceasefire in place, we now have an opportunity to move beyond decades of just managing this conflict to finally resolving it. It is incumbent on us all to translate the momentum generated by the peace plan into a political settlement which delivers the peace, stability, and security that both Palestinians and Israelis so desperately...
Emirates for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you, President. Ireland aligns with the EU statement, and we thank the Russian Federation for convening today's meeting and Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his briefing. President, we stand at a historic crossroads. After more than 2 years of war, with an unconscionable human cost, the first phase of peace efforts to end the suffering of Israelis and Palestinians has been secured. With collective relief, we welcome the release of all living hostages held by Hamas for more than 2 years in captivity. They and their families can now begin the long process of recovery. Our thoughts are also with the families of those who are not returning home alive. The ceasefire agreement and hostage release deal offers a moment of hope and a new horizon for peace in the Middle East. All parties must adhere to the agreement in full and continue to negotiate in good faith. President, this ceasefire is also a call to action for the international community. As we commend,
it is incumbent on us all, to translate the momentum generated by the peace plan into a political settlement which delivers the peace, stability, and security that both Palestinians and Israelis so desperately.
Emirates for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you, President. Ireland aligns with the EU statement, and we thank the Russian Federation for convening today's meeting and Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his briefing. President, we stand at a historic crossroads. After more than 2 years of war, with an unconscionable human cost, the first phase of peace efforts to end the suffering of Israelis and Palestinians has been secured. With collective relief, we welcome the release of all living hostages held by Hamas for more than 2 years in captivity. They and their families can now begin the long process of recovery. Our thoughts are also with the families of those who are not returning home alive. The ceasefire agreement and hostage release deal offers a moment of hope and a new horizon for peace in the Middle East. All parties must adhere to the agreement in full and continue to negotiate in good faith. President, this ceasefire is also a call to action for the international community. As we commend this significant progress to alleviate the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. Sustained Israeli military operations and the blockade of humanitarian aid before the ceasefire has resulted in famine and untold horror for the people of Gaza. More than 54,000 children are acutely malnourished and face increased risk of death if untreated. There must be a flood of humanitarian aid into Gaza now. Additional crossings must be opened to allow aid to reach all corners of the Strip rapidly. We welcome that the 20-point plan expressly states that aid should be provided without interference through the UN and its agencies. We also welcome the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice issued yesterday, which confirms Israel's obligations under international law. Israel must ensure and facilitate the provision of essential humanitarian aid. It is essential that the UN, and in particular UNRWA and other humanitarian organisations, facilitated in full to carry out their life-saving work in Gaza and the West Bank. The work of UNRWA is essential and irreplaceable for millions of Palestinian refugees in the region, and particularly in the current context in Gaza. It must be permitted to play its full GA-mandated role in the humanitarian surge and recovery and reconstruction phases. It's extremely concerning that proposed new Israeli registration requirements for international NGOs will mean that vital humanitarian actors may be prohibited from working in the occupied Palestinian territory before the end of the year. This would significantly worsen the humanitarian situation. For its part, Ireland will provide an additional €6 million in humanitarian aid for people in Gaza through UN agencies as they prepare to ramp up aid supplies following the ceasefire. President, while international attention is understandably focused on Gaza, we must not lose sight of the worsening situation in the West Bank, where Israeli military operations have displaced at least 40,000 people since January. Ireland is deeply concerned by the increasing instances of extremist settler violence and illegal settlement construction, which continue in an environment of impunity, restricting life for Palestinian communities across the West Bank. As mediators negotiate the next phase of the 20-point plan, the West Bank must be a central part of efforts to reach agreement on a durable and sustainable peace through implementation of the two-state solution. Any implementation must also include support for the Palestinian Authority, and we must remain committed to implementation of the two-state solution for both Palestinians and Israelis, ending the Israeli occupation of Palestine and resulting in a viable, contiguous Palestinian state in the West Bank, Gaza and East Jerusalem based on 1967 borders. President, Ireland also remains concerned about regional stability and security. We welcome the continued UNIFIL presence in Lebanon until 2027. This support is essential to ensuring the success of the Lebanese authorities. Israeli violations of Lebanon's sovereignty undermine efforts to advance stability in southern Lebanon. Syria's transition remains a key focus. The recent elections were an incremental positive step, but huge challenges remain. International actors must support Syria's efforts for a just and inclusive future. Ireland regrets that serious talks on Iran's nuclear programme seem to be in abeyance, leading to reintroduction of sanctions. For Iran to play a more positive role in the region, it must return to meaningful negotiations. And the recent further detention of UN humanitarian workers by Houthi forces in Yemen recalls our attention to the continuing conflict there. President, to conclude, this is now a critical opportunity to build just and lasting foundations for a wider settlement and peace in the Middle East. We know from our experience in Ireland that any peace process needs to be inclusive. The Palestinian people, like the people of Israel, must be at the heart of any sustainable agreement that can deliver lasting peace. And the only credible solution is a two-state solution, with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Ireland for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Brunei Darussalam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Madam President, distinguished colleagues, Brunei Darussalam extends its warm congratulations to Russia on its assumption of the Security Council presidency for this month. This month, this open debate underscores the continued commitment to ensuring that this issue remains a priority in the Council's agenda. I thank the Deputy Special Coordinator for his briefing earlier. Madam President, we welcome the signing of the ceasefire agreement in Gaza led by US President Donald Trump and commend the sustained efforts of Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey in facilitating the mediation. Nevertheless, we must not allow these developments to overshadow the long-standing and profound suffering endured by the Palestinian people, which has spent decades under occupation. Our focus must remain on addressing the root causes of the conflict, with the ultimate goal of bringing an end to the prolonged occupation and violence perpetrated by Israel, the occupying power. We also remain deeply concerned by reports of continued breaches of the ceasefire agreement. We condemn those violations and strongly urge all parties to adhere fully and in good faith to its terms. Madam President, let us be clear. Peace cannot be negotiated from a position of permanent disadvantage. The international community must redouble its efforts to foster dialogue and ensure parity between the concerned parties. No peace process can succeed when one party continues to live under occupation while the other wields the full attributes of statehood. Genuine negotiations require an environment where parties meet as equals, not under conditions of subjugation. The two-state solution will remain distant for as long as one party enjoys full sovereignty, unrestricted access to international institutions, and comprehensive security guarantees. Meanwhile, the other remains stateless, fragmented, and denied the basic attributes of self-determination. Lasting peace requires justice and equity. Only when both peoples can live side by side in security, freedom and dignity with mutual recognition can peace endure. Madam President, last month at the General Assembly, my foreign minister clearly stated, and I quote, "Recognizing the state of Palestine and supporting its full membership in the UN is not a reward. It is an inherent right of the Palestinian people. It is a matter of principle, justice, and humanity," end quote. Among nations is essential to unlocking a credible peace process and securing its full and independent statehood. Brunei Darussalam positions remains unequivocal and guided by the UN Charter and international law. We once again urge this Council to recommend the admission of the State of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. This is not merely a symbolic gesture, but a necessary step towards correcting a fundamental imbalance. Meaningful negotiations cannot take place when one party sits at the table as a fully recognized member of the international community while the other continues to plead for a voice. We stand firm in our solidarity with the Palestinian people in their struggle for peace, freedom, and inalienable rights to self-determination. We also remain unwavering in our support to the two-state solution and the creation of a fully independent and sovereign state of Palestine based on pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Brunei Darussalam for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Madam President, Mexico is participating in this quarterly debate of the Security Council with cautious hope with regard to the situation in the Middle East. It was urgent to stop the war and the countless deaths that were increasing week after week. And in that regard, we'd like to recognize the initial joint efforts of Egypt, the United States of America, Turkey, and Qatar. We welcome the release of Israeli hostages held in Gaza and of Palestinian prisoners detained in Israel, particularly women and children. These are important steps towards a definitive solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The fragile nature of the ceasefire reminds us that the United Nations, and in particular this Security Council, must ensure that hostilities do not resume and that all parties comply with the recently reached agreements. Mexico supports the deployment of a temporary international mission that can monitor the ceasefire as well as the withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza and the West Bank. The world has witnessed the images of United Nations convoys entering completely devastated terrain and of the slow return of the Palestinian population to different parts of the Gaza Strip. We'd like to express our appreciation to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs for the rapid and efficient distribution of humanitarian aid since the first days of the ceasefire, as well as for the 60-day plan that it proposed to alleviate the most basic needs of the Palestinian population. This Security Council must be unequivocal in demanding the immediate, unconditional and unhindered delivery of large-scale humanitarian assistance. We echo the United Nations calls for the Israeli authorities to authorize more humanitarian organizations to bring in supplies. It is especially urgent that these supplies be distributed throughout the entire Gaza Strip before the onset of winter. In critical times such as these for the provision of basic services, we take note with concern of the possibility that electricity and water may be completely disconnected from UNRWA facilities. And we are also alarmed by reports that some of its properties could be confiscated. These actions are contrary to the privileges and immunities enjoyed by United Nations entities. Next November, the General Assembly must renew UNRWA's mandate, and Mexico reiterates that there is no entity capable of replacing the services that UNRWA provides to Palestinian refugees. I conclude by recalling that the New York Declaration charted a path for the day after the end of hostilities. And in that document, it clearly lays out the expectations for the reconstruction of Gaza and the foundations necessary for a two-state solution, including the admission of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations. The declaration was equally clear about the need to rebuild the social fabric in both Palestinian and Israeli societies, and to promote narratives of peace that ensure the coexistence so deeply desired by both peoples. Let us not allow the progress achieved to become merely another temporary ceasefire in the long history of the cycle of violence in the Middle East. Palestinians and Israelis deserve a better future. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Mexico for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Iceland.
Madam President, Iceland welcomes the much-needed ceasefire for the people of Gaza. We reiterate the need for immediate and unrestricted humanitarian access to ensure the full resumption of unhindered distribution of aid to the people in need in line with international humanitarian law. Iceland has consistently condemned the horrendous terrorist attacks on Israel 2 years ago. We welcome that, at long last, all living hostages have now been freed and returned to the families. Hamas needs to shoulder responsibility. It must relinquish control of Gaza and hand over its weapons to the Palestinian Authority. There is no justification for terror, and Hamas has no role in the future of Palestine. There is no justification either for the collective punishment of millions of Palestinians. Accountability is vital on both sides, and communities must be allowed to heal and recover. The responsibility of the occupying power, Israel, under international law, including international humanitarian law, was clearly and strongly reconfirmed and explained by the International Court of Justice yesterday. Iceland submitted a written statement to these proceedings. Iceland is a long-standing contributor to UNRWA and has repeatedly voiced its concerns over Israeli legislation against the agency, including actions against UN premises in East Jerusalem. As is very clearly stated in yesterday's advisory opinion of the ICJ, Israel as the occupying power has a legal obligation to ensure the well-being of civilians under its occupation. While the world's focus is on Gaza, the relentless occupation in the West Bank must not be overlooked. There, Palestinians are experiencing the worst restrictions and the heaviest militarized operations for decades. Madam President, Iceland recognized Israel in 1948 and Palestine in 2011. Both peoples have an equal, inalienable right to self-determination. Lasting peace depends on it being fully realized. A two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians live side by side in peace and mutual recognition remains the only viable path to peace. We were inspired by the successful leaders' meeting in September in New York, and the peace plan brokered by the United States and others is an important step towards this. The agreement must now be implemented. We must make sure that extremists and spoilers on both sides are not allowed to stand in the way and derail these efforts. The future state of Palestine must be built on the foundations of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. We expect the Palestinian Authority to accelerate political and institutional reform, and Iceland stands ready to support this journey along with the international community. Madam President, this Council must live up to its responsibilities under the UN Charter in its pursuit and maintenance of international peace and security. Palestinians and Israelis alike deserve a better, more secure future based on a just, lasting, and sustainable peace. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Iceland for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Cuba.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we support the statements made by Uganda on behalf of the non-aligned movement Venezuela, on behalf of the Group of Friends in Defense of the Charter of the United Nations, and Senegal in its capacity as chair of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. As we approach the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, it is shameful that the Security Council has failed to stop Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. The undemocratic use of the veto by the United States has prevented this body from contributing to international peace and security, perpetuating Israel's barbarity against Palestine and blocking the efforts of the international community to put an end to this criminal and policy of annexation. The historical complicity of the United States, along with its unrestricted political, diplomatic, military and financial support, has ensured the impunity of the occupying power throughout decades of outrage against the Palestinian people. Israel, in flagrant violation of international humanitarian law, has indiscriminately attacked civilians and critical infrastructure while depriving the Palestinian population of water, electricity, medicine and fuel, seeking their extermination. It obstructs and manipulates the delivery of humanitarian aid and uses hunger as a weapon of war, while expanding its colonial practices. Israel must be held accountable for crimes against humanity, apartheid and genocide against the brotherly Palestinian people. In the Gaza Strip alone, more than 67,000 deaths recorded since October 2023 as a result of Israeli aggression. After 2 years of brutal genocide, a belated and fragile peace agreement has recently been reached, which the international community has welcomed with hope, hoping that it will bring an end to the barbarity. At the same time, impunity persists in the face of Israel's aggressions against other Middle Eastern countries such as Lebanon, Syria, Iran and Yemen. The recent violation of Qatar's sovereignty, a country that has played a constructive role in mediation efforts in Gaza, is yet another example of Israel's aggressiveness and expansionist policy. Actions that seek to reshape the Middle East by force flagrantly violate international law and the UN Charter, and perpetuate the cycle of violence and insecurity in the region. It is not possible to achieve peace in the Middle East without a comprehensive, just and lasting solution to the Palestinian question. We reaffirm the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to have an independent and sovereign state based on the two-state solution within the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital and guaranteeing the right of return for refugees. At the same time, we demand the urgent admission of Palestine as a full member state of the United Nations. Doing so would be, although belatedly, an act of justice for the Palestinian people. In the face of genocide, Cuba stands with Palestine. The words of Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro Ruz, spoken at the United Nations in 1979, remain fully relevant when he said, and I quote, "The Palestinians are the living symbol of the greatest crime of our time," end of quotation. Defending the Palestinian cause is a struggle for humanity itself. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Cuba for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Madam President, as a people that knows the pains of war, we welcome the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We hope that this development will contribute to ending the suffering of Palestinian civilians and allow for the delivery of urgent relief and humanitarian assistance, paving the way for regional stability. We stress the need to maintain the ceasefire and ensure that Israel does not launch further attacks against the Strip. Syria appreciates the mediation efforts undertaken by the State of Qatar, the Arab Republic of Egypt, the United States of America, and the Republic of Turkey to reach this agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, as Syrians aspire to rebuild their homeland, to turn the page of suffering and achieve the security and stability they have long lacked, The Israeli occupation authorities continue their aggressive practices against the Syrian people. They continuously violate the 1974 disengagement agreement. Over the past months, they have infiltrated the buffer zone, which is the UNDOF area of operations, and built 10 positions there. They have also infiltrated vast areas in southern Syria, establishing military checkpoints to restrict Syrian citizens, and bulldozing productive agricultural lands, forests, and natural reserves, threatening the livelihoods of the local population and endangering peace and stability in southern Syria and the wider region. Syria completely rejects any pretext provided by the Israeli occupation authorities to justify their crimes and aggression. We strongly condemn these Israeli crimes that undermine the security and stability of our country. We hold the Israeli occupation fully responsible for these crimes, as they represent a violation of Syria's sovereignty and a threat to the unity and integrity of its territories and the security and well-being of its people. We call upon the United Nations and the Security Council to take decisive action to stop these Israeli practices, put an end to the attacks, and prevent their recurrence. We call for compelling the occupation authorities to withdraw their forces from Syrian territories, including the occupied Golan and the areas they have recently infiltrated, and preventing any interference in Syria's internal affairs. Madam President, for months, Syria has been engaged in serious talks with Israel, prioritizing peaceful and diplomatic means, not confrontation, in an effort to reach an outcome that addresses any genuine security concerns of either party. However, Israel's alleged security concerns only lead to military actions, ground incursions, and an illegal presence on Syrian territory, coupled with the control of economic and water resources in a flagrant violation of Syria's sovereignty and the rules of international law. This completely contradicts the claim of seeking peace. When the intentions to achieve security and stability are sincere, it cannot be done by force and hegemony. It can only be done through dialogue. Continued occupation and the imposition of a fait accompli only fuels tension and undermines the chances of building peace. In the same vein, allow me to quote the Trump Declaration for Enduring Peace and Prosperity. I quote, "We hereby commit to the resolution of future disputes through diplomatic engagement and negotiation rather than through force or protracted conflict. We acknowledge that the Middle East cannot endure a persistent cycle of prolonged warfare, stalled negotiations, or the fragmentary, incomplete, or selective application of successfully negotiated terms." End of quote. Madam President, we stress the need for both the UN Disengagement Observer Force, UNDOF, and the United Nations Truce Supervision Organization, UNSO, to continue implementing their mandates. We call for keeping and supporting them so they carry out their mandate efficiently, particularly in monitoring repeated Israeli violations and reporting them to the Security Council in a timely manner. In this context, we express concern about the impact of planned cuts on UNDOF's ability to undertake its tasks. We stress the need to provide sufficient resources to allow the mission to implement its mandate without reduction or disruption. In conclusion, Madam President, The momentum created by the Trump Declaration on enduring peace and prosperity is a historic opportunity for our region, one that should be seized by everyone responsibly and realistically, while respecting the inalienable rights of peoples and ensuring a just, comprehensive, and sustainable peace. The path to peace remains very clear to us. It will only be achieved through the full respect of Syria's sovereignty, strict adherence to the principles of international law, and the full withdrawal from all occupied Arab territories, including the Golan. And we stress that the Golan will remain Arab, Syrian, and an integral part of the territory of the Syrian Arab Republic. It will remain an imprescriptible right that we will never waver or compromise. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic for his statement, and I give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Thank you, Madam President. We thank the Russian Federation for convening this quarterly open debate on the situation in the Middle East, providing all UN member states an opportunity to address the Council on developments in the region. Madam President, South Africa continues to believe that peace in the Middle East remains contingent on resolving the question of Palestine. Our failure to find a lasting solution to the plight of the people of Palestine and ensure their self-determination, security, and freedom remains an enduring threat to the international community's core objective of achieving a just and peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine that results in Palestinian statehood. Despite these challenges, we are pleased by the respite created by the latest ceasefire agreement under the first phase of the Gaza peace plan that has required the delivery of humanitarian aid. The concern, however, is that the amount of humanitarian aid being allowed by the occupying power is far below the minimum required for survival. It is also of grave concern that the occupying power has, in violation of the ceasefire agreement, continued bombardment of the Gaza Strip, resulting in significant civilian casualties. We reiterate that it is imperative for all parties to commit to fully cooperate in implementing the ceasefire agreement, which we hope will pave the way for a more inclusive, just, and enduring peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine. Madam President, the Gaza peace plan presents an opportunity to end the devastating famine and human suffering and to forge a credible political path towards lasting peace and security. We call for a renewed commitment to the realization of Palestinian statehood as a framework for lasting peace. Palestinians deserve peace, security, dignity, just like Israelis do. But it must be clear that the peace plan must abide by international law and prioritize the human rights of the Palestinian people. It's for this reason that we underscore that nothing can justify deliberate killings, injuring of civilians, and use of famine against hopeless and traumatized civilians through wanton acts of genocide. The entire population of Gaza has been enduring destruction at a scale and speed unparalleled in recent history. The ongoing historic injustice, with decades of Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territory, continues to pose a serious threat to regional and international peace and security. Madam President, the advisory opinion issued by the International Court of Justice yesterday reaffirms the legality or the legally binding obligations incumbent upon Israel under international law. The opinion provides authoritative clarity on the legal responsibilities relating to the presence and operations of the United Nations and other humanitarian actors within the occupied Palestinian territory. The ICJ's findings underscore that there is no legal ambiguity regarding Israel's obligations to facilitate and respect the mandates of international and humanitarian institutions operating in the occupied Palestinian territory. The court emphasized Israel's responsibility as an occupying power to ensure that the population of the occupied Palestinian territories has the essential supplies for daily life. The court also noted the indispensable role of the United Nations, including the impartiality and neutrality of UNRWA in providing humanitarian relief in Gaza and supporting the self-determination of the Palestinian people. UNRWA must be permitted to be fully operational as it remains the backbone of humanitarian operations in Gaza. Madam President, South Africa reaffirms our commitment to peace in the Middle East, and we stand ready to share our experiences in peacebuilding, transitional justice, reconciliation, and we are willing to assist in nation-building efforts. However, in order to pave the way for a lasting peace, it is necessary to put an end to Israel's long-standing and serious violations of its international legal obligations outlined in 2 previous ICJ advisory opinions. We believe that any path towards alleviating the suffering of the Palestinian people cannot be complete without their legitimate right to self-determination, ending the occupation, and establishment of a viable, independent state. In this regard, we welcome the historic international consensus that reflects the collective solidarity with the Palestinian people and reinforces the recognition of their legitimate rights. In conclusion, UN member states must work collectively to take active, irreversible steps to end Israel's unlawful occupation and realize the Palestinian people's right to self-determination through statehood and delivers true sovereignty on equal terms with Israel. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of South Africa for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Uganda.
Madam President, I'm honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the 121 member states of the non-aligned movement. Now, I congratulate the Russian Federation upon its accession to the presidency of the Security Council this month and express appreciation for granting NAM the opportunity to present its position on the question of Palestine. NAM reaffirms its long-standing, common, and principled position on the question of Palestine and is deeply concerned about the implications of this historical injustice against the people of Palestine and, most critically, the Gaza conflict and its unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe. NAM supports all prospects for just security in the region. The grave situation in Gaza has led to worsening humanitarian situation, not only in Gaza, but also throughout the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, with rising Israeli military raids and settler violence and the constant violations against the historic status quo at the holy sites of Jerusalem. The member states of the United Nations conferred on the Security Council the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security in accordance with Articles 12 and 24 of the Charter. The Security Council must uphold its mandate to maintain international peace and security and must act to implement its own resolutions. We call on the Security Council to uphold its responsibilities and to act forthwith for the full implementation of all its resolutions pertaining to the question of Palestine, including its most recent resolutions. NAM welcomes the Gaza ceasefire and demands that a ceasefire is permanent, respected and fully implemented by all parties in the Gaza Strip, and once again urges the Council to fulfill its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security as provided for in the UN Charter. NAM commends the efforts of the Arab Republic of Egypt to convene and host the Sharm el-Sheikh Peace Summit on October 13, 2025, which focused on unequivocal support to the implementation of the Sharm el-Sheikh Agreement to end the illegal Israeli war on the Gaza Strip, concluded on 9th October 2025, and mediated by the Arab Republic of Egypt, the State of Qatar, Turkey, the United States of America, with an aim to consolidate the peace process in the Middle East by ending the illegal Israeli war on the Gaza Strip, as well as enhancing the resilience of Palestinian people on their land and reaching a political settlement for the Palestinian question through ending the occupation and achieving the two-state solution in accordance with international law. The movement acknowledges with appreciation the non-member states that participated in Sharm el-Sheikh summit, including those who contributed the build-up of the summit: Egypt, Jordan, Indonesia, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, and emphasizes the importance of cooperation among states to the Sharm el-Sheikh summit to provide all means to follow up on the implementation of the provisions of the Sharm el-Sheikh agreement and maintain its continuity. NAM further emphasizes the need to begin consultations on ways and mechanisms for the implementation of the next stages of the settlement of the Palestinian question. NAM condemns the daily Israeli violations of the cessation of hostilities announcement since its entry into force on 27 November 2024 by committing thousands of aerial and territorial violations against Lebanon and launching raids claiming the lives and wounding hundreds of victims. NAM condemns the continued Israeli occupation of 5 border positions in southern Lebanon, in addition to the establishment of 2 so-called buffer zones within the Lebanese territory, which prevents the full deployment of the Lebanese army south of the Litani River and the return of civilian lands, and restricts the freedom of movement of UNIFIL peacekeepers and deny their access to some of their border positions, which constitutes a flagrant violation of Lebanon's sovereignty and Resolution 1701 of 2006, and a blatant breach of the cessation of hostilities announcement. NAM calls on the Security Council to assume its responsibilities and to force Israel to withdraw from all Lebanese occupied territories immediately, fully and unconditionally, and to release all Lebanese held captives by Israel. NAM stresses that establishing peace in the Middle East requires Israel's withdrawal from all occupied Arab territories, including the occupied Syrian Arab Golan, and implementing relevant UN resolutions, most notably Security Council Resolutions 242 of 1967, 338 of 1973, and 497 of 1981, which reaffirmed that the acquisition of territory by force is inadmissible in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations and the principles of international law, and that the Israeli decision to impose its laws, jurisdiction, and administration in the occupied Golan is null and void and without international legal effect. NAM condemns the Israeli incursion in the Syrian territory since 8th December 2024 in a flagrant violation of international law, UN Charter 1974 Disengagement Agreement, and calls on the Security Council to exert pressure on Israel to fully withdraw from all Syrian territories. NAM condemns the repeated attacks against the Syrian Arab Republic as they constitute a clear aggression against a sovereign state and a flagrant violation of the provisions of international law and the Charter of the United Nations. The non-aligned movement welcomes the New York Declaration arising out of the high-level international conference on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and the implementation of the two-state solution as a reaffirmation of the unwavering international commitment to a just and peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine. The movement calls for the necessary coordination and cooperation among all states to advance the declaration's objectives to mobilize international efforts at the political, economic, financial, legal, and security levels, and to foster momentum by building on national, regional, and international initiatives aimed at achieving a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace for the Palestinian people. NAM welcomes the recognition of the state of Palestine by a majority of countries and calls on the United Nations Security Council to urgently recommend the admission of Palestine as a full member of the United Nations in respect of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and the relevant United Nations resolutions as a bold and long overdue commitment to long-lasting peace in the Middle East. Now, member states once again reiterate their call for the continued provision of the needed humanitarian and socioeconomic assistance to the Palestinian people, including Palestinian refugees. The movement reaffirmed the continued indispensability of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for the Palestine refugees in the Near East, UNRWA, along with other United Nations agencies and international organizations in the provision of urgently needed humanitarian assistance in line with international standards, and urges the international community to support the agency in all ways, including with sufficient and predictable funding. NAM rejects all attempts by Israel to weaponize humanitarian assistance